旗杆上的黄雀。同样的气流包围着我们，它的经济像我的食指和名字，在发热的季节，在3世纪，充满睡眠和金属。风宽阔，它的翅膀轻轻抖动。
桑朱斯城堡，我在漆黑的夜晚反复叠一个纸飞机，想起桑朱斯笔直的墙壁，刺破梵天之翼。17世纪的一个春天，一只燕子没有归来，成群的乌鸦落在城墙上，宣告不祥。20年前，父亲抓着我的手，站在日喀则的街角，说：“看，那是桑朱斯宗。”
每天都有人死去，每天都有人死去。花园里每天都有新鲜落叶，泥土上沾着蝴蝶或蜻蜓的翅膀。
我是苗族诗人西楚，俺旁有个都小女孩，都把你要一个，让你记得啊，但你不记住，但就让可让了，梦大家记得。
菊在野，日出东南，菊在野。黄在菊，阳在菊，阴在菊。菊在菊旁，菊在物语。
火车，一些人启程远行，另一些人被远处遗忘。他们脚步匆匆，沿着轨道在命运里疾驰。
我是纳西族诗人任朗德，特别是喜悦都一个不说的，俺一直看那日本呢，结果的来了，是这那个日的那日子，俺一直看都把的，现在虽然那个国布了，跟着来到北啊。怎么觉得这个米的话的果子啊？
春日，我应该在苍山下望漫天的云彩；春天，我应该坐在窗前收集满目的樱花。
肥料，我在院子里栽种了23棵乔木和数不清的灌木。樱花、玉兰、石榴、水蜜桃、缅桂、紫荆、樱桃、兰花楹，它们开花的声音基本可以覆盖4季。我每天都会绕着它们转上1圈、2圈，然后想着有一天自己究竟要做它们当中哪一棵的肥料。
Hi, welcome everybody. We're starting the World Poetry Day right away. This is the East Asia, Southeast Asia, and Oceania Hub. And I'm Yulia Drezis, a poet translator, linguist, and China specialist. And I will be hosting the first part of the readings. We'll have some wonderful poets from China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau. Я рада всех приветствовать. Мы открываем вещание сегодня в День поэзии. И сейчас в первой части трансляции из этого хаба нас будут читать поэты из Китая, Тайваня, Гонконга и Макао. 各位好，咱们开始世界诗歌日的直播。第一部分是中国、台湾、香港和澳门的诗人朗诵会。And so the first one whom I'm sort of happy to welcome is the poet Yao Feng from Macau. So Yao Feng speaks Chinese and Portuguese, and he will not only read two of his own poems, but he will also present a poem which is a translation from Fernando Pessoa. So, and now I'll give word to Яофeng. Сейчас у нас выступит поэт Яофeng из Макао.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yaofeng, a poet from Macau, a small city famous for gambling. But here are also many poets living. Now to recite 3 poems, 2 of mine and the other one translated by me into Chinese. First one, 老马 old horse. 习惯了车把式、行人和汽车，也就习惯了不再奔跑。毛皮像一块黄昏，肮脏、松弛，已接近黑夜。金属的马蹄使没有草的路更加漫长。我坐在县城嘈杂的小酒馆，看着你使尽力气低下头，把大车拉上了斜坡，却不懂用你的语言喊一声，老马，进来喝一杯吧。The second one 在圣玛丽医院 at Santa Maria's Hospital。从白色的被单中，你向我伸出一只手，它修长、枯干，涂着扣单的枝节，像梅花，把冬天的树枝照耀。这些枝节，这些花，你一次次剪掉，又让它们一次次怒放。它们位于你生活和身体的边缘，但总是这么洁净，这么鲜艳。哪怕在这所和国家一样混乱的国家医院。抓住你的手，感到褐色的血管隆起，血液蠕动，从红色的指尖折返。记得你在书中说，在死亡的肉体中，指甲是最后腐烂的物质。Last one from Fernando Pessoa. Shepherd in Love. 恋爱的牧羊人。由于感受到爱，我对花香着迷。从前，我对任何一朵花的芬芳都不感兴趣，可现在我闻到花香，就像看到一样新东西。我知道花一直芬芳馥郁，就像知道我一直存在。这样的事物从外面一看便知。而现在，我会用深深的呼吸去感受它们。如今，花香弥漫，我就嗅到了它。如今，我有时醒来，在见到花朵之前，就已嗅到花香袭来。That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yaofeng. So, just a quick reminder that many of the poems that will be read today, they are translated into many languages. And so on the website, you can always press the tiny language buttons under the text to see the translation in other languages. So our next poet is Pan-Xi Chen. And I'm most proud to announce that Pan-Xi Chen, he emerged in the 80s as a campus poet. He won many literary awards, and after 20 years as an interpreter in the advertising business, he returned to poetry and has maintained a high profile by editing several top national journals. So Pan-Xi Chen is located in Dali in Yunnan province. Сейчас у нас выступит Pan-Xi Chen из провинции Юнань на юго-западе Китая, из города Дали. Welcome.
大家好，我现在在中国云南的大理，我的背后就是现在正在开放的非常灿烂的樱花。这个世界上我觉得有两种共同的语言，一种就是植物，一种是诗歌。我们把这两种这个共同的语言交汇在一起，我就在灿烂的樱花下，为大家用汉语读3首诗歌。第一首，雪的谬论。这么久了，人们一直漠视有关雪的许多谬论。现在该我说了，在北方，雪其实是灰色的，与纯洁无关。尤其在城市，雪就是一种自然污染。他们习惯与灰尘纠缠在一起，腐烂成泥水，在腐烂城市的每一条大街，每一个角落。如此简单的一个事实，却长久的不被人们正视。这到底是因为真理懒惰，还是谬论都披着美丽的外衣？第二首肥料。我在院子里栽种了23棵大树，银杏、樱花、樱桃、遍地黄金、紫荆、玉兰、水蜜桃、高山杜鹃。它们开花的声音基本可以覆盖4季，每天我都会绕着它们转上1圈、2圈，然后想着有一天自己究竟要做它们当中哪一颗的肥料。那么下面要读的一首是我特别崇敬的一位这个爱尔兰的诗人叶芝的一首名作《当你老了》，也是我最喜欢的一本，梁可嘉先生的一本。当你老了，头发白了，睡意昏沉，炉火旁打盹儿，请取下这部诗歌，慢慢读，回想你过去眼神的柔和，回想他们昔日浓重的阴影。多少人爱你青春欢畅的时辰，只有一个人爱你那朝圣者的灵魂，爱你衰老了的脸上痛苦的皱纹。垂下头来，在红光闪耀的炉子旁，凄然的轻轻诉说那爱情的消逝。在头顶的山上，他缓缓地踱着步子，在一群星星中隐藏着脸庞。谢谢。
Thank you so much. So I'm only introducing poets here briefly. So if you want to read the poets' complete biographies, you have to go to the website. Well, everything is posted on the website. So now the right to read his poem, the poems goes to Yu Yo-Yo. Next poet, one of the younger generation of Chinese poets from Sichuan, and I'm most happy to introduce her. Наш следующий поэт — это Ю Ю из Сычуани, один из представителей более молодого поколения китайской поэзии, и мне очень приятно, что сегодня у нее есть возможность к нам присоединиться. Welcome.
Hello, every poets. My name is Yu Yo. I come from China. I live in Chengdu City, Sichuan Province. And I start writing poems when I was 14 years old. I have published 6 collections of poetry. In 2019, I published my first collection of poems in English in London. And I'm very pleased to participate in the event and recite my poems. Now I read my 2 poems in Chinese and Sichuan dialect. The first one, 未发育。他用手搂了搂胸部，其实很多事物都还未发育，比如雨还没发育成河流，就落入了他黯淡的眼神之中。春天还没发育成少女的模样，就被人取走了，给出走的人制造意乱情迷。火车还未发育成远方，就被阻挡在盆地内。盆地是春天的子宫，子宫中的它未发育。The second one is 禽兽录. I read it in Sichuan dialect. 禽兽录，把你的心挖一块给我尝下，我想吃出水果的味道。把你的眼睛抠一只给我照照，要像节能灯那么省电。把你的鼻子削下来，我带它去下水道觅食。把你的手砍给我，去拍死怀孕的母蚊子。可恶的脊椎，为什么要是笔直的？如果它弯一点，或者给一头狮子下跪，像跳蚤那么有弹性，把腿锯下来当成拐棍。要不然去搅拌石膏，我要塑造成一匹烈马和驴交配，生下骡子。骡子绝不会为生育而烦恼。我为什么不可以想吃草就吃草，想吃肉就吃肉呢？一匹马践踏了自尊，绝尘而去，为什么不可以被吃掉，在别的肠胃里一样飞奔自如，被驾驭，被使唤，被奴役？马也可以骑在马背上。对 ，It's over. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're most happy to hear also some poetry in the dialects. So our next poet is Shu Cai, who's a poet, translator born in Zhejiang province, who holds a PhD in French literature. He has published 5 books of his own poetry besides translations from many French poets. And he will also present one of his translations today. Shu Cai was awarded the Medal of Chevalier of the French Order de Palme Académique in 2008. Итак, наш следующий поэт Шу Цай, он не только поэт, но и очень известный переводчик, который работает с французским языком, специалист по французской литературе, автор 5 поэтических сборников и переводов Пьера Эльверди, Рене Шара и Ива Боннефуа. А в 2008 году он был награжден медалью кавалера французского ордена академических пальм. И сегодня Шу Цай прочитает не только свои собственные стихи, но и перевод из Ива Боннефуа. Welcome.
还有西叶。一本伯恩福尔的诗，第一首汉字，一个汉字，我盯着它，它自己打开了，连它最隐秘的部分也被我察觉。一个汉字自己打开，又自己闭合，这中间的间隙，花掉了我的一生。第二首母亲，今晚一双眼睛在天上，善良、质朴、情满忧伤。今晚这双眼睛对我说：“孩子，哭泣吧，要为哭泣而坚强。”我久久地凝望这双眼睛，它们像天空一样，它们不像露水或者葡萄，不，它们像天空一样。止不住的泪水使我闪闪发光，这5月的夜晚使我闪闪发光，一切都那么遥远，太遥远的让我终生难忘。这双眼睛无论在哪里，无论在哪里，都像天空一样，因为每一天，只要我站在天空下，我就能感到来自母亲的光芒。第3首是我翻译的法国大诗人译本伯恩福尔的一首诗，法文叫做 Le vrai nom， 真正的名字。我把你住过的这座古堡命名为荒漠，这个声音为夜，你的脸为不在场。当你在贫瘠的土地上跌倒，我把掠走你的闪电命名为虚无。此是你曾经热爱的国度，我来，但永远是通过你阴暗的道路而来。我摧毁你的欲望、形式、记忆，我是你毫不怜悯的敌手。我把你命名为战争，在你的身上，我获得战争的自由；在我的手里，我会有你阴暗而沧桑的面孔；在我的心中，我会有这被暴风雨照亮的国度。谢谢，谢谢伊琳娜。
Thank you so much, Shu Cai. So we're going next to our next poet, poet Xi Ye, also from Dali in Yunnan, in the southwest of China. She's not only a poet, but also a musician. We're most happy to see her here today. Наш следующий поэт Сие, тоже один из молодых китайских авторов. Сие живет в провинции Юнань на юго-западе Китая, в Дали. Она не только поэт, но и музыкант, автор перформансов. И сейчас мы будем иметь возможность послушать ее выступление. Welcome.
大家好，我是西叶，来自云南大理。我朗诵的第一首是《秩序》。我希望一只橘子是顺着经脉剥下来的。挤牙膏的时候，我绝不从中间下手。冬天和春天都有一座寂静的花园。我的言语已躲开我的耳目。这是一个征兆，出于简洁，我没去阻拦。你看不到我思维的野草，那令人不安的幻想，像颗老石头。 归隐在我秘密的溪河里，风吹它不动。第二首，火车。一些人启程远行，另一些人被远处遗忘。他们脚步匆匆，沿着轨道在命运里疾驰。一些人被吞进去，一些人被吐出来。岁月的火车摇晃着秘密的抽屉，咣当咣当。一些人去不了远方，一些人回不到现在。因为之前就是明明老师说要准备一首音乐，因为今天我就给大家用中国的那个巴乌，就是云南这边的民族乐器，吹一首俄罗斯的民歌《山楂树》，就简单的吹一小段。不好意思，有点紧张。最后读一首那个翻译的，我歌唱一个人的自身是李野光翻译的，瓦尔特惠勒曼。我歌唱一个人的自身，一个单一的个别的人。不过要用民主的这个词，全体这个词的声音。我歌唱从头到脚的生理学。我说不单指外貌和脑子，整个形体更值得歌吟，而且与男性平等，我也歌唱女性。我歌唱现代的人，那情感、意向和能力上的巨大生命，他愉快，能采取合乎神圣法则的最自由的行动。谢谢。
Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, we now give the right to speak to our next poet, who's Yang Biwei, born in Yunnan. Also, she's one of the most acclaimed poets of her generation in contemporary China. She has published 2 poetry collections, 1 essay collection, a collection of academic criticism. She's the winner of the October Poetry Award, as well as the Hushi Poetry Award of the Young Poets category. And now she teaches at the Lucien Academy of Literature in Beijing. Наш следующий автор — это Ян Бивэй. Она тоже из провинции Юнань, один из самых известных поэтов молодого поколения, автор многих сборников, лауреат поэтической премии журнала «Октябрь» и поэтической премии Фуши в категории «Молодые поэты». И сейчас Ян Бивэй преподает в литературной академии Лусиня в Пекине. So I'm proud to introduce her, and now please welcome to read your poems.
Hello everyone, I'm Yang Biwei from Yunnan, the northwest China. Today I'm very glad to meet you, and I will read 2 poems for you. The first is my poem, 家庭背景 The Family Background. 家庭背景，杨碧薇。我的父亲是荒诞的，他年轻时杀人如火，晚年一事无成。我发育后，他看我的眼神，让我想起他看他初恋的那个女人。我的母亲病榻栀子花，总是搞不清自己是否穿了衣服，就去逛集市。如果有人摸她的左乳，她会把右乳一转过来让她摸。兄弟姐妹 一个比一个爱我。逢年过节，总在增强祖宗牌位下涂满农药的共果。哥哥加入了军队，为推翻父亲，他光荣的战死沙场。吉吉只爱琴棋书画，早就跟一名隐士远走高飞。我弟弟强奸犯后郁郁而逃，落草为寇，买了个三流明星当压寨夫人。我的妹妹最后死于艾滋，许多瓢虫装点她的身体。只有我善良而卓越。那天我朝家门口扔了半截红塔山，他们的义气就这样统统被点燃。我要读的第二首诗是来自于茨维塔耶娃的《我想和您一起生活》，由刘文飞翻译。我想和您一起生活，在一座小城，那里有永恒的黄昏，有永恒的钟声。乡村的小旅店里，古老的钟表轻响，像时间的水滴。傍晚，阁楼里时而传出长笛声，吹笛的人站在窗口，窗口有硕大的郁金香。或许你甚至没有爱过我。房间中央是贴瓷砖的大火炉，每块瓷砖都是一幅画，玫瑰、心、舰船。唯一的窗户上是雪，雪，雪。您或许躺成我爱的模样，慵懒、漠然、无忧，时而刺耳地画着火柴。香烟忽明忽暗，烟灰像灰色的短柱，在烟头处久久颤抖。您甚至懒得弹掉烟灰，整支香烟飞进了炉火。Thank you， 谢谢大家。
Thank you so much. So our next author is Yundrung Gyurme, who's a young poet from the back Tibet, Shigadze, as opposed to the front Tibet, Lhasa. He graduated from Renmin University in Beijing with a master's degree in philosophy and returned to Tibet, where he specializes in the studies of Tibet religions. So he published his first book of poetry in 2019. He speaks Tibetan and writes in Chinese with a deep concern for Tibet in the past. Наш следующий автор — это Юндрун Гюрме, молодой поэт из Тибета, из Шигадзе, который специализируется на изучении тибетских религий. В 2019 году в свет вышел его первый сборник стихотворений. Юндрун Гюрме говорит по-тибетски и пишет по-китайски. So I'm happy to give word to him, please. Unfortunately, there's no sound in the translation. So maybe we should give another try. 没有声音，没有声音。Okay, we'll try one more time, and if it's impossible to hit the poems now, we'll go in there a bit later. Okay, I guess we'll make another try. While we're waiting, okay, so I think we passed to another poet. And now our next author is Jacob Wu. Jacob Wu is writing in Chinese, but she's of Yi descent. And she speaks Yi, one of the Tibeto-Burman languages of China. And it's really great also to have here those poets who speak in smaller languages. Jacob Wu was born and grew up in Xichang. She went to college in Chengdu and later to the graduate school in Chongqing, becoming the first woman specializing in visual art. So she started publishing poems when in college and became well known as one of the best poets of the younger generation. So currently she's a PhD student in Malaysia. Jacob Wu, наш следующий автор, родилась и выросла в Сичане. Она говорит по-китайски и на языке И, Лоло, одном из тибето-бирманских языков Китая. И она в настоящий момент учится в Малайзии. Это прекрасно, что у нас сегодня есть и авторы, которые пишут и говорят на малых языках. So welcome Jacob Wu to read her poetry. Thank you so much.
Thank you for introduction. Very good afternoon, everyone. Very nice to see all of you online. I'm Jacob Wu. I'm a ethnic group from Southwest China. Today I'm here to share two my points. One is in Chinese language, is my second language, and one is in Yi language, is my mother tongue. So the first title is 就叫他索玛，就叫他索玛，以众人之爱命名，爱他，不止前世今生，仿佛连未来，从天上到人间。没有比她更美的神，但与其说爱她的美，不如说爱她饮尽万年风雪，独立高山，白也白的辽阔，红也红的苍茫。铿锵之情来自逆行的空气以及逆行的水土，也将怀抱他们荒老，向天地万物，所有自然而然的生和亡。而世界从不关心风朝哪个方向吹，你从哪儿来，你是什么，你到哪里去。但它拥有自己的花园和旧梦，还有清澈透亮的名字，就叫它索玛。The second one is in E language. 내가 부티치 망아지지 시조조. 내가 부티치 나니지 리도아디 베조사. 스니츠나 부두 인지니. 가마츠나 투제 인지니. 초 수코코 요코곰 츠그더주别了觉得过去不拉自己后的记日拉比解决20岁后的事从地主人你可陪亲呢弄那个知道几日马公那个时候是你出生个记阿罗呢而出生出了叔叔那个么错过说了没得那个三十多阿维死了不得了阿弟还出阿多数第二部分假使是路不久久你个什么阿么你阿弟不久久的过去Thank you for listening. That is one of my points.
Thank you so much. So it was great to hear those poems. So unfortunately, we couldn't hear Yundrong Gyurme. So maybe we still have the chance to hear him today. Maybe he will go on air a bit later. So as for now, I see that our South Asian hub with Indian, Pakistani poets started working already. So it's already possible to see the translation from the South Asian Hub on our website. So the website also has plenty of information. So it's not only possible to watch the translation on YouTube, it's also possible to watch it directly on the website. So and as for now, maybe we will still have a chance to hear Yundrong Gyurme. But now we've got another Tibetan poet, so Samer Darkpa, who's a Tibetan poet and novelist born in the 80s. So, Samer was a monk from age 9 to age 24. He started to learn Chinese at age 29 and worked as a private school teacher and a chef, a cultural event planner, a graphic designer whatsoever. So in present time, he lives in Halsa. But what I see here are some good news. Like I started introducing Samer already, but we see Yundrong Gyurme is on air. So now, one more time, we will have the possibility first to hear Yundrong Gyurme, a poet from the Back Tibet, from Shigadze, as I've introduced already. He graduated from the Zhenmin University in Beijing with a master's degree in philosophy, and he currently resides in Tibet. He writes in Chinese and speaks Tibetan. 这是雍正久美，中国人民大学哲学院哲学硕士，诗人。雍正久美毕业于中国人民大学哲学院，现就职于拉萨高市区管委会。So welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, that's perfect. You can read your poems now.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. I'm very sorry for the mistake. Hello, everyone, and I'm Yongzhong Jiume, and I'm in Lhasa, Tibet, China. I started to write poems almost in 2008 in Tibetan and Chinese, and I have published a poetry collection. It's called The Half Closed Window, and this book's in Chinese. And you know, I'm very glad to be here and to meet so many poets. Now I can read 2 Tibetan poems, and the first one is called the Semtuze Castle. Semtuze Karzong 네, 민나게 체면나 양의 양투 쇼부 넘주시 쇠 갑티어 장초기 남라 비고 데뷔 점주제 신도 송외 정슈남 이라체 트럽 주둔베 지그식 쿡더식 장초라 로레메 언장 주당 주체베 신점망고 카르종데 펌네 잠미시베 담녜 나초메 태양龙이虚空 다키 여기 차송네 시그즈의 춤중투 깨를 랑데 세탕 거기 선주제 종래탐写치 거슈비 창루남特动 송을 징춘이 유사 계획 포거 시탕 자와 군투 창아티 저lun트 남야 개장아 류 토렌 교된 초두 밀라망보 시메투 효루 대마세 쇼부 넘주티 치다리양 땜모두 직前나 송벌류베 장어티 제거 두천케 긴고당 자와르 미다베 춘이 또거바시. And the second is the two poems all about the Tibetan historical sites. Chenglong Kiwe Lo Tozong Pe Lojoji Samsu Yoshunki Chorong Bar Jinco Yangrong Tu Song Loja Zongki Xiacho Sawangaki Chagyashi Jawar Mishi Doje Tsutuye Dawa Jube Chenglong Tu Ma Lo Tozongki Jiri Ding Ki Tutir Mide Nyambaka Zuara Ju 어기出生点呢 차롬키 로다 샤나 다수 년아키增첩 규메투 슈르. Okay, thank you everybody, and just
Thank you so much. Thank you. Несмотря на все технические сложности, у нас была возможность послушать тибетского поэта Юндрунг Юрме, которого мы уже представляли. So at last we had the chance to hear Yundrung Gyurme, and now we go to another Tibetan poet, Samer Darkpa, who's a Tibetan poet and novelist born in the 1980s. He's bilingual and writes in Tibetan and Chinese. He was a monk from age 9 to age 24 and started to learn Chinese at age 29. He worked as a private school teacher, chef, cultural event planner, and graphic designer. At present time, he lives in Lhasa, and his work has been widely published, including his poetry, prose poems, his short stories, essays, and 3 collections of poems in Tibetan, and 1 collection of poems in Chinese. He's won several awards in China. Наш следующий автор — это Самар Дракпа, тибетский автор, который родился в 80-е, поэт, который пишет на тибетском и китайском языках. 我们下一个诗人是沙茂智化，藏族，生于80年代。他是个诗人，藏汉双语作家，自由职业，现居拉萨。So welcome.
你好，我读我的2首诗啊，我不会说英语啊。敦大他兄，秋日了芒果，你刚得猎将爬一里，肉肉骨马松，单向同完的去年人，南大国位东根节，사신节我干呐，拉拉查这个节位大贡献，破罗里比起，你那个国母吞过些别，俺拉东根奥的，西俄当地作家。了西兰的这个，西俄东国呢，俺人东赞呢，龙威俺出完的，卡多没比那样西拉山，俺人起身，西俄大东马本，很多里维扎的，你东西都还是可能是碰到。下一首，兄弟讲到我，俺拉让你学的不的单位，恐龙们的，你们的地震。拉比能个这么的拉开点些， 哈当里比咱们甚至为个鸟哦，张口的前期个他话讲破案能人，这让这些硬得多把里，蓝色乌克兰特征。咱们这你让你西米奥的这个没给当这个这个拉都不是，但那商家是买一本，你我呢也不特别教育，先把的人，开始讲讲空气，我动感情离不等呢。就今那样，这个相同于干了话等着。Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now our next poet comes from Taiwan. And we also got a poet who's writing in one of the smaller languages too. So this is Dong Shuming from Taiwan, whose mother is a Puyuma, one of the Taiwan Aborigines, and her father came to Taiwan from Shaoxing in Zhejiang province, China. Academically, she holds a PhD in Chinese literature, and she writes predominantly in Chinese. Наш следующий автор — это Дун Шумин. Дун Шумин родилась в Тайдуне. Ее отец этнический ханец из Шаосина в провинции Чжэцзян. Ее мать этническая Пуюма из Тайдуна. Пуюма — это один из многочисленных народов, живущих на Тайване, которые говорят на малых языках, коренных языках. И в 2003 году Дун Шумин получила степень доктора китайской литературы в университете Тайдуна и в настоящее время преподает там же на факультете китайской литературы. Она автор нескольких поэтических сборников и куратор Тайдунского фестиваля поэзии. Дун Шумин 生于台东，父亲是浙江绍兴人，母亲是台东避难族人。他是个诗人。是学者，2003年取得东海大学中国文学系博士学位，任教于台东大学华语文学系，著有很多诗集。自2014年起，与同系简启儒老师共同担任台东诗歌节策展人。So I'm proud to give word to Dong Shuming.
大家好，很高兴有机会参与这个活动。即使我想不讲英文，用中文跟这个世界的各地方的人，应该都可以做一点小小的沟通。如果没有读到或者没有听到我的言语，就麻烦大家读唇语好了。现在呢，我先读我2个作品。童话这个是20年前的，应该算少作了，若是少年的话。然后第2首我在读这2年完成的一个小小的诗作。童话，童年是雀鸟衔来的一枚梦，落在正直的电杆上，探问一棵树和一朵云，哪一个更快乐？树在山肚里抽长，云在天的怀里磨蹭。快乐便是相依相偎，倾听固执长路和剽悍的风，沿途高歌：海洋后海洋，喝呀，我还要喝。干杯！当满脸酡红的青山额角长出了皱纹，那一年的秋天竟不再唱着歌来了。天地狂舞，弄得我满身泥泞。世界为什么要生那么大的气呢？他说，温和的人发起脾气来也会一塌糊涂。我说，真像我在最顽劣的时候便拼命要去做一匹马。所以地球原来老早就是个不快乐的小孩，那他铁定也不在乎星星坠落一地的啜泣了。还好扫帚是热心肠又温暖的大人，一挥能叫再沉重的忧伤都带着希望安全着陆。我是一棵树，它是一朵云，在一条回家的路上边走边聊。 终于穿过迷雾，朝我奔来的是不是梦？回头时才发现是自己遗落的华年，藏好它，别让童年撞见了，否则童年一老，我们便不得不和快乐道别。而那最终又是谁，在极远的高处，如星光对我微笑？第二首如歌，这是送给我的外婆，她在107岁的时候远行。一条小路拾级，在重重的青山远远的穿上，仿佛小桥，仿佛轻舟，走啊走。2018年12月28日，黎明还在酣眠，山微微的颤了一下，喘一口气，换一口气，吐一口气，再一口，再是一口。转角的拔罐心底默念，像那曾经如微光闪烁的哈玛哈哈样颂歌。他说马里森唱不了，撒来伴来唱。于是米沙乌回来了，妈妈小姐在家里，在田里，在路上，在这里那里，从 Binaski 的画到日本画，到 Burpemurfo ABCD， 不只有 Ho Hayan Hayan， 还有呼呼哇，妈比呀比呀呀，呼呼呼哇会，还有我的一颗心献给一个人，还有祖国祖国，我们爱祖国，也有梅花梅花满天下。一条小河顺流，在层层的流光，静静的远方，仿佛清风，仿佛细雨，流啊流。每天每天，有时候是前门，有时候是后门，咚咚咚或砰砰砰，时应偶不应。部落里的这一条路或那一条路，直直的来，直直的走，笑他直直的心。连绿篱上的打个叶都懂他的坚持。没有浪费的时光，没有浪得的虚名，没有无谓的人间。一步一抖擞的步伐，硬挺的身影，不是脸上没有皱纹，连心都是。是火的不是水，是水的不是烟云。即使变身是水是烟云，还是每天每天好好走路，好好吃饭，好好睡觉。火一样的清清，水一样的明明，烟云一样的晶莹。一朵花，小小花，最最亲爱的小花花，随风摇曳，在渐渐老去的岁月，淡淡的暮霭中，唱着唱着，唱回了初萌的年少。Oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling, I love you。谢谢。
Okay, thank you so much. So here I've got a quick reminder once again that we're here are in the Eastern Asia, Southeastern Asia and Australia Oceania hub. But there are also other hubs on the World Poetry Today, and our South Asian hub with poets from India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh have already started their translation. They are on air now. So I'm most happy to welcome everyone at this festival. This festival is a kind of a new approach to how we listen and read poetry, where poets' voices in multiple languages sound equally and simultaneously throughout the day. So poets all over the world are feeling a lack of communication, and we can hear and be together with each other no matter our ability to physically travel. So here we can find a technical way to change it and experience the poetry's ability to bring people together and give them hope in our hard times. So this is a celebration of poetry with readings from 8 different world regions from 8 different hubs. And now to give us a short break, we want to show a tiny video with Chinese people, Chinese poets reading in several languages.
旗杆上的黄雀，同样的气流包围着我们。它的经济像我的食指和名字，在发热的季节，在3世纪，充满睡眠。风宽阔，它的翅膀轻轻抖动。
桑朱斯城堡，我在漆黑的夜晚，反复叠一个纸飞机，想起桑朱子笔直的墙壁，刺破梵天之衣。17世纪的一个春天，一只燕子没有归来，成群的乌鸦落在城墙上，宣告不响。20年前，父亲抓着我的手，站在日喀则的街角，说：“看，那是桑朱子宗。”
每天都有人死去，每天都有人死去。花园里每天都有新鲜落叶，泥土上沾着蝴蝶或蜻蜓的翅膀。
我是苗族诗人基础，安排了个都小你外，都话你要你个，让你记得啊，但你记住，但都让靠让了，梦大家记得。
菊在也，日出东南，菊在也。黄在菊，阳在菊，阴在菊。菊在菊旁，菊在物语。
火车，一些人启程远行，另一些人被远处遗忘。他们脚步匆匆，沿着轨道，在命运里疾驰。
我是纳西族诗人任朗哥，特别是喜悦到一个不上来，一直看到日本呢，结巴的来了，去着我个日本末日子，一直看到把人，现在我虽然这个国布了，跟着来到北啊。这么具体那个米的话的果子啊！
春日，我应该在苍山下望漫天的云彩；春天，我应该坐在窗前收集满目的樱花。
肥料，我在院子里栽种了23棵乔木和数不清的灌木。樱花、玉兰、石榴、水蜜桃、缅桂、紫荆、樱桃、兰花楹，它们开花的声音基本可以覆盖4季。我每天都会绕着它们转上1圈、2圈，然后想着有一天自己究竟要做它们当中哪一棵的肥料。
So this was a short video with those Chinese poets who were also wanted to join us but were unable to join us today. So at least we have the video readings. And now I'm happy to introduce our next poet, Jennifer Wang, or her Chinese name is Wang Yusi. Jennifer Wang, born and grew up in Hong Kong. She's the author of several collections of poetry, and she's also an award-winning author. She studied in Oxford and completed a creative writing PhD from Oxford Brookes University. She teaches creative writing at Poetry School and Oxford Brookes. Her poems, reviews, and poetry translations have appeared in many journals, and she's currently also the writer in residence in Basafiri. Наш следующий автор — это Дженнифер Вон Венси из Гонконга, которая родилась и выросла в этом прекрасном городе, автор нескольких сборников стихов. Она училась в Оксфорде, защитила диссертацию по творческому письму и преподает в Оксфорд Брукс. Ее стихи публиковались в многих известных журналах, и в настоящее время она также работает приглашенным автором в журнале «Пасафире». 王英思是香港诗人，土生土长的诗人，出版的诗集有3本，当中有一本是选为Spring Wild Card Choice 的诗集。他毕业于牛津大学，并在 University of East Anglia and Oxford Brookes 大学先后创作文学硕士和博士学位。从大学英国伦敦的西迪里的 Poetry School 等处任教。他现在是Wasafiri 杂志的驻场作家。So I'm happy to welcome Jennifer Wang.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for Mindy and others for it's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to read 2 poems. The first poem is called 如果如果係關於it is about my, the pandemic experience in when I'm living in England. 如果我與你之間的距離少於1米，如果孩子不需以 YouTube 為伴，如果能買車票去幻想中的國度旅行，如果砧板沒有裂痕，如果今天的菜不是西蘭花炒牛肉，如果明天我們相約在尖沙咀海旁漫步，能相信某年某日，白雲之間會再出現飛機的蹤影。如果生活重新獲得肯定，如果大家能脫掉口罩，打開心扉說亮話。I'm going to read also the second poem. This one is to do with Hohai in China, and I'm sure that lots of the poets are very familiar with the place. And it's although I don't live in Beijing, but I every time I went there, this place speaks a lot to me. Hohai 後海。如果你問我關於水的故事，我會告訴你，我會想起這樣的水。晚上湖上色彩斑斕，黃包車車夫一邊踩着踏板，一邊跟乘客練習英語。每次載客僅5塊，還不夠1英鎊。不是一個海，是一個湖。蒙古人來說可能是海，他們一輩子見到的是沙漠，不會常常見到海洋。元朝時這是船停泊的地方。這令人最深的湖，由地安門一直到新街口和平安大街，皇宮看來似乎很遠。你可以見到溥儀皇帝父親出生的恭王府。那兒的季節充滿蓮花和完美的雪的回憶。當地的羊肉串和豬頸肉、爆肚、炸腸，還有路邊的自行車和酒吧處傳來的聲音的音樂。工人們黝黑的皮膚和闊大的胳膊，有放學後過來的學生們，有談戀愛的情侶，有基於寂寞過來的人， 期望後海給他們一些安慰。還有我們在銀锭橋前拍的照片，即使是灰塵，也是充滿依戀的。如果有人悄悄說聲殺海，我會感到歷史在風中。Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. We're here at the East Asia, Southeast Asia, Australia, and Oceania hub. And we're continuing our translation with poets reading from China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau, and other places in the Chinese-speaking world. So we already heard some wonderful poets from Tibet, from Dali in Yunnan. We also heard a reading in the Sichuan dialect. And now we're so happy to also to have Cantonese here. So like Jennifer was presenting her poetry in Cantonese. And now I'm giving word to our next author, Han Bo, who's a poet, artist, novelist, playwright, travel writer, and curator. He graduated from Fudan University in China. He's author of poetry collections, prose, 7 travel literature books. He participated in many international festivals. He also was at the poetry festival here in Moscow. He, as a dramatist, he has set up his stage drama studio and produced more than 10 drama works. His works of painting, photography, and installation have participated in exhibitions in Shanghai, Hong Kong, Moscow, and other places. Наш следующий автор Хань Бо, которого связывает с Россией многое. Во-первых, то, что он родился в Мудадяне, практически на границе с Россией, недалеко от Владивостока. Хань Бо окончил Фуданьский университет в Шанхае, где он сначала изучал мировую политику, потом защитил диссертацию по литературе. Хань Бо автор не только стихов, но и многочисленных пьес, которые переводились на английский и получили широкую международную известность. Как журналист и редактор он сотрудничал со многими популярными изданиями, занимался редактированием антологии литературного журнала «Звуки языка». Сейчас он работает главным редактором в популярном шанхайском издании о культуре и путешествиях, пишет картины и активно путешествует по миру, насколько это возможно в наши непростые времена. 我们下一个作者是韩博，诗人、艺术家、小说家、戏剧编剧、旅行作家、策展人。韩博毕业于复旦大学，美国爱荷华大学荣誉作家，出版有中文诗集、英文诗集、德文诗集，长篇小说32篇，还有7本旅行文学作品。2017年起，有德国博士基金会柏林文学学会支持，驻留德国进行当代绘画研究。2018年有美国基金会支持，驻留福蒙特诗人艺术家工作室。目前诗歌作品已被翻译成多种语言，包括法语、英语、德语、俄语和西班牙语等。作为戏剧工作者，曾创办夜行舞台戏剧工作室，出品有10部戏剧，不同的戏剧作品。作为艺术家，绘画、摄影、装置作品曾在中国、俄国、美国等地展览。So now I'm here to welcome Han Bo to read his poems.
Thank you, Yulia, for such a long introduction. And I still remember your tango in Moscow before Varas. So I'd like to choose 2 pieces of my poems. just from this collection. It was published in Moscow just before the virus for such a difficult time. So the first piece is 黑烟挂晒，道为天下裂，黑烟挂晒，卧轨唤醒沉睡的浩然无足采信，大地从未沉睡，梦游只为风出的黑烟挂晒，内燃机的怜悯，梦见秋园，旱草枯对牛羊。粪便与泥尿冷而油腻，大地挂晒的污迹跃动而感染洁净，像骑马人的牙齿一样松朽，像夜空挂晒眼神一样失眠。怜悯挂晒，巡视夏的表层，车厢里的进口意志梦见草的主人下马，定居水泥潮闷的汉语，牛羊的夏。啃光骨瘦的鼠灾，黑烟为天下裂。只身打马，打马的铁轨的使者，假托高速而不动。The other piece, Twin Cities 连城，民族细分，一匹瘦马撞见另一匹，他马即地狱，他妈的，荒诞斯坦并入正确斯坦。昏处取鬼神，怨愤上人衣。巫舍睁眼睡觉，邻里三更运动会。互治长短，是非颜色。月入千窗，体千分。和风搭在垃圾场。一个人挖坑，一个人埋空，一个人挖坑中之空，一个人埋空中之坑，一个人。借坑空挖空坑，一个人凭空埋坑空。做诗人头晕目眩，两侧经书，咸与咸酸，一侧鞭长不及马腹，一侧眼眸扑破坦克。Thanks, gracias. To every poet all over the world. 谢谢。
Thank you so much, Hanbo. So now we're here at the East Asia, Southeast Asia, Australia, and Oceania Poetry Hub. And in our first part of our translation, we've got predominantly Chinese poets, poets from Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau, not only reading in Chinese, but also reading in the many languages of China, in Tibetan, in some of the Chinese topolects, so Chinese dialects, and Cantonese. And we also had some videos with people reading in other Burman languages of China. So it's great to have such a variety of languages here today. And I'm most happy to welcome these poets. So I've got a quick reminder that after the Chinese part of this translation, we'll have some brilliant readings by poets from Japan, Korea, Cambodia, and Vietnam, as well as Thailand. So you're welcome to stay and hear some more great poetry today. And now I give word to our next author. Our next author is Bao Huiyi. Bao Huiyi was born in Shanghai, and she holds a PhD from the University College in Dublin. She's a poet, she's a literary translator and scholar in medieval literature. She's currently teaching as an associate professor at the Department of English at Fudan University. She's the vice director of China-Australia Creating Writing Center in Fudan. And she's published 2 books of poetry, 1 monograph in English, 1 monograph in Chinese, 3 books of essays. She's translator of 12 books from English into Chinese. She taught at the Trinity College in Dublin before joining Fudan. She's a member of the Shanghai Writers Association and also of Shanghai's Translators Association. Наш следующий автор – это Баохуи из Шанхая, доктор наук Дублинского университета в Ирландии и доцент кафедры английского языка в университете Фудань. Баохуи не только поэт, но очень известный переводчик. Она автор поэтических сборников, монографий, эссе, 12 книг переводов. Баохуи – лауреат Международной ирландской премии для переводчиков, премии Национальной библиотеки Вэньцзинь и других. Она, кроме всего прочего, заместитель главы Китайско-австралийского центра творческого письма в университете Фудань и исполнительный директор Шанхайской ассоциации переводчиков. 包慧妍生于上海爱尔兰都柏林大学中世纪文学博士复旦大学英文系副教授已出版诗集有2本还有英文专著和中文专著评论集散文集等等还有他还翻译了不少英国和爱尔兰诗人的作品包括也曾受爱尔兰文学交流会国际译者奖、中国书店文学奖、国家图书馆文静图书推荐奖等入选上海市青年文艺家培养计划曾任教于爱尔兰都柏林圣三一学院文学翻译中心，现为复旦大学中澳创意写作中心副主任，上海市翻译家协会常务理事。And I welcome Bao Hui to read 2 poems of hers and 1 translation from Harry Clifton.
Hi, thank you, Julia, for the introduction, and thank you, Mindy, for having me here. I'm very happy to join you in this special way on this day. So I'm going to read 2 poems of my own first, and then to be followed by a translation from the Irish poet Harry Clifton. So the first one is called The Archipelago, 岛屿生活。这是冰川时代遗留的巨型圆丘，这是淡金色山谷拥带的灰蓝峡湾，这是圣灰树，正顶峰炫耀逝者缤纷的许愿节。这是一场久远饥荒后废弃的牧场。从一座岛到另一座，选择永远是假象。从一片海到另一片，维京人心知肚明，所以蓄长须，削龙骨。从容劈开雪宗怒浪，你得好斗又贫瘠，像节节败退的泡沫高墙，才会管那叫征服。岛民们从不那么想，他们熟知那白云，日日出没于西山，执着于崖畔，它不会改变形态，投身湖海。他们眼中长草。细看礁石坡绵延，暗存先祖们是否来自俄摩拉？死去国王的宝座列队，引入浓雾与骤雨。那峭壁上独坐的老人还吹响永不变奏的风笛。从一座岛到另一座，从无毡受孕的番石榴到化身绵羊的山蔷薇，奇迹是众岛的特产。从观看一幅画到成为画，成为颜料、天青石、山脉，成为布纤维和透视法。你想知道的一切，岛屿都乐意吐露，但别指望真相。So the second one is called On the Curing of Depression. 关于抑郁症的治疗，现在我只需把胸中的钝痛精细分辨，命名、加注、锁入正确的替格。哪些眼泪是为受苦的父亲而流？哪些为了染霜的爱？又有哪些仅仅出于战栗，为这永恒广漠 无动于衷的新兴监狱里，我们所有人的处境。假如每种精微的裂痛都能像烦恼于为时宗找到自己不偏不倚的位置，像罪业与但丁的漏斗，它们将变得可以承受。每种我不屑、不愿、不能倾诉的苦痛，都将郁结成棕色、橄榄色、水银色的香料，在时光的圣水瓶里酝酿一种奇迹。修辞树在受难的心前隐遁无踪，言语竟是轻浮。假如不是为了自救，铺陈不可饶恕。假如可以带粉笔进入迷宫，以纯蓝标记每一处通往灾祸的岔口，我到过这儿，必将永不再受诱，它们将变得可以承受。假如我尝到的每种汞与砷能使你免于读懂这首诗，它们将变得可以承受。小病号。So the last one is a poem called Cloudberry, which I translated from my best Irish friend, also the Irish poet Harry Clifton. 云梅，雾霭和披盖沼泽，那是冰川消逝的地方。书上却说是这儿才能找到云梅。就在这一小片土地上，在达特山脉的西坡，我可以看见你瞪着我，好像在说什么？在这种天气里，难道野玫瑰果正逐渐转红的山楂、致命的颠茄，对你还不够？这个国家一半的树里正迸溅出各色毒草和万灵药，这些还不够。管它叫烤苹果吧，像加拿大人那样，我不在乎。阿尔卑斯山和冻原，泥沼和枯萎的石楠，是他选定的故土。至于我厌倦了把生命缩减为一种居家的隐喻。我想回去，就一次，在一切爱尔兰之物的背面，去往那自由迁徙的时代。那时，一个男人上路，脑袋里只有一个词语，只有一块破碎罗盘的指针为他导航，穿越现在已沦为风景的地方。受惊的羊群簇拥着，西风烈烈，吹散的沼泽棉花，颤抖如100万名先知的胡须，正率领他们的选民离开放逐之地，去尝尝普遍性杰出的淡而无味的果实。像我一样，它扎根于看不见的事物，并且属于所有的地方。谢谢大家。Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for reading your translations and your own poetry. So now I'm reminding everyone we're here at the World Poetry Day today at East Asia, Southeast Asia, Australia, and Oceania Hub. And we're gonna have readings by some poets from Japan, Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Thailand very soon. So like in half an hour's time, we'll be here with another set of countries. And following them, we will also have readings by poets from Australia, poets from Indonesia, poets from Singapore, Malaysia, and other countries in this region. As for now, on the website, it's possible to see our translation. It's possible also to watch it on YouTube. But if you go to the website, you can also see the complete biographies of the poets, and you can also switch between hubs, like among hubs, because there are plenty of them. There are 8 different hubs, and the South Asian hub has already started their translation. It's already possible to hear people reading from India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and this region. And now we continue with our Chinese poets. So the next poet whom I'm proud to see here today to introduce is Zheng Xiaoqiong. Zheng Xiaoqiong was born in Sichuan and went to work in Guangdong as early as 2001. Her works were published widely in People's Literature and Poetry magazine, and some works have been translated into various European languages and published abroad. And in total, she published 6 poetry collections. But what I think is important to say about Zheng Xiaoqiong, she's one of the leading figures, one of the most famous poets in the poetry of migrant workers, like an important new poetry trend in contemporary China. She has been part of many international poetry festivals, and it's great to welcome her here today. Наш следующий автор это Zheng Xiaoqiong, которая родилась в Наньчуне, в провинции Сычуань на юго-западе Китая, но в 2001 году она уехала жить и работать в Гуандун. Что мне кажется важным сказать о Zheng Xiaoqiong, это то, что это один из самых известных авторов, один из главных авторов направления поэзии рабочих мигрантов, новой социальной поэзии китайской. И она не только редактор, она лауреат многих премий, в том числе Народной литературной премии в Китае. 我们下一个诗人是郑晓琼，他生于四川，是个四川南充人。2001年南下广东打工，他的作品发表于很多中国诗刊，有作品译成德、英、法、日、韩、俄、西班牙、土耳其、越南、印尼、尼泊尔等语种在国外出版。出版中文诗集有6本吧，还有法文诗集，还有英文诗集，越南语诗集，作品获得多种文学奖励，曾参加国际诗歌节，比如说柏林诗歌节，土耳其亚洲诗歌节，很多很多不同的诗歌节。So welcome. Zheng Xiaoqiong, we're most happy to see here today.
Oh, 能看得到吗？好，可以吗？可以吗？可以吗？能听得到我的声音吗？哦，大家好，我是郑晓琼，不好意思，那我是四川人，然后现居广东，然后我今天朗诵的这2首诗《工业区》跟《火车》，恰好收录自我的那个诗集《黄曼岭》这本诗集里面。下面我就为大家朗诵这2首诗。工业区。被子灯亮起的，楼房亮起的，机器亮起的，疲倦亮起的，兔子亮起的。这嘛是星期7的夜晚，是8月15的夜晚。月光亮出一轮空白，栗子林中，清风吹拂体内的树被多年沉默不语的安静。长路草丛的丛林， 已成的灯火亮起的工业区，好多方言，好多乡愁，好多微弱和单薄置身其中，好多月光照耀星期七的基台图纸，它在上升，照起我的脸，慢慢的落下来的心，好多灯在亮起的，好多人在经过，置身工业区的灯光，往事，基台，那些不能言喻的月光、灯光，和我好多渺小，小得像零件片，灯丝，用微弱的身体温暖工业区的繁华喧嚣，而我们有过的泪水、喜悦、疼痛，那些辉煌、卑微的念头、灵魂，被月光照耀、收藏，又将被它带远，消隐在没得人注意的光线。火车，我的体内收藏一个辽阔的原野，一列火车正从它的上面经过。秋天在深处，新亮的暮色里，我跟到火车辗转迁徙，在空旷的郊野种下1000棵山楂树，它们白透的树冠，火红的果，透出的仁爱、安宁。我晓得命运像不尽的山岭、平原，一条弯曲的河流，它们跟在火车后面低低地蠕动。远近的山头站到衣衫褴褛的树木，散淡的不真实的影子跟到火车走，1棵2棵，站在灰茫茫的原野，我对那些树木说，是我的亲戚朋友。谢谢。
Thank you so much. Thank you, Johnson. 谢谢，谢谢，
谢谢月亮。
So now we're here at the East Asia, Southeast Asia, Australia, and Oceania hub. And now I think we've got one more thing to see from Yunnan, Dali in China. We have our wonderful poet Xi Ye, who will also play some music and make a kind of a poetry music performance for us. Thank you. You're welcome.
大家好，我先给大家介绍一下那个云南的乐器，那个葫芦丝，为大家吹一段吧，因为没准备。这边的民族乐器叫月光下的凤尾竹。 还要继续吗？
Thank you so much. I think you can do one more if you like.
这个是中式印第安笛，就是把印第安笛稍微改良了，是变成了中国式的了。我吹一段那个故乡的原风景。都是小乐器。那个小抒情我没有准备，我给大家弹一首流行的钢琴曲吧，然后休息一下，我们可以继续了。我就弹一首短的。好的，谢谢，没有准备，临时弄的。
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. So we're continuing our China part of this translation. And now we're gonna have a wonderful video with some more Chinese poets reading. So now there will be an option to see those who didn't have the possibility to physically join us during this live stream. So now we will have the opportunity to see and hear some more poets.
I'm Fanny. I'll read my translation of
你们视频出来的
Chinese
彩的
and then the original in Spanish under the title Animal. 动物，我与一只隐秘的动物住在一起。我白天做的事，它晚上吃掉。 我晚上做的事，他白天吃掉，只给我留下记忆，连我最微小的错误和恐惧也吃得津津有味。我不让他睡觉，我是他的隐秘洞。El animal. Cohabito con oscuro animal. Lo que hago de día, de noche me lo come. Lo que hago de noche, de día me lo come. Lo único que no me come es la memoria. Se encarniza en barbar hasta el más chico de mis errores y mis miedos. No lo dejo dormir. Soy su oscuro animal.
My name is Xue Qingguo, a Chinese translator of Arabic literature. I will read a short poem by Mahmoud Darwish, first in Chinese. 夏与冬，没有什么新鲜事。这里的季节只有2个：漫长的夏天，常如远方的宣礼塔；冬天，犹如一位修女在虔诚祈祷。至于春天，这无法停下脚步，除了在耶稣升天时驻足道一声您好。而秋天不过是闭门回味我们的岁月年华如何飘零在回归的路途。我们把生命遗落在何处？我问一只绕着灯光飞舞的蝴蝶，顿时它在泪水中燃烧。Now in Arabic. صيف وشتاء لا جديد. الفصول هنا 2. صيف طويل كمئذنة في أقاصي المدى، وشتاء كراحبة في الصلاة خشوع. وأما ربيع فلا يستطيع الوقوف على قدميه سوى للتحية أهلا بكم في صعود يسوع. وأما الخريف فليس سوى خلوة للتأمل فيما تساقط من عمرنا في الطريق رجوع. فأين نسينا الحياة؟ سألت الفراشة وهي تحوم في الضوء فاحترقت بالدموع.
Hello, I'm 江林静。在逃亡里，奈利萨克斯。在逃亡里，此般盛大的迎接，在途中，围裹在风的头巾里，双脚陷入沙的祈祷中，从未能说声阿门，因为必须从其到义继续。奄奄的蝴蝶，很快又见到海。这块石，刻着苍蝇的碑文，交至我手中。我以世界的变迁替代了故乡。In der Flucht, Nelly Sachs. In der Flucht wär ich große Empfang, unterwegs. Eingehüllt in der Windetuch, Füße in Gebet des Sandes, der niemals Amen sagen kann. Denn er muss von der Flosse in den Flöger und weiter. Der kranke Schmetterling weiß bald wieder vom Meer. Dieser Stein mit der Inschrift der Flieger hat sich mir in die Hand gegeben. Anstelle von Heimat halte ich die Verwandlung der Welt.
I'm Shu Cai. I will read at first my translation in Chinese, and then I will read this poem in French. The title of the poem of the French poet Yves Bonnefoy is La Neige. 雪，它来自比道路更遥远的地方，它触摸草原花朵的赭石色，凭这只用烟书写的手，它通过寂静战胜时间。今夜有更多的光，因为雪，好像有树叶在门前燃烧，而爆毁的柴禾里有水珠滴落。La neige, elle est venue de plus loin que les routes. Elle a touché le pré, l'ocre des fleurs. De cette main qui écrit en fumée, elle a vaincu le temps par le silence. Davantage de lumière ce soir à cause de la neige.On dirait que des feuilles brûlent devant la porte et il y a de l'eau dans le bois qu'on rentre.
My name is Mingdi. I'll read my Chinese translation of the poem Star by Derek Walcott. 心，如果在万物的光亮中，你真的隐退，退潮一样被撤退到确定而恰当的距离，就像月亮一整个晚上被隐藏在树叶之间。愿你给这所房子带来隐秘的喜悦。哦，星星双倍的同情。对于黄昏你来得太早，对于黎明又来得太迟。愿你苍白的火焰引领我们最糟糕的部分，穿越混乱，带着平淡的日子里的热情。
My name is 刘文飞。你脚步声的音乐，曼德尔施塔姆。你脚步声的音乐，像在寂静的林中积雪，像缓慢的幽灵，你走进寒冷的白天。冬天像黑夜深沉，积雪像流苏悬垂。乌鸦站在树枝上，它一生见多识广。匆匆赶来的梦，像涌起的波浪，它热情地粉碎年轻的薄冰。我灵魂的薄冰啊，在寂静中生成。
My name is Mingdi. Here I will read a poem of Swedish poet Thomas Tranströmer. 活泼的快板，黑色的日子走后，我演奏海顿，手上感到一阵简单的温暖。情境愿意，温和的榔头在敲，音色苍翠。活泼安详，硬是说自由并没有消亡。有人不向皇帝进贡。我把手插入我的海顿口袋，模仿一个人从容地观望世界。我升起海顿旗帜，表示我们不缺从，但渴望安好。音乐是山坡上的一栋玻璃房。那里石头在飞，石头在滚，石头飞滚着横穿过屋子，但每一块玻璃都安好无损。
Hello. So we're almost through with our Chinese part of the translation. And our next part in this hub will be poetry readings from Japan, Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Thailand. And I now give the word to our next presenter, who is a poet from Japan, Yosuke Tanaka. Yosuke Tanaka is the author of 4 poetry collections. He works as a molecular cell biologist, but he's also the editor of the poetry magazine Kisaki and monthly poetry reviewer in other Japanese journals. His poems have been translated by different authors, and he held unique poetry workshops on numerical tanka in Tokyo, Kawasaki, Kolkata, Maebashi, and other places. So we're happy to see Yosuke here. And now I leave and give the word to Yosuke to present the Japanese poets.
Can you hear me? Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. I'm Yosuke Tanaka from Tokyo, Japan. And it's a great pleasure and honor to be here to serve as the Session 2 presenter and Zoom coordinator. And thank you for the great introduction, Yulia. I'm really grateful. Today, it is a very heavy storm here in Tokyo, which is said to be bringing us the spring season. I wish this poetry reading will also bring us the delightful spring season against the pandemic. Please stay relaxed and enjoy the readings by 12 poets from Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Thailand. So, Mindy, do you want to start with the Renshu video or just start with the Mari's reading? Which is this? So Mari's reading is okay? Yes, okay, thank you. So so let's start the reading of 12 poets. And after these readings, we have a very marvelous range video. So please enjoy. So our first poet is Mari Kashiwagi from Japan. She's an excellent poet in the younger generation and also has published many works, also as a curator of Japanese ceramic art. Today, she's going to read 2 short poems from a recent, very beautiful bilingual poetry collection entitled Butterfly. Mari, please.
Thank you, Yosuke. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mari Kashiwagi from Japan. Today, I'm reading 2 of my poems, Butterfly and Butterfly Rainbow. I read them first in English and then in Japanese. Butterfly. Butterfly moves on, collapsing the space between hearing and not hearing. Butterfly is time lavishly blooming on the edge of time. Butterfly so airy, unable to bear the burden of knowing. Butterfly is time whirling after her being. Butterfly is going, leaving behind only time shaped like a butterfly. Butterfly that she will be going is sealed in her being. The next poem, Butterfly Rainbow. Rainbow shimmers, a memory of butterfly having been here. On butterfly's shoreline, rainbow slumbers. What rainbow could not articulate? A butterfly. Sky's reincarnation as a rainbow butterfly. Rainbow rises, butterfly alights. Then I'm going to read them in my mother language, Japanese. 蝶、聞こえることと聞こえないことの間を壊してゆく。蝶。蝶は蝶の後を舞う時間。蝶は時間の先に咲きこぼれている時間。知るということを積めないほどに軽い蝶。蝶が言ってしまった。蝶の形の時間だけを残して。And finally, the second poem in Japanese. Butterfly Rainbow. 蝶、虹。虹が泳ぐ。蝶がここにいたことを。蝶のほとりにまどろむ虹。虹の言えなかったことの蝶。空が虹に生まれ変わるという蝶。虹が昇り、蝶が沈む。Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maori-san. Very good. So next, we are going to introduce Takako Arai from Japan. She is serving for Japanese language education for foreigners in her university, which I guess broader poetry, many insightful transcultural and translinguistic issues. She's going to read an experimental poem in her mother tongue, the Joshu dialect of Japanese. Takako-san, please.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Takako Arai. I was born in Kiryu City, well known as public industry in Japan. I will read my work about it in my local language, arranged for poetry. Wheels. 火が来るよ。もうすぐここに火が来るよ。って知らせ続ける女の蛇がいましてね。押し入れの天袋にようようと詰まっておったんです。布団に入るたびその声聞こえて大きくなったから、姉さんも私もしまいに持たなくなってしまったの。ぎゅうぎゅうにこめかみが張り込んで、今夜じゃねえか、今夜じゃねえか、消したか切ったか閉めたか火の矢が入る隙間はないのか、目ん玉を落っことすほど確かめるようになってしまって。蛇は3代前の女工さんの形見です。すれ違う男氏が振り返るべっぴんだったけども、慕った人に騙されてヒロポンやるようになってしまって、寄宿から出られんほど夢さ見るようになってしまって、火が来るよ、もうすぐここに火が来るよ。火事の幻見ておった。あっこに火つかるのこが出てたんかもしんないね。女ばっかしの工場だから、水飲みで水含ますとちーっと気戻りして、片方が笑ったってが、見事な藤びたいが切なげで、火が来るよ、暑いよ、暑いよって蒸気して、痙攣して、うなされ死にした。ここでジャンボンあげたって聞きました。里の兄さんはもらいに来ねえで、片身になった曲げさえとうとう天袋にしまい込まれて、それですよ、横と騒いでるのは。コンロの火、ストーブの炎、こたつの練炭、タバコ盆、風呂の釜、雨戸の掛け金、窓の鍵。あんまり真剣だと一つ見た後前のが分かんなくなるもんです。そりゃ八百長だって蛇様の声すれば初めっからやり直し。日が来るよ、もうすぐ来るよ、灰皿ざるを得んのです。糸繰り工場の足元に置く七輪、どんだけ目で舐めたか分かんねえ。かじりつくから声はおっかねえよ。きっかけは姉さんでただふざけてただけなんです。ふりしてただけなんですよ。女工さんの風呂場の明かり真っ暗にして火が来るよ、暑いよ、暑いよ。真似すんだもの。私は泣きました。脅かす姉にしっかりついて泣きました。びっくりしただけなんです。でも、幼い姉は底光りして冷えていく湯気の中で、芯へ迫っていきました。火が来るよ、火が来るよ、来るよ、来るよ、工場が燃えるよ。声が声さ手かけて来てしまった。きびすを返して来てしまった。ギーッと食い込まれる真っ裸の二人でした。布団さおっくるまってこらえてたけど、どうしても這い出して背中にスーッと立っている女工さんは一緒に火の元覗き込んでる。はってはって這いずって天井裏がほこりさ吐いてタンスの取っ手がカタカタなって。腹に降りねえの実感がわからねえのいくらしても。火の気さ見て火の気を見つけてしまう。私たちは消したかどうかの度が過ぎて消えてるコンロのガス穴が消えてるタバコの吸い殻が消えてる火鉢の燃えかすが思ってしまう。見てしまう。怪しびる。追っかける私を追っかける姉さん、追っかける女工さん、追っかける私は追っかける姉さん、追っかける女工さん、追っかける私は追っかける私は。私たちは巴になってあえいでるネズミです。父さビクビク震わした家ネズミです。追いつかないの、走り火に。糸車が笑ってる。工場脇のドブ川のほとりでよく花火したもんです。仏壇から真鍮のろうそく立て持ってきて、仏さんの火に色紙寄せて、じんわり火薬さすわします。チーッとむせてから火は跳ねるでしょ、回るでしょ、砂利蹴って子供のくるぶしかすめ取ろうとするでしょ、水に移ってプンと鼻緒がふこげたとき、かじりつくんです。火はないでしょ、足が仏さんには。だから食らいつくんです。追われてんのは私たちなんですよ。私たちなんですよ。糸車が笑ってる。真っ赤なヤグがありました。女工さんの古地盤さ剥ぎ合わしたものでした。潜り込めばも早くて風が喉を抜けました。一層潜れば西日がさして、らんらんと太った蛇が天袋から這い出そうとしておりました。2匹のネズミを狙っていました。瞳が黄色に透けていました。メラメラ炎が張ってくる。燃えました。女工さんが髪がほどけてかげろうになりました。燃えました。姉さんがそっぱからちょろっとベロを出しました。私はどぶっぱたに立っていました。くるぶしがカッと裂け。糸車が回ってる、熱風に回ってる、火の手を掴んで回ってる、執念深く回ってる、とぐろのように回ってる、すくせを睨んで回ってる。宝石工場は火の車。火の渦飲んで回ってる、どこまでも回ってる、いつまでも回ってる。 回ってる。真っ赤な糸を紡いでる。
Thank you so much, Takako-san. I feel like that the Kanayo-san is not still here. Is Kanayo-san here? No? So I will proceed my own poem before that. So this, according to the opportunity, I'd like to read my own poem, two poems. As a molecular cell biologist, I went to many places overseas before the COVID-19 pandemic. And I read two of my poems regarding my trips to the Australia and also in Germany. So the first one is Orion, entitled Orion. This is the Orion stars in the southern hemisphere, and I felt very, I'm familiar to the southern hemisphere because this was the first time I went there, and I went to a children's hospital of Dr. Very essential developmental cell biologist, and I learned every day some very tiny experiments, and I will reread this poem, Orion. Okay, Orion. シドニーの鉄道は東京の鉄道に似ていた。都心の環状線から北と西と南に視線が分かれ、乗り換え駅ではひっきりなしに通勤電車が発着する。銀色の電車はコロコロした2階建てで快適な座席が並んでいる。シーサイドの中央駅から西行き黄色のラインで30分。郊外電車は途中まで快速である。素敵な速さで小駅を全部通過して明るい郊外の駅に着く。駅前に本屋と雑貨屋と写真屋とラーメン屋の小さなモール。1週間前、気温は40度に上がり、南行き青色のラインで通勤電車が脱線した。9人が死亡、15人が重傷。雨は全く降らない。パラパラと砂ぼこりが立ち上がり、道の並木の葉がチリチリに乾いている。青空に夏雲が浮いて少し曇ることはあるが、またすぐに晴れる。施設はおとぎの城のように立っている。柔らかな青い入り口を入ると、ガラス窓のスロープが吹き抜けをぐるぐる下っていく。明るい陽光の中で女たちはニコニコと愛想がいい。チキンバーガーとカプチーノ。窓から見下ろすと、糸杉の並木の庭がどこまでも続いている。黒い鳩がパンくずを漁っている。並木の間にベンチがある。ぐるぐるとガラス張りのスロープを降りて糸杉の並木を歩いていった。芝生のロータリーを過ぎ、舗装道路を横切っても、まだまだ並木道はまっすぐに続いている。天然の風がさらさらと気持ちが良い。道は突然、灰色の鉄柵で閉ざされて、円形の小広場で終わる。広場にはきれいに磨かれたベンチが一つ、雑木林と穀物畑を見られるよう置いてあった。毎日いつも永遠の眠りにつく子供らがある。かすかに消毒薬の匂いが流れる。あくまでも北から太陽はこの庭を照らす。逆上するオリオン座だ。赤道を越えて2月。南半球はひっそりと静かである。 Thank you so much. This was my first poem. And the second poem is the German poem regarding the Rhine River. I went across the Rhine River with the sorrow of the ferry on the very short trip, but it really refreshed me. 13分間寄稿。ライン川はかなり早く流れている。10分間で朝の川を流れていく。519の中洲の標識を過ぎると対岸は近い。振り返ると1万円のぶどう山、頂上に城がある。川べりの赤い屋根の村々が教会の先頭を天に突き刺している。船着き場の通りを3分間歩いて左側の雑貨屋でよく冷えたオレンジジュースの小瓶を買い、堤防の大きな木の下に整えられたベンチでそれを飲むんだ。夏の強い日差し、帰りのフェリーはまだ来ない。Okay, thank you so much. Those are my presentations. So I think that the Kanayo-san is now coming to the Zoom. So I will ask her to unmute. Unmute お願いします。じゃあ、かなよさんの番です。よろしくお願いします。ちょっと紹介しますね。The next poet is Kanayo Ueda from Osaka, Japan. She serves for a unique artistic NPO cafe, Coco Room, in a poverty district in Osaka downtown, where she kindly provided us the opportunity of poetry for cafe. That is a pay for your coffee with a poem. A pay for your coffee with a poem on the World Poetry Day several years ago. Thank you so much. Today, she's going to read a poem in his mother tongue, the Osaka dialect of Japanese. Kanayo san, お願いします、please. You are not, ミュートを解除してください。できますか？ No, ちょっとお待ちください。Could someone send her the request for the unmute? I can't do this somehow. Kanayo-san. So why Kanayo-san is coming out in the separate window from myself? I don't understand. Olga-san, すみません. Excuse me. Could you help us? Kanayo-san, I cannot read this. Oh, with Kanayo here. Okay. So he's not the Kanayo, she's not the Kanayo Ueda. So I'm now just asking her mute 解除.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi. Hello. はい。じゃあ、上田かなよです。My name is かなよ上田。Hello. 水脈。水は下へ下へ流れてゆく。呼びかける声。通っている。聞こえへん声。問われてる。かき分けて、野生の草の言葉、眠る言葉。脳に不時着して、そこで生きる言葉。屋根から出てゆく言葉。地に潜り、千年後に芽吹く言葉。1000行の滑走路に飛び立つ言葉。あ、ゴルフクラブ杖のようにして歩いてるあのおじさん。道路の脇でひっくり返ってるやん。転んでるけど大丈夫？大丈夫やないですよね。あ、あの大きい犬。あの犬に倒されたん？おじさん。起き上がることもできひんで、目カーッと見開いて叫んだん。ちゃうわ！地球の引力や！その瞬間、有名なフレーズが浮かんでん。地球も揺れたで。万有引力とは、引き合う孤独の力である。 道路脇のレストランの店主が覗きに来てね、この様子見てるねん。境筋の日差し、照り返してんで。もうその店はないねん。壁が緑色で、洒落た扉やった。建物の後ろは阪堺電車が行ったり来たりしてんねん。引力に引っ張られたおじさんのために、救急車呼んで見送って、何度か繰り返したん。このおじさんの福祉サポートする人からケース検討会議に呼ばれて、アルコール依存についての話やって聞いてね。でも本人はお酒やめたいわけやないから、私は行きませんって断ってん。ほんで、1年ほどして病院で死んだわ。駅前の畳6畳ほどの葬式会場。前に声をかけてくれた福祉職員2名しかおらんかった。エレベーターの中の沈黙のように一人の空気が止まるねん。そのおじさんについてはもう一つ話があってね。あんまりにお金がなくなってね、ココルームのバザーに神棚を持ってきて売りたい言うねん。うちは買い取りなんかしてないんけどね、もし売れたらそのお金を渡そうかと特別な返答をしたんやん。ほんだら、早速、天井近くにあった神棚を下ろしてね、ほんだら、なんや、お札が落ちてきたんやって。ほんで、預かった神棚、すぐに売れてん。ついてるね。神様のおかげやん。みんな、ニコニコしてた。神様も、水も、巡ってゆくねん。ありがとうございました。はい、Thank you。
ありがとうございました。どうもどうも、かなよさんありがとう。そしたら、かなよさん、アンミュートお願いします。アンミュートどうするのかな。大丈夫、大丈夫。Good, great. Thank you. These four poets are from Japan. So now we are moving into the South Korean section. So the first poet is Hwang In-chan. Hwang In-chan, please. He is a South Korean poet in a younger generation. He was born in 1988 in Anyang, Gyeonggi-do, Korea. After graduating from the Department of Creative Writing at Chun'an University, he made his literature debut in 2011 with the publication of his poems in the monthly journal Hyundai Munhak. Okay, author of the poetry collections Washing a Minor, His Word, and Repetition for Love's Sake. In 2012, Hwang was awarded the 31st Kim Soo-young Literature Award. So thank you. So Hwang In-chan, please. Excuse me, I didn't give him the right to say. So wait a moment, please. So I'm feeling this is, this is good. So Hwang In-chan, please.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 황인찬입니다. 일단 시를 읽어보겠습니다. 구관조 씻기기. 이 책은 새를 사랑하는 사람이 어떻게 새를 다뤄야 하는가에 대해 다루고 있다. 비현실적으로 쾌청한 창밖의 풍경에서 뻗어나온 빛이 사파로 들어간 문조 한 쌍을 비춘다. 도서관은 너무 조용해서 책장을 넘기는 것마저 실례가 되는 것 같다. 나는 어린 새처럼 책을 다룬다. 새는 냄새가 거의 나지 않습니다. 새는 스스로 목욕함으로 일부러 씻길 필요가 없습니다. 나도 모르게 소리내어 읽었다. 새를 키우지도 않는 내가 이 책을 집어든 것은 어째서였을까? 그러나 물이 사방으로 튄다면 랩이나 비닐 같은 것으로 새 장을 감싸주는 것이 좋습니다. 나는 긴 복도를 벗어나 거리가 젖은 것을 보았다. 네, 한 편 더 읽겠습니다. 건축. 친척의 별장에서 겨울을 보냈다. 그곳에서 좋은 일이 많았다. 이따금 슬픔이 찾아올 때는 숲길을 걸었다. 그러나 여기서 그때의 일을 말하지는 않을 것이다. 그보다는 어떤 기하학에 대해, 마음이 죽는 일에 대해, 건축이 깨지는 순간에 대해 이야기하고 싶다. 이 시는 지난 여름 그와 보낸 마지막 날로부터 시작된다. 이리 나와봐. 벌집이 생겼어. 그가 밖에서 외칠 때 나는 거실에 앉아 있었다. 불 꺼진 거실에 한낮에 빛이 들이닥쳐서 여러 가지 무늬가 바닥에 일렁였고 어쩌지? 떨어뜨려야 할까? 그가 물었지만 대답하지 않았다. 벌집은 아직 작지만 벌집은 점점 자란다. 내버려 두면 큰일이 날 것이다. 그가 말했지만 큰일이 무엇인지는 그도 나도 모른다. 한참 그는 돌아오지 않는다. 벌이 무섭지도 않은 걸까? 그것들이 벌집 주위를 바쁘게 날아다니고 육각형의 방은 조밀하게 붙어있고 그의 목소리가 언제부턴가 들리지 않아 무섭다는 생각이 들 때. 하지만 벌이 사라지면 인류가 멸종한댔어. 돌아온 그가 심각한 얼굴로 말하던 것을 기억한다. 그때쯤 여름이 끝났던 것 같다. 여름의 계곡에 두 발을 담근 두 사람이 맨발로 산을 내려왔을 때, 늦은 오후에 죽어가는 새의 체온을 높이려 애썼을 때, 창을 열어두고 외출한 탓에 침대가 온통 젖어 어두운 거실의 천장을 바라보며 잠들었을 때, 혹은 여름날의 그 어느 때, 마음이 끝났던 것 같다. 다만 나는 여름에 시작된 마음이 여름과 함께 끝났을 때에 대해 말하고 싶었다. 그러나 그것이 정확히 언제였는지는 도무지 알기가 어렵고, 마음이 끝나도 나는 살아있구나. 숲길을 걸으면서 그가 결국 벌집을 깨뜨렸던 것을 떠올렸다. 걸어갈수록 숲길은 더 어둡고 가끔 무슨 소리가 들리기도 했다. 그리고 이 시는 시간이 오래 흘러 내가 죽는 장면으로 끝난다. 그때는 아름다운 겨울이고 나는 여전히 친척의 별장에 있다. 잔뜩 쌓인 눈이 소리를 모두 흡수해서 아주 고요하다. 세상에는 온통 텅 빈 벌집뿐이다. 그런 꿈을 꾼 것 같았다. 감사합니다. 땡큐.
Hamdia, thank you. So, very beautiful reading. And the next poet is Kim So-yeon. She, please. Kim So-yeon published her first poem, We Praise, in 1993. Excuse me. She has published the poetry collections Push to the Limit, The exhaustion of stars pours the night. Bones cold tears. A mathematician's morning. 2E. Toi? I think I can read this. She's the recipient of the Novak Literary Award, the Hyundai Literary Award, the Yuxa Poetry Literature Award, the Contemporary Poetry Award. So she's going to read 2 poems. So Kim Soo-yeon, please.
안녕하세요. 저는 김소연이라고 합니다. 망원동이라는 제목의 시를 먼저 읽도록 하겠습니다. 망원동. 지금은 하루가 구부정히 걸어가고 있다. 박수 줍는 노인처럼 뒷짐을 지고서. 반짝이는 조약돌을 주었다. 온전한 동그라미 속 온전한 온기를 손안에 꼭 쥐고 10년 전 골목을 걸었다. 여전한 감나무, 여전한 목욕탕, 여전한 놀이터, 여전히 부서진 장난감들. 인형 하나를 주었다. 눈알 하나만 없어도 악마처럼 보이는 천사의 얼굴을 쓰다듬는다. 나는 소식이 필요하다. 아무 일도 일어나지 않았다는 소식. 너무 많은 잎들이 지고 있었지만 살려달라는 결규 같은 건 들리지 않는다. 유머거리의 수화처럼 하루 종일 잎들이 떨어지고 있다. 조금 더 어두워져야 한다. 여린 불빛들을 모두 볼 수 있으려면, 더 여린 불빛들로 옛집을 찾아가려면. 아직 아무것도 도착하지 않았지만 기다리던 사람을 만난 것처럼 그 자리에서 나는 기도를 멈춘다. 10년 전 하루를 주워 소주머니에 넣는다. 무사히 밤이 온 것이다. 네, 새벽이라는 시 한 편 더 읽겠습니다. 새벽. 무서운 짐승이 걷고 있어요. 무서운 짐승을 숨겨주는 무서운 숲이 걷고 있어요. 무서운 숲의 포효를 은닉해줄 무서운 새의 비명이 번지고 있어요. 그곳에서 해가 느릿느릿 뜨고 있습니다. 침략들이 냉기를 버리고 더 뾰족해져요. 비명들은 어떻게 날카로워질까요? 동그란 비눗방울이 터지기 직전에 나는 어떤 비명을 들었습니다. 이 비명이 이 도시를 부식시킬 수 있으면 좋겠어요. 너무 많이 사용한 말들이 실패를 향해 걷습니다. 입을 다물 시간도 이미 지나쳐온 것 같아요. 숲의 흉터에서는 버섯이 발가락처럼 자라나고 있어요. 이 비명과 어딘가 비슷하군요. 달이 사라지기 전에 해가 미리 도착합니다. 함께 할 수 있는 한 악착같이 함께 해야 한다는 뜻. 나무가 뿌리로 걸어와 내 앞에 도착해 있습니다. 무서운 짐승보다 더 무서워요. 무서운 것들은 언제나 발을 먼저 씁니다. 발은 무서워요. 발은 고단함만 알고 도무지 악담을 먹습니다. 감사합니다.
Alhamdulillah, thank you so much. So our next poet is Kim So-yeon. So no. So sorry, I'm confused. So our next poet is Shin Bo-seon, please. His poetry collections include 15 Seconds Without Sorrow, Someone Always in the Corner of My Eye, today I'm not so sure. And if I have to kill someone, he's a recipient of the many literary prizes, and he's an associate professor at Yonsei University, where he is researching and teaching sociology of the arts and cultural mediation. So is Shimbo-san ready? Okay, so
Yes,
please.
I'm ready.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I just read two poems? 필요한 것들. 나에게는 6일이 필요하다. 안식일을 제외한 나머지 나날이 필요하다. 물론 너의 손이 필요하다. 너의 손바닥은 신비의 작은 놀이터이니까. 일의 조각난 부분을 채워넣을 어나먼 거리가 필요하다. 네가 하나의 점이 됐을 때 비로소 우리는 단 한 발짝 떨어진 셈이니까. 수수께끼로 남은 과거가 필요하다. 만약 그래야만 한다면 모든 것이 이해되는 단 한순간이 필요하다. 그 한순간 드넓은 허무와 접한 생각의 기나긴 연한이 필요하다. 말들은 우리에게서 달아났다. 입맞춤에는 깊은 침묵을, 웅덩이에는 짙은 어둠을 남겨둔 채 더 이상 말버시기를 그친 우리. 간혹 오후는 호우를 뿌렸다. 어느 것은 젖었고 어느 것은 죽었고 어느 것은 살았다. 그 어느 것도 아니었던 우리. 항상 나중에 오는 발걸음들이 필요하다. 오직 나중에 오는 발걸음만이 필요하다. 바로 그것인, 아닌, 아무것도 아닌, 아무 것인, 모든 것이. 오늘 나는 흔들리는 깃털처럼 목적이 없다. 오늘 나는 이미 사라진 것들 뒤에 숨어 있다. 태양이 오전의 다감함을 잃고 노을의 적자색 위험 속에서 눈을 부릅뜬다. 달이 저녁의 지위를 머리에 눌렀으면 어느 행인의 애절한 표정으로부터 밤이 곧 시작될 것이다. 내가 무관심했던 새들의 검은 주검, 이마에 하나둘 그어지는 잿빛 선분들, 이웃의 늦은 망치질 소리, 그 밖에 이런저런 것들, 규칙과 감정 모두의 절박한 나, 지난 시절을 잊었고 죽은 친구들을 잊었고 작년에 어떤 번민에 젖었는지 잊었다. 오늘 나는 달려기에 미래라는 구멍을 낸다. 다음 주에 욕망, 다음 달에 무, 그리고 어떤 결정적인 구토의 연도. 내 몫에 비극이 남아있음을 안다. 누구에게나 증오할 자격이 있음을 안다. 오늘 나는 누군가의 애절한 얼굴을 노려보고 있었다. 오늘 나는 한 여자를 사랑하게 됐다. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Korean people. So that we are now moving on to the Vietnam. So we are inviting two splendid poets from Vietnam. The first poet from Vietnam is Nguyen Bao Chang. She is an award-winning poet from Vietnam, and she trained as a cinema scenarist at the Hanoi Cinema and Theater University in 1991, and currently works for Vietnam Television as an editor and a documentary filmmaker as in the areas of arts and culture. So she's going to be reading two poems today. So are you ready, Gwen?
I'm ready.
Okay, Gwen, please. Thank you.
Okay. Nguyễn Bảo Trân from Hanoi, Vietnam. I'm going to read two poems in English and in my mother tongue, Vietnamese. The English version was done by myself. So first, I'm going to read it. The first poem in English first. The first poem is Resurrection. The strong windy day is dyed red by April flowers, as if covered by the marks of passionate lips that makes spring confused. The April man looks so sad. The enchanting green could not tie him up. He may disappear into the darkness of sorrow. The brown eyes of the April man are tearful. He cries for his motherland. And the worries of human lives, where the clouds have gone, the sunlight is scattering. The way home is vague. The old well is dry. No mirror for the sky, but there are still the hidden water resources running silently under the unseen soil. Tears, sweat, and blood have been overflowing, penetrating the earth for thousands of years. They have also been coming up to the tree's branches through the roots. The bitterness turned into beautiful flowers and sweet fruits. It painfully falls with a crown of thorns. Clouds become fresh rain, falling down to carry the earth. And love is resurrected at every single dawn. He's a Vietnamese. Phục sinh. Hoa gạo tháng tư nhuộm ngày cả gió, những vệt môi nhức đỏ rối lòng xuân. Gió đắm đuối chẳng thể nào níu buộc người đàn ông tháng tư sầu muộn, chàng khuất phía nỗi đau. Tháng tư mắt nâu thương màu xứ sở, xót phận người bể dâu. Mây trắng đâu nắng âm âm mịt mờ, giếng xưa cạn gương soi trời đã vỡ. Muôn mạch ngầm giấu lòng đất cổ, ngàn năm nước mắt mồ hôi máu đỏ. Ngấm rễ ngược cành giàn giụa đắng cay, trổ mùa hoa trái. Khi chàng gục xuống xiết vòng gai đau đớn, mây hóa thành mưa ân ái đất đai, và tình yêu sống lại mỗi ban mai. The next poem is questions and answer. Question and answer. What is arriving? A new day of life. What lives always? Youth. What might stay? Experiences. What could be forgotten easily? Once was self. What is hard to forget? Tastes of the past. What should be well engraved? Others' kindness. What should be ignored? Others' depths. What should not be repeated? One's old mistakes. What should be faded? Last sorrows. Vietnamese version. Hỏi và đáp. Điều gì đang đến? Một ngày mới của đời. Điều gì mãi rời xa? Thanh xuân. Điều gì còn nán lại? Kinh nghiệm. Điều gì dễ bỏ qua? Phiên bản lỗi của chính mình. Điều gì rất khó quên? Mùi vị ký ức. Điều gì nên ghi khắc? Lòng tốt của người. Điều gì nên buông? Món nợ của người. Điều gì không nên giữ? Sai lầm cũ của mình. Điều gì cần phải xóa? Nỗi đau vừa hằn in. I'm done. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we are going to move on to the next poet. And our next poet from Vietnam is Nguyen Huy An. Also an award-winning poet from Vietnam. Nguyen Huy An is an education expert, children's author, poet, translator, and social activist. Deputy Director of the Russian Vietnamese Literature Promotion Support Foundation, Vice Chairman of the Children's Writers Committee, Vietnam Writers Association. She studied in Moscow. Today she's going to read 2 poems. Nguyen Huy An, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to give my warmest greetings to poets around the world and poetry lovers of every language. I'm very happy to be part of such incredible event. And I think that poetry connects, shares, and transcends the borders of nations and of people. So my first poem, All We Need Is the Way. A harp would be reading in Vietnamese because so you can feel the real rhythm of my mother tongue, which I adore dearly and proud of. Writing poem is one of my ways to show that adoration and pride. And my second poem I will read in Russian, the language of the land that left me nostalgia and lovely impressions, because I went to the college there. Now, the first one, All We Need Is the Way. Một con đường anh ạ của hai ta, một nét phác thờ ơ gọi là số phận, ngang dọc ổ gà chập chờn hoa lá, hun hút gió về đẩy chân bước sóng đôi. Cơn lốc tình yêu từ tiền kiếp xa xôi, ngây ngô và nồng nhiệt, cho cơn thức suốt tháng năm rằng giặc tuyết, cho mùa đông sáng rực ra lòng tay, cho giấc ngủ không về thấy rừng hồi hộp thở. Ngực nghẹn ngào xin nhận một hơi say. It is a long journey since our cheeks and our eyes are still young, innocent and full of dreams, into the season of troubled breath swept by cruel rain. Our hair turned gray quietly, while our passionate hearts hold on to the breath of life. In moments like this, how I long we could walk slowly together, just let go of the road that keeps running into eternity. The destination that we dream of is nothing but abyss. Trust me, all we need is the way. And now the second one is the Russian version. У людей, давно идущих по дороге, пурпурный был на плече, старые истории на дне кармана и пакетик сухой лаванды. Неосторожный ход и фиолетовые музыкальные ноты звучно напоминают о любви, что до горизонта пурпурно, что зовет ласково, неутомимо, что, умирая, не отпускает. За лавандой в поле ходишь, чтобы увидеть, насколько жизнь еще ветренная, чтобы понять лиловые страсти и отчаяние, невинный каприз, пылкую дикость, нетерпеливое желание себя отдать, может вынести не только молодость. О, нет, прорезает горизонт фиолетовая любовь, и извечный аромат все еще тебе шепчет молодое слово. Если это решается, то можно я и на вьетнамском языке, может быть, это вариант вьетнамский. Oải hương. Những người đã đi rất lâu trên đường, vết bụi tím trên vai. Trong túi dép đựng vài câu chuyện cũ và một túi oải hương khô. Một cử động bất cẩn, nhạc tím lên nhắc nhớ đến tình yêu tím ngắt chân trời, một tình yêu không ngừng âu yếm gọi, không buông tay cả khi xác xơ rồi. Tìm đến oải hương trên cánh đồng để thấy đời vẫn còn gió lộng, ngỡ tuổi trẻ mới chịu nổi những nồng nàn tuyệt vọng. Vẻ đòng đảnh hồn nhiên, vẻ hoang dại tha thiết, nôn nóng hiến dâng. Một tình yêu tím ngắt chân trời. Hương thơm già nua vẫn say đắm trao người, một lời non tơ. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you for very impressive reading. So now we were already over for the Vietnam part, and it looks like our reading is going too fast. So we do have plenty of time. So please do feel free to take any questions or something by this chat if you have to any points of these sessions. They are still around here. And so now we are going on to the Cambodian part. So we are inviting two very splendid poets from Cambodia. And the first poet is Fina Sol. Can I ask her the
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, you're ready. But there, because there's still some time, I'll read the bios. Fina Sao is a writer, poet, publisher, and literary translator. With a background in psychology and social work, she co-founded Slap Paka Kumar, an informal writers collective in Phnom Penh, as well as Kampu Mera Editions, a small press through which she and her peers have published 3 anthologies of short stories, predominantly by women writers, a historical novel, and 2 translations from French literature. In 2017, she also founded the Khmer Literature Festival, which was organized successfully in 2019 after the 2018 programs double in size and scope from the first year. Congratulations. She regularly organizes reading events, embracing the value of inclusivity and free expression. She's working on a publication of a poetry collection of Cambodian women poets. So, Fina So, please.
Thank you. I feel so warm for the introduction. Thank you. And I'm also pleased to celebrate the World Poetry with you all as well today. I'm going to read 2 poems. And the first one is my memory about my first home ever that I remember during growing up in the early 80s. So it is called Bobo Muat Moi Le Ching, or it is called in English Lips on the Wall. I'm going to read these poems in Khmer, and through half of the poems, I will going to traditionally chant as well. Bobo Muat Moi Le Ching Chang ផ្ទះឈើកំបាំងនៅក្បែរស្រះវាស្ងាត់វាខ្ពស់ជាងគេណាស់គេហាក់ឃើញច្បាស់ថាភ្នែកពិតភ្នែកនោះនៅតែតាមរុករករាល់ពេលក្មេងជ្រកលេងឆ្ងាយចិត្តភ្នែកហាក់អង្វរសុំអាណិតខ្ញុំសុំលេងពិតពីពួកយើងនៅលើជញ្ជាំងក្តារផ្ទះឈើភ្នែកក្មេងលេងក្រោមលើស្រែកកងអើងភ្នែករត់តាមឆ្លាចិត្តពើតពើងថាណែកូនយើងខ្ញុំសុំលេងក្លិនឈ្ងៀមជាប់ស្នាមដានកំភ្លើងជញ្ជាំងខាងជើងមិនកំប្លែងគ្រាប់ដែលគេបាញ់ឮក្រំក្រែងជញ្ជាំងខាងជើងប៉ិនចំណាំផ្ទះឈើធំខ្ពស់ពីប៉ុលពតមានសពប្រកាសពាក្យម្ដាយផ្ដាំមានអ្នកស្លាប់ច្រើនសូមកូនចាំផលបុណ្យបំណាំចាំប្រលឹងអារម្មណ៍ពេលលេងមានអ្នកមើគិនថាកុំព្រើលមែនទេដឹងថាភ្នែកអ្នកស្លាប់ជាប់ប្រលឹងគ្មានបងប្អូនដឹងថានរណាប្រហែលពួកគេចង់ឲ្យជួយស្រែករកជំនួយជួយអាសាធ្វើបុណ្យដាំងបាតឲ្យកាយារួចរាល់តសាជាប់នឹងផ្ទាំងអោហែនតែមានដានប្រលឹងអារម្មណ៍ផ្ទះនឹងមិនស្រឡាំងភ្នែកមាត់តែងឃើញទូមិនច្បាំងស្រែកណាំងហើយសុំក្មេងឲ្យជួយ This is the first poem. Thank you. I'm going to read the second poem. It is called I'm Floating in English. I'm going to read this poem in two languages. First one, Khmer, my native language, and then second one in English as well. So like the first one, this I'm going to chant the first one. I'm going to read and then chant the halfway through the poems. And this poem I wrote for a woman who in 2017 was chased by a security and they let her die in the Mekong River. So I dedicate this song to her soul and also a cry for justice for the gender-based violence against women in Cambodia. សាកសពនៅទន្លេមេគង្គសពខ្ញុំអណ្ដែតលើមេគង្គរាងកាយស្ពោតត្រង់គ្មានវិញ្ញាណខ្ញុំឈរសម្លឹងទឹកភ្នែកគ្មានរូបកាយអន្តរធានរលាយបងយកមិញខ្ញុំលងខ្ញុំដង្ហើយស្រែកឲ្យអ្នកជួយឈររហ័ងទុកឲ្យខ្ញុំស្លាប់អ្នកមិនចង់អ្នកមិនជួយស្រង់ឲ្យខ្ញុំស្លាប់ព័ត៌មានពីខ្ញុំពេញពោពាសចេញផ្សាយច្រើនណាស់វិទ្យុស្ដាប់រកស៊ីផ្លូវភេទគេឲ្យស្លាប់គេដេញគេចាប់ ចេញពីទីកូនប្រុសមានម្ដាយមានតែម្នាក់កូនពិការជាក់ជើងទាំងពីរអោកូនមានម្ដាយកូនសំភីម្ដាយលាគ្មានទីវិលត្រឡប់សាក់សពអណ្ដែតខ្ញុំវិលវល់ប្រលឹងនៅខ្វល់ក្រូចធុញថប់កំហឹងវិញ្ញាណគុំចិត្តស្អប់ពុំមានចិត្តស្ងប់បន្តិចណាប្រសិនបើគេហុចតែដៃម្លែកខ្ញុំមិនខ្សែចោលកូនភ្ងាចិនអនដេរថៃខ្លៅលើសមៀប៉ុនប៉ងប្រហាដូចសត្រីកូនប្រុសមានម្ដាយសុំតកើនមកជ្រុលខស្ត្រីអស់ផ្លូវរកស៊ីផ្លូវផែនចិញ្ចឹមពៅកូនធំកូនត្រូវអង្គភ័យម្ដាយអោមេកងសូមលេបខ្ញុំទៅគុំតុងខ្ញុំនៅអនដែតអាយអោត្រីទុនលេគុំចិនណាយចឹកកាយខ្ញុំទៅជាចំណៃអោអ្នកនេសាទគុំរួញទេរំលងរូបាសូមប្រណីសូមឲ្យមេកងទឹកក្របីលេបរូបខ្ញុំនៃចេញពីលោក Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
I
you so much.
wonder if I have a few minutes to read in English.
Yes, please. Yes.
Thank you. I'm floating. I'm floating in. I not glance at my decaying body. I'm floating on you, beloved river. Last night I was drowning and you looked away. I cried my heart out, but you walked with dismay. I'm floating on the Cambodian news. People feel sad and confused, but that could not help me. I left behind a handicapped child. I have always missed his smile. His childhood I left behind with no return. My drowning body is floating. Creatures without hearts, departing without giving their hands. I was dying and I could not see my child's innocent face. I was a sex worker whose life was beyond tip and lower. I apologize. Oh Mekong River, swallow me. In fact, I lost interest in living a long time ago. Swallow me, river. Fishes eat me. Do not hesitate. It's you, fisherman. I pray you do not put your eyes on my body. Let the river absorb me peacefully. Oh, how I wish to reborn again. To be a mother with full protection, love and warmth for her child for the rest of her life, and not to share the fates as how I died in this life. Thank you.
Okay. So Fina, you are unmuting right now. Thank you so much. So impressive, Fina. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so emotional. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. I felt like this also reminds me T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland. There's also fisherman drowning or something, but it's not to make them. Okay, thank you so much. So now I think it's time to move on to the next sport. Yang Chiringri. I don't think the pronunciation is perfect. He's also from Cambodia. So I'd like to unmute him. So, oh, he already did it. So I'll introduce him. He's born in 1988 in Kandar province near Phnom Penh to parents that were forced to marry during the Khmer Rouge. Well, helps to teach children and promote reading through the Magic Library project. He edited a bilingual collection of modern poets, In the Shadow, which was published in 2016, and is a co-founder of Slap Paka Khmer, an informal group that is created with the aim of promoting writing. Collaborated with a Brazilian cinema researcher creating video poetry and sharing them with Khmer and expat audience. His poems have been appeared in the New Hak Literary Journal, an Asian anthology, and the Biennale of Asian Poetry in New Delhi. So he's going to read 2 poems today. So Yan Cherry, please.
Hello, hello everyone. I report at Asia, across Asia and Africa and Europe, and I'm so happy to be here and to share and celebrate the world poetry together. So I have 2 poems to share with you guys today. So the first one I will read in Khmer. I will chant in Khmer and I read the translation later. And please note that the nature of this poem is a woman. ឃើញបងទីហ៊ានបងដើរសុំទៀនតាមបេនតាមផ្សារលើកដៃសំពាំងសំបីកោមាអូនលួចសួរថាបងពិតឬខ្លែងអូនតាមលួចគុណសពរឹករឹងទុនអេរយាបងស្ដែងតែអូនអាសូរសំលៀងបងឯងលេចចេញជាងស្ដែងទីហ៊ានសន្តានអូនរិនគិតជ្រៅឃើញដៃបងត្រូវកំបុតពីប្រានអូនសួរខ្លួនទៀតថាតើកល្យានពិតជាធ្លាប់បានបូជាជូនជាតិអូនគិញពីបងត្បិតចិត្តនួនល្អងនៅតូចចង់អៀតមិនហ៊ានឲ្យលុយខ្លាចខំម្ដងទៀតបើទួងសារជាតិបងពិតយ៉ាងណា I see you, a soldier, a wanderer, and a beggar. You beg at a bus station and in the market by clapping your palms together. Young people like me ask whether you are real or fake? Are you real or fake? I keenly observe your gesture, both soft and fresh, harsh and callous. Your actual manner and emphasis, your faded, used up, discoloring uniform, show me that you are real. You are a real soldier. I sink deeper as I watch your movement of your body, where your hand used to be, pulling trigger at enemy like rivers of soul to the end of the world. And I ask myself again and again, how have you survived? How have you really made sacrifice for the nation? I turn away from you, still unconvinced that you are a real soldier, to give you my spare change. Are you real or fake? So the first poem finished. So now I will read my second poem, and this one I will just read it as normal and in my original language, and then I read the translation later. It's called My Dog. គេងគិតអាណិតឆ្កែក្នុងស្រុកកម្រឃើញសុខស្ងប់ដងណាព្រឹកថ្ងៃល្ងាចយប់ឆ្កែឆ្លេឆ្លាដេញខំមនុស្សសាសាក់ផងគ្នាចម្ងាយ10ម៉ែត្រក៏តាមព្រុសចិត្តគៀកហោះស្ទុះហែកអង្គាភ្នែកពេញកំហឹងហូរពោពៀប្រុងតែខំគ្នាឥតស្រាកស្រានលោតែឆ្កែណាសន្សំសុខបាយក្តៅបញ្ចុកញុះត្រាបានឆ្កែតែស៊ីហើយក្តៅក្នុងប្រាណឃើញគេហក់ផ្កានឥតរញរាគិតយូរទៅជ្រើអាណិតយុបយន្តក៏ឥតព្រមលែងលាព្រោះតពេញភូមិបង្អើគ្នាពុំមានវេលាណាឆ្កែស្ងប់ My dog I slept thinking of the dog pitying them barking in the dark night and day into noon barking growling at anger running traveling disdain for a bite of the flesh wild with anger and hunger starvation flame in their eyes ready sharp and faint to spill blood. Those pursuing peace are served fresh cooked rice to pit them against each other. Anger inside isolated them without a friend in their eye. They are forced to accept and to beg. Now, angry, incessantly barking dog, friends against friends. The enemy inside never have been at peace or in harmony. Thank you. And I would like to credit that all the poems were translated by poet Chapisat. And thank you for everyone in this group and everyone who watching the live. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yang. So it was so beautiful song, and the poem was very impressive. So we are going to the last poet from Thailand, Sirivati. So okay, Sirivati, hi, how are you? So Sirivati is a pseudonym of Mrs. Natrie Thai Ploihirung. She was born in 1984. She started writing before attending various seminars and courses like the Art Writing Project with Thai National Art Season 3, 2017. Author of the poetry book, Children Move the World. Wow. So she's going to read 2 poems today. So Sirivati, please, are you ready? Oh, you're not ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I have some problem, a little bit problem on mobile phone because it will be certainly shutting down automatic. I'm worried about that. Hello everyone. I'm very excited and thank you very much for inviting me to celebrate the World Poetry. Today I will read two poems. So I will read in Thai language and the translate will appear on website. The first one is Children Move the World. ลูกเคลื่อนโลกกายเกิดก่อต่อเติมเริ่มก่อตั้งจุดประกายไฟหวังอย่างไรบ้างมือต่อมือไม่เคยพรั่นใครบั่นทางโลกข้างหน้าจะพราวพร่างหนทางเธอลูกของแม่แม่ของลูกลูกของโลกยังเปื้อนปนวิปโยคอยู่เสมอที่ประท้วงที่ปะทะที่จะเจอที่จะมองที่จะเมินจะหมดแรงคลื่นลูกใหม่หมุนวันเปลี่ยนพันผ่านด้วยกำลังเหิมหาและกล้าวแกร่งเคลื่อนวิถีความเป็นไปที่เปลี่ยนแปลงล้างบาดแผลแก่งแยกอยุติธรรมเถิดยึดมั่นอุดมการณ์อันยิ่งใหญ่ขับเคลื่อนโลกหม่นไหมอย่าให้ต่ำคิดต่อสู้ใช้สมองสองมือกำคิดย่างย่ำอย่าหยุดยั้งอหังการโลกเคลื่อนลูกวันปีเดือนลูกเคลื่อนโลกสะท้อนแสงแห่งโชคปรารถนาโลกอีกฟากยังไร้บ้านเมื่อผ่านมายังเต็มตาหิวโหยอยู่โรยร้าวโลกอีกฝั่งยังอยู่สู้อีกฝั่งมีอาวุธเสริมกำลังก้าวต่อก้าวโลกอีกฝั่งเริ่มจับจองครอบครองดาวอีกฝากฝั่งร้อนเผาฤดูกาลโลกบางด้านไฟในยิ่งใหญ่นักยังจงปลักต้นต่อการต่อต้านโลกไม่เคยร้องขอคืนทรมานแต่บรรลัยแหลกลานอยู่นานปีวันเป็นลูกจัดสรรวันเป็นแม่ทุกศรัทธาเที่ยงแท้เข้าแทนที่จงขับเคลื่อนสุดสมองสองมือมีด้วยวิถีของลูกที่ถูกทางจงเคลื่อนโลกด้วยบทเพลงเฮเสรีด้วยวิถีของลูกถูกทุกทาง I hope the children of the world will move in the future with everything as we hope to be the peaceful. The second poem, Reaching Dreams สู่ฝันฉันไม่อาจบินไกลดังใจหวังด้วยปีกยังมีกล้าและฟ้าหนาวอีกตะวันร้อนแรงกว่าแสงดาวพอบินทุกคราวก็เดียวดายเธอทำทุกนาทีให้มีค่าเปลี่ยนเวลาตรงนี้มีความหมายลบซอกหลืบมองมัวมิกลัวตายความยากกลับดูง่ายเพียงเท่านี้มองที่ตรงขอบฟ้าคือแสงฝันเธอดังแสงตะวันปันรังสีความรู้สึกเดียวดายจึงไม่มีทุกพื้นที่บนฟ้าอยากฝ่านักกระยับปีกทิ้งพื้นเพื่อจะโผเพื่อเติบโตเพื่ออยู่อย่างรู้หลักเพื่อเป้าหมายเพื่องดงามเพื่อความรักเพราะเธอทักเธอมองสองตาใจแล้ววันนี้หาญกล้าเพราะว่าสู้มีประตูที่เธอสร้างหนทางให้แม้ท้องฟ้าแสนกว้างหรืออย่างไรปีกจะโผบินไกลกว่าวันเดิมแม้ท้องฟ้าแสนกว้างหรืออย่างไรปีกจะโผบินไกลกว่าวันเดิม Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much, Srivati. Okay, so we've all over the program of these poetry readings. So I'm really impressed in these multilingual, very wide range poetry collections in a very unique day of the World Poetry Day. Let's celebrate this World Poetry Day together. So, are you have any discussions or questions between each other? If you have, please raise your hand by this chat option.
Yes, may I interfere? Like, we've got a great video surprise for everyone. We've got a video where Japanese, Chinese and Korean poets will be reading poetry all together. It's called the Trilingual Renshu. So I think we're gonna start the video now and share it with everyone to have another look at the multilingual poetry. So
okay, I'll be happy. Yeah.
Yes, so here's kind of a video surprise for everyone from Mingdi, our wonderful Chinese poet and curator, and now we're gonna see it.
Okay, please.
トリリングアル練習1、サンマルコ広場の鳩場でスーツケースを引きずる3人の娘たち。黒い髪、黒い目、どこから来たのかな。黙っていたなら3羽のカモメみたいに区別がつかない。ねえ、声を聞かせて。
艾丽尔哼起一支曲，海风将声音传送至咖啡馆。一位白发男子抬头看见三姐妹，白杨树影在他眼中晃动。
갈매기도 잠든 깜깜한 밤, 아이들이 수트케이스를 끌고 떠나고 있다. 모두 잠들었는데 아이들만 깨어있다. 서쪽 부두에서 아무도 몰래 배가 출항하고 있다. 1년째 같은 아이들, 같은 배, 같은 구름, 같은 하늘이 떠나고 있다.
전세で乗っていたノアの箱舟。今は海底で朽ち果てている。結局、地球の外には出られなかったのだ。
詩を書くたびに僕は月へ昇り、静かの底に座って我が故郷を見下ろす。その冷たい青に秘められた血の赤に目を凝らして、海が僕らを互いから分け隔て、海が僕らを互いに結びつけている。はい。
今晚，天空是暗淡的船舱，我们醒着，眼睛是一只只新月，驶向彼此共和的太阳。
전깃줄 위 새들의 날개가 젖어 있다. 열리지 않는 문을 긁어대던 손톱들처럼 벚꽃잎이 지고 있다. 먼 산 위에 태양이 흠뻑 젖어 무거워지고 있다. 바다로 만든 사람이 창문 밖에 서 있다. 새벽 안개처럼 얇아 안을 수 없는 사람이다.
プランクトンはどんなソフトでデザインされたのだろう。顕微鏡から目を離して一時放心している少年は神という言葉を使わずに世界を無双したいのだ。
文字穿行如影子，苹果高歌 ，iPhone、iPad、iPod、iTunes 掀动海底，飓风海啸，然后是寂静寂静。艾丽尔姐妹们， 将语言藏于金色的珊瑚中，深水之上，文字再次启程，如鱼群穿行于有咸味的海浪与海草。
窓から見下ろす北斎の駿河湾、高度3万フィートで頬張るのり巻き、あの人の頬を伝う涙の味を思い出している心の雲。
巨大な氷惑星と呼ばれている海王星の表面温度は摂氏マイナス218度、中心温度は5000度。体温36度5分の私は、地球上の室温21度の部屋で、4月7日12時16分現在、生存中です。
나는 책상 위에 해왕성에서 온 바다를 쏟는다. 한편의 시가 끝나자 우주 정거장에 불은 꺼졌다. 나는 의자에 앉아 그 깜깜한 바닷물 속에 두 손을 담근다.
海水涌进稻田，一只海豚飞起，巨大的嘴囤积稻米，它飞起，白色弥漫低矮的天空，它飞起，一个女人在奔跑，她要在太阳升起之前把米藏好，留给那些孩子们。
ご飯粒が一つ、父という漢字のあごひげの先っぽにくっついている。迷子の小さな神様みたいに。
一本足の威厳を保っていたかかしは、鳥追いの役目を終えて、異教の民族学博物館で余生を過ごしている。棚田と違って、そこには空がない。小学生が3人、ガラスケースにへばりついている。
우리는 별의 혈육이듯 쌀의 혈육이다. 흰 밥알을 삼켰을 뿐인데 어째서 빨간 피가 돌까? 밥을 먹지 않는 곳으로 간 아이들이 별처럼 빛났다.
大米稀缺，天空都关闭了。茨维塔耶娃又一次被拒，她看上去比一只鸟还瘦，眼窝深陷。我惊醒，看见头顶有9个月亮，9个月神端着9碗白米饭，伸向快饿死的孤儿。
若い層の托鉢の碗に一握りの米。若葉が日の光に輝いている。崩れかかった土塀に沿って歩いてゆく。
決して立ち止まるなと異国の死は僕に教えた。城壁を越え、半島を抜け、海峡を渡り、道は自らの歩みの中にこそあるのだと。米粒に託された遠い甘さをかみしめながら峠を降りると、懐かしい祭り林の笛太鼓。
벚꽃 축제 행렬이 지나간 뒤 나무 밑에 종이 사발이 흰 꽃을 먹고 있다. 오랜만에 우리 식구 셋이 맨홀 뚜껑 같은 식탁 위에 그릇을 올려놓고 밥 먹는다. 우리의 머리 위엔 하늘이 입을 벌리고 우리의 발밑엔 하수구가 입을 벌리고 있다.
マナ。ヘブライ語で、これは何だろうという名の食べ物。満腹した後にまだ飢えているのが人間だとしたら、その空腹はマナという疑問のせいなのだ。たった一つのおにぎりが宝石だった敗戦後の少年には、魂の上よりも肉体の上の方が切実だったが。
ママは歴史の教科書を鵜呑みにしちゃダメよって言ったけど、 ひいおじいちゃんの日記はどうなんだろう。その次の数ページはご飯を煮て作った海苔で閉じられている。
내가 물을 마시면 물이 나를 마신다. 내가 밥을 먹으면 밥이 나를 먹는다. 내가 산소를 마시면 산소가 나를 먹는다. 내가 먹으면 먹을수록 내 몸이 땅에 들러붙는다. 감옥의 죄수가 밥알을 뭉개어 부처를 만든다.
神农五谷大地，用眼中的阳光给群山施肥。他种稻子，死于稻子；种草药，死于草药。我奶奶埋葬他1000次，在他身体上种下一棵苹果树。
日本では国旗を日の丸と呼ぶ。白地に真紅の円だけのグッドデザイン。まるで子供が考えたかのような無邪気さだが、願意は五輪の五色どころではない、いろいろ。旗振りなど金輪際したくない。
쿠스코의 삭사이 와망에서 태양의 축제가 있는 날이었다. 나는 동지의 아침에서 하지의 서울의 밤에게 안녕 인사했다. 365일 동안 계속될 마라톤 코스의 출발선에 인디오들이 가득했다.
さまよえるペルー人たちの歌声がケーキ屋の店先のジングルベルと混じり合っている。男は全国新聞5紙を体中に巻きつけて立ちはだかるビルの隙間に身を横たえる。彼は知っているのだ。そこが最初に朝日の差し込む場所であることを。
一头拉美丛林的狮子站起，摇一头金色的头发。罗尔加在西班牙倒下，低头之前看见一个金色的太阳，他抓住一根光线，仿佛牵住了一只古时候的和平风筝。
올빼미는 저 빛이 얼마나 아플까? 동굴 속 박쥐는 저 빛이 얼마나 아플까? 다락방에 숨은 소녀는 저 빛이 얼마나 아플까? 밖에서는 불의 군대가 금빛 갈기를 앞세우고 행진해 오는데 새벽의 마지막 샛별을 움켜쥔 나는 얼마나 무서울까?
ディスプレイに捉えられた虹がクリック一つで色を失う。写真に色はいらない。光と影だけでいいの。と、銀髪のカメラウーマンは若い助手に向かってのたまう。
世界年轻时，女娲生下10个太阳，10个太阳10种颜色，10种性别，他们在空中玩耍，如同军阀。他们的狂热烧死了所有的飞鸟。一个女男孩手握一把弓，10支箭，把9个太阳射开，分割成9个海洋，9座火山。
日時計盤の上をアリが這ってゆく。昼から夜へと蝶の羽を引きずりながら地底の古来のごちそうに。
수화 교실에선 소리 대신 빛으로 종을 친다. 수업이 끝나는 시간도 점심시간도 빛으로 종을 친다. 축구의 파울은 심판이 뛰어와서 친절하게 알려준다. 손목시계를 들여다보던 심판이 게임의 종료 깃발을 높이 들어올리면 이긴 팀도 진 팀도 심판도 관중도 두 손으로 나비를 만들어 햇빛 속에 날린다.
窓ガラス越しに見下ろすとどんな風景も詩的に見えると演説の原稿を仕上げながら独裁者は思う。彼を憎む人々の海の波間に眼鏡のレンズがキラキラ瞬いている。
我叔叔戴着单片眼镜，追一只中国坛子。 我带2片黄瓜追他，从2个被虫咬开的洞，我看见一朵太阳花引路，把我引到长江边。屈原曾从这里跳下去，我给他带了2000个粽子。他站起来，目光炯炯，左眼金星，右眼荷花。
風に煽られ、古代の光に焼かれながらも、私たちの曼荼羅は詩で世界のエントロピーに抗う。こっちの夕日はそっちの朝日。おやすみとおはようは螺旋状に明日へと向かう。
Okay, thank you so much for this great renshi, Turing renshi. So I'd like to explain a little bit about this renshi. And these the renshi has been provided by 4 splendid poets from Japan and Korea and in the Mindy, who is a Chinese American. So so I've heard from my friend Mindy, who is the organizer of this meeting, that this has a very big trouble between them because they don't speak each other's language, so that they need to be translate their poems each time to you know the line. So one person writes the poem by a line, and then someone translates into English, and the next one read it, and then write the poem line by his or her own language, and then the next person, or something like that. But I feel like this is a very great job a few years ago, because one point is that this renshi has been invented over the base of the Japanese tradition. In the traditional Japanese poetry, there is a renga or something like that. That is the communication or the cooperation poems. So one person writes one line, another person writes another line on the like that. So that we contemporary poets are now feeling like that the poetry is too much individualism, so that these splendid poets thought that they need to re-enter into this tradition of the cooperative poems. So another example of this cooperativity, I can find Takako Arai as the Onbago translation. So our friend Takako Arai is now reading her own poem, but her recent work, he did another enormous work with rural, local, old women party to translate a very famous poet, Ishikawa Takuboku's tanka poem into their own dialect. So she calls this dialect Onbago. That means the grandmother's language. That is also a dialect, but each person has their own dialect. The language is something different from one to another. So that the Takako Arai is really much interested in the soul of the processes to reinvent the cooperativity of poetry by this very unique way. And this, project was also being held at the Tohoku district who's suffering from the great big disaster 10 years ago from now. Do you have any comment about this, Takako? Oh, I need to unmute her. Okay.
After big earthquake, I went to northeast area of Japan, and I met a lot of old women. And they are very, very good at local language. So I tried the project. So Ishikawa Takuboku is very, very famous short poem poet. So old women translated Takuboku's short poem into her local language poetry. And for example, ふるさとの鉛懐かし停車場の人混みの中にそう聞きに行く。This is Takaboku's tanka, and I have an English translation by Roger Parvas. So that's poetry meaning is at the station. I slip into the crowd just to hear the accent of my faraway hometown. And
could you read the Ombago's translation?
So my Ombago is not so good, but I try. ふるさとの鉛は懐かしな。人混みの中さ、聞くさ行くべ。
Okay, thank you so much for another your dialect issue.
Yeah. I want to learn another dialect.
Okay, yes, that's it. So there's some such sort of the many unique projects in the contemporary poetry here in Japan, and I guess also you guys also have some sort of the new cooperation and beyond the border. So I think that we must cooperate with each other with the power of poetry, like this very unique meeting that all of your poets really contributed nicely today, and I'm really impressed. Thank you so much. Really, it's a very fruitful night. So I want to return my microphone to the studio. And are you okay? And so thank you, goodbye.
So we're here again at East Asia, Southeast Asia, Australia, and Oceania Hub. And now I would like to give a word to Mingdi, one of the poets who participated in the trilingual Renshu project, to give a brief explanation of the video.
First of all, can you hear me? Thanks to everybody who gave a wonderful reading today. And thanks for the presenters, Julia and Jessica. About the video, Yakushima, the Japanese poet initiated. It's a very ancient form that poets write together one after another. Japanese poets restarted this activity in the 1980s. It's very popular for a while. Then some poets are doing this internationally. He is a trilingual poet. He speaks 3 languages. I'm bilingual. And Domi Choi is a bilingual poet. So we work together. So 5 poets work together. So it's the best writing experience for me ever. And each of us wrote an article, an essay about experience. The video, the complete poems and complete translations in 3 languages, in English, and the essays all on the website of Poetry grateful for the opportunity. And Julia, thank you. Back to you. Do you want me to play the video, Julia? Okay, so I'll share a video since we have extra time.
I'm sorry, there was no sound in the video, so maybe we can give it another try because we couldn't hear anything. We only saw the video itself.
I can hear.
Mindy, there was no sound. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just let's give it another try. If it won't go, then we'll proceed. So give it a try, please.
I can hear the sound.
Yes, I know, but the no sound was here in the translation. No sound was retranslated here.
Oh, not on the festival screen? I'll stop then.
Yes, we couldn't hear you.
Okay,
sorry.
Stop then.
We can give it another try. We still, I guess, have some time to give it another
you can
try.
Hear in the Zoom.
Oh, yes. Okay, so
replay?
Yes, I think we can try to replay. Maybe it will work.
I'll stop because replay is not going to help.
Let's try to enjoy some more poetry before we proceed to other countries in our hub. So while we're waiting, I can say that we started with some great poetry from China, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. Now we proceeded to Japanese, Korean, Vietnamese, Cambodian poetry. We also had some poetry from Thailand. And what awaits us now are the poets from Philippines, from Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Australia. That's what we're gonna hear rather quick, I suppose. Okay, so I think we can proceed. And now I'm most happy to give word to our next presenter. And our next presenter is L.K. Holt from Australia. She's published 5 books of poetry, and her latest collection was shortlisted for the Victorian Premier's Award for Poetry and the Prime Minister's Award for Poetry. She has been the recipient of the Premier's Award for Poetry and the Grace Levin Prize, and has been longlisted for the Australian Literature Society Gold Medal. She's been a participant of the Australian and New Zealand Festival of Literature and Arts and the Poetry International Festival. And currently she lives in Naarm and Melbourne. So I'm most happy to have Lucy here today, and Lucy will be the presenter for the next 2 hours.
Hello. Happy World Poetry Day, everyone. Thank you, Julia. I'll be presenting session 3, and we have 13 poets from the Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and Australia. Firstly, our poets from the Philippines. I just have to find where. Muki Katibak Lecuesta is the author of 3 poetry collections, The Proxy Eros, Burning Houses, and most recently, Hush Harbour. She obtained an MFA from the New School University in 2004 and has since taught in major universities in Manila. Muki has edited contemporary Filipino poetry anthologies for the Cordite Poetry Review and Vagabond Press. Widely awarded for her work, she was also the Filipino delegate to the 2012 Medellin Poetry Festival. Thank you, Muki. I will unmute you. You are unmuted. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Hi, everyone, and thank you so much, Mindy, for asking me and Ralph to read for you today. It's been an honor. I see so many friends from across the world and so many poets I admire and whose friendships I hope to have after this reading. My first poem, I'll be reading 2 poems, and my first poem was written for an anthology commemorating maybe the only 15 minutes in history where there was absolutely no news to report. So that's what I wish we all had, at least one day where there's absolutely no news. And well, no news, of course, means good news or nothing that completely devastates us. This is called No News World. Today I woke to a no news world. I had time at last for slow morning love. Time to write a note to my son, wedge a green index card into his lunch pail between the sandwich and the milk. Time to ease blue novenas into the ears of my lady, to tell her next year I'll call direct from Portugal. Plane trees down the street have never been more fair or flagrant. It's clear by how they fix themselves to scrawny boughs they mean to stay. Any other day, I'd mourn their small brisk deaths on city walks and panes, their orange tack on my wayward shoes. Delonix Regia. So we have named them, or so God has named us, today and only. The evident claw of Delos and Onyx, the ancient substantive of Regis. We are kingly in Latin and splendid in English for only today. Only and ever today. Yeah, so that's my first poem. I'll be reading my second poem, which I wrote almost exactly a year ago. It was a Valentine's poem when the pandemic had just started, and it's strange seeing how little things have really changed. This is called Breathe. The world is teaching us how not to, with our N95s, our fear of skin, glancing over the bank counter, the cubicle, the uncooked meat. It's a luxury to breathe, a pact with God, a dare with luck. I touch you fearing death, you touch me fearing love. I remember entire fields, wild tracts of air kindling our breath. We touch with a touch of innocence, their lives stretched out ahead of them while we love with half of ours. You give me corrupted air, I give you my wasted hands. You tell me breathe, and I breathe. I tell you touch, and you touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Muki. I'm just wondering, do you have those poems in translation at all? Or they're just purely English?
I submitted them purely in English.
Okay, great. Gorgeous.
But
Thank you,
I must say that we made Russian translations of them.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah,
Lovely.
so yeah.
Love to see them.
I will now be muting Muki and bringing Ralph Fonte.
Hi.
Next from the Philippines is Ralph Fonte. Let me introduce you. Ralph is an emergency medicine physician, poet, and outdoorsman from the Metro Manila, whose works have appeared in Cha, an Asian literary journal, Cordite Poetry Review, and Likan, the Journal of Contemporary Philippine Literature. He has won several awards for his poetry and hosts the poetry podcast ASNR. Ralph speaks 4 languages and writes primarily in Tagalog. Thank you, Ralph.
Hi, thanks for having me. Thank you again for inviting me and Muki to be part of this international poetry collaboration celebration of the World Poetry Day. I'll be reciting 2 poems. I write primarily in Tagalog, but I submitted some translations of these poems into English. The first one I chose because I think, well, everyone can feel the apocalyptic vibes of the world, climate change, COVID, etc., etc. It feels like everything's coming to a head and everything's ending. This poem I also decided to share because it was inspired by another poem written by a Singaporean poet, Stephanie Chan, and reading her book, I got inspired to write this. So this poem is entitled, Magugunaw ang mundo, minsan isang Miyerkules, habang kumakain ka ng banana Q. In English, the world will end on some Wednesday while you're eating banana Q. Magugunaw ang mundo. Minsan, isang Miyerkules habang kumakain ka ng banana Q. Kung swerte ka, nakatira ka sa SM Blue, pinanonood ng dapit hapong kumukumot sa Antipolo at biglang gagalaw ang linsad ng Marikina. Guguho ang gusali at malalaglag ka ng mahigit 50 palapag sa bangin sa gilid ng Katipunan at matatabunan ng mga kwartong tinipid ng SM. Bonus, hindi na makikita ng mga mahal mo sa buhay ang lasog mong bangkay. Maaari din namang kinakagatan mo ang tuhog ng saging habang naglalakad sa gilid ng baywalk. Lalatay ang The Big One. Papatirin ang uhaw mo ng tsunami na maitim, mabaho at malaimburnal na tubig ng Manila Bay. Hindi mo na mapapansin ang lumulutang na tae at kondom. At posible rin naman kung minalas-malas ka, nakasakay ka ng bus na walang aircon sa EDSA pangatangata sa sabang nanlalambot sa loob ng plastic habang nakayakap sa bag na ayaw mong nakawin ng katabi na mukhang manyak. Uuga. Lindol pala. May iingit. Titingala ka at matatabunan ng nadurog na kisame ng underpass at ng mga pedestrian na nakikipagpatintero sa mga jeep ng Cubao ni hindi ka nakasigaw ng hold up ang katabi mo. Di ka rin naman na nakapagtaas ng kamay. O kaya night shift ka, nilulutas ang mga suliranin ng mga kano sa tate kung paano ba mag-set up ng high-tech na toaster, planchado ang accent in English at may sasalpok na bulalakaw sa call center at mapaputang ina ka sa kliyenteng puti sa harap ng napatanga at napanganga mong boss bago mapatid ang linya. O kaya naman, naghihintay ka ng masasakyang jeep at masasagasaan ng ilang daang rumaragasang Chekwa na nagpapanik sa Pasay, sinigawan ka nila tabi. Kaso engot ka, hindi ka marunong mag-Mandarin, basta isipin mo, hawak mo ang stick ng banana Q. Biglang magpapasya ang Amerika at ang China na magpuksaan sa bandang Pilipinas. Bakit nga naman hindi? Sayang ang deuterium na nakaimbak sa West Philippine Sea at mapuputokan ka ng ligaw na nuclear bomb dito sa Luzon. Lulutang ang mga patay na isda sa dagat. Magtatago sa kani-kanilang mga bunker ang mga kagalang-galang na representative ng bayan. Pero oo nga pala, wala kang maririnig, wala kang makikita, wala kang malalaman kasi sabi pala ni Duterte ay bawal na ang balita. malas mo. Walang mapapanood sa TV, static lang. Brut, uulan ng bituka, aagos ng abdo. Nga ang mga bundok, mararamdaman mong yumanig ang lupa at malalasahan mong malapnos ang palayan. Sa mga checkpoint ng mga parak at militar, hahanapan ka nila ng quarantine pass, ng sedula, o kaya ng certificate of employment at titingnan kung terorista ka ba sa Facebook at Twitter. Kaso wala na pala kayong lahat na mobile data, kaya hihingan ka na lang nila ng pangmeryenda. Hindi counted ang banana cue mong may kagat na, kaya tatamnan ka na lang ng momay o tobats at totok hangin. Pang! Isang segundo bago sumalpok ang beam rifle ng Gundam na nakikipaglaban sa alien sa kalyeng kinatatayuan mo. Amen. Expected naman na ang lahat ng ito. Alam naman natin na matagal nang lumulubog sa dagat ang Pilipinas, na binabawi ito ng alat parang Asian Venice or Atlantis, kaya huwag kang magulat na kapag nagbitak ang konkreto at nangabuwal ang mga building at nangabasag ang matatayog nilang salamin, kabibili mo lang ng banana cue. Sa suki mong magmemeryenda, mainit-init pa ang saging, makinang ang naggaok na arnibal sa bang pinakuluan sa kawaling may 3 linggong gulang na mantika kapag namatay ka na sa wakas. Bago pa man malunok ang unang kagat dahil nakatitig ka sa telepono, tumatawid ng lansangan, nanonood ng pro-Marcos video nang mahulog sa bukas na manhole sa kalsadang pinapaayos ni Kuya Bongo dahil nga birthday ng paborito mong politiko. So that's my first poem. I have another one, inspired by how, in spite of these international celebrations and how we're all interconnected, thanks to Zoom and the internet, a lot of violence is still experienced by citizens of former colonies. How the members of the global south and the third world are still not as mobile as our counterparts from different parts of the world, specifically the first world. So the title of this next poem is Hangganan. In English, it's Borders. Una nang nagpapanting ang hangin, ngunit hindi ngayong gabi. Lagutok sa halip ng nabibiyak na kahoy, katig at sikmura ng bangka, alinman. Tiyak sa itim na pantal ng sahig ng tutukan ng pailaw na LED ang pagbalong ng malamig na tubig sa gitna ng pakpakan. Kapag biglang may bumulyaw na boses, mistulang umaapaw sa mga matang singkit na nandilisik sa nakasisilaw na liwanag habang nakapikit sa tig-isang drum o lumulutang na piraso ng biyak na bangka, ang mga mangingisdang nangangatal sa laot habang marahang umiimbay ang ambon. At nanginig ang kapitan sa timbulan niya, hindi sa takot, kundi dahil sa ginaw tulad noong minsang nag-apply siya para sa visa papuntang Europa at marahas ang pagdahak ng aircon kahit nakasuot pa siya ng Amerikanang hiram at tinatanong siya ng Kastila sa likod ng salamin kung magkano ba ang laman ng kanyang bulsa, kung ano ba ang laman ng kanyang bituka, at pagkatapos ay makikita sa Facebook na sa mismong mga sandaling yaon ay 2 turistang puti na nanganlilimahid na sando ang nakaupo sa harap ng isang templo sa Chiang Mai. May tapis na batik galing Jakarta at kwintas ng mga sigay galing daw sa Siargao. Namamalimos sila katabi ng mga monghe para maatim din ang kaliwanagan sa pamamagitan ng paglibot sa buong mundo. Yumuyukod-yukod sa bawat daraang maglilimos ng mamiso, mistulang mga Buddha o Hesukristo na nagtitinikling habang kumakain ng apoy. Nang hindi ma-renew ang kanyang visa, naisip ng kapitan na kaya siguro halos mapuksa ang buong mga lipi ng balyena ay dahil pawas silang pangahas, mga migrante, walang galang sa mga hangganan ng bansa, ng dagat, ng lupa, ng himpapawid, kay daling tinatawid ang karagatan mula Kamchatka tungo sa Fiji o Hawaii, paanong tinatawid ng kanilang mga katawan ang buong lawig ng mundo, dahil ano ba ang karapatan ng sinumang takasan ang kagat ng lamig, ang nalulusaw na yelo, ang dusa ng tag-init, ang mga karagatang kinumutan ng kumukulong langis, kaya siguro pinapatay ang mga tarat at limbas na dumarayo tuwing tagtuyo, ginagawang adobo o rebultong may balahibo. Kaya nilulumpo ang mga binatang Arabe na nangangahas tawirin sa kalay ang lagusan papuntang Inglaterra. Kaya pinapatayan ng mga makina ang mga bangka sa Mediteraneo, puno ng butas at malilibag na katawan ng mga dukha mula Libya at malalayo pang disyerto ay matutong magtiis sa tinik ang hayop, magtiis sa mga rehas ng kanilang hawla, pader na lumalasdas sa pisngi ng sonoran, tinikang alambre ng mga parusahan sa Xinjiang. Kaya matatanaw umano sa pampang ng manamok ang mga barotong binabaril ng mga tanod ng Amanpulo dahil nangahas lumapit ng walang permit, ng walang pambayad na 1,000,000 piso halos gabi-gabi. Kaya masisilayan ngayon na sumasabog sa mukha ng mga mangingisdang Pilipino ang laway ng Chinong bantay dagat. Nag-uumusok ang bibig sa Alimura at Yosi habang nakatutok ang riples sa kawan ng Kanaway na pumalaot galing Sambales sa pagkabasag ng silim. Maya-maya, nakasahog na sa sopas ang mga ibon at nagmimistula ng kaliskis ang nangulubot na balat ng mga katawang lumulutang lang sa dagat. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity to share poetry with you all. I look forward to meeting everyone in some future event, and hopefully we can all collaborate on another poetry event or do collaborative poetry in the future. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ralph. Before I unmute you, can I ask you a question? Because we've got a bit of time.
Sure.
I'm just wondering about you self-translate to English.
Yes.
Is it an enjoyable process or is it frustrating?
It's both. It's both frustrating and enjoyable. Because I also write poems in English. I just primarily write in Tagalog, and the process of self-translating is enjoyable because I also like learning different languages. So the process of being able to articulate yourself in another language is a pleasure for me. So that also applies to Spanish, because I also study Spanish. But it's also frustrating because there are some things that are hard to translate primarily because of the cultural background and the idiomatic expressions. So it's both. But primarily I enjoy the process.
Yeah. Do you ever understand new things about the original poem through translating it to you?
Yes, actually. There were a few times when the final form of the poem was developed because I translated from Tagalog to English and back. So the process of translation itself sometimes helps me unlock expressions or turns of phrase that would otherwise be lost to me without that.
Yeah, right. Fascinating for a monoglot like me. Very fascinating. Thank you, Ralph. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Next, we are moving on to Malaysia. So I'm going to bring the sound to Zahid, who I will introduce. Zahid M. Nazur is a poet, translator, and editor. His debut volume of poetry was published in 2016. His poems have also appeared in local literary journals and international publications. Thank you, Zahid.
Hello. Everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you to Mindy and Lucy for having me here. And I'm Zahid from Malaysia. I'm going to recite two small poems from me. And for the first title, Mikael, kau datang lagi. You come again, Michael. Mikael, kau datang lagi. Saat tenggorok batinku tersiksa. Dan kau buatku jadi belukar. Dan kau bakar. Kau hanya tinggalkan sekuntum mawar di Abu Banir. Sayapmu, Mikael, angkuh benar. Tak serendah kepak merpati. Dan kau biar terbentang menemukanku di sini. Apa, Mikael, kau suka dengan tawa asingmu itu menyeringai layak seorang prajurit gila? Aku dan jemariku kau sisihkan. Di bawah redup bayang Kemboja, sehingga terbit mentari tak meluah sinar, hanya membawa nestapa, secawan mulberry kota, dan sebaris puisi penyair kurus. That's the first one. and I'm going to recite the second one, which title At Halab's Border, or Apabila di Sempadan Halab, which title included into my book here. Apabila di Sempadan Halab. Garuda berkutu di sayapnya terbang menghampiri kami dari kaki langit. Garuda itu ada penunggangnya, seorang wanita dari Fayum, benar-benar seumur Hasan. Saya Faridah Hanum yang lari dari hama. Dari mana asalmu? Sebetulnya dari Mesir, tapi aku menetap di hama. Engkau lari? Matanya sayu, pinarnya menghitam, hoyong hayangnya menari pitam. Faridah Hanum terjelupuk, lantas Hasan menerpa, menyambut gamalai lemah Faridah Hanum. Aku lihat pipi Hasan, memerah bagai apel ranum yang biasa aku petik di askalan. Hasan, seka pipinya dengan air. Debu di wajahnya kau buang. Bapak, aku malu. Sudah, kalau kau malu, biar orang tua ini saja yang buat. Faridah Hanum mendesah lemah panas. Melihat Faridah Hanum, bila pipinya dibasah air, Garuda yang tadi senyap bersuara. Alang kulut sebutir purnama mengindah bumi separuh mati. Dalam dada merana kama, menyimpan dendam mengunjur belati. Kenapa wahai Garuda? Apa sebenarnya yang telah terjadi kepada kau dan Faridah Hanum? Apa malang yang susuk di wajahmu itu? Jantung Faridah Hanum direntak sudah. Segala keluarga dibunuh junta. Aku terbang melara gundah, membawa Faridah malang meronta. Dari junta hantu. Mereka itu berapa ramai sang Garuda? Mereka itu mencari darah, menelan rambut, buntut di mamah. Segala darah dibogel amarah. Maruah adil dibuat sampah. Oh, malang begitu sekali. Dan menyanyi sendu. Aku melihat tubuh lemahnya. Sayapnya luka bersuara. Inilah bayaran sebuah kebebasan. Aku tunduk dan berkata kepada pikiranku. Sudah bebaskah kau wahai jiwa? Atau kau masih dirantai rindu? Dan Halab pun bercerai badan. That's my second poem, or the last. That's it.
Thank you, Zahid. It was a lovely, engaging reading.
Yeah.
I will now
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Zahid, were you still saying something? Sorry, I cut into you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to transfer the sound to who we have next. From Malaysia, we have Kule Grassi. Please excuse my pronunciation. And I'm giving you the sound, and I will introduce Kule Grassi is a poet, writer, singer, songwriter, and artist from Sarawak. His work was featured in Poetry Society of America, Lullabies for the Asian American Writers Workshop, the Trans-Pacific Project in 2021. And he has been a featured poet at the KL International Literary Festival. Kule was involved in many music and literary festivals throughout Asia and Europe with his band Nading Rhapsody since 2011. His book, Tell Me Kenya Lang, was recently listed as a nominee for the 2020 American Best Translation Book Award. Thank you, Kule.
All right. Hi, everyone. Hi. Thank you so much, Wendy, for bringing us here, all the poets around the world. And happy World Poetry Day to everyone here. And I am Kule Grassi, an indigenous poet from Borneo, Malaysia. And I'm going to read two of my works from this book, Tell Me Kenya Lang, also with a translation. So the first poem that I'll read is Akui. Akui means I in Kayan language, one of the indigenous minority here in Sarawak, Malaysia. So this is Akui. Sepet si jauh hari, menyingsing kelikir berpelukan. Malika menangis dari bola senja Longbodian. Bersandar dagu pohon adau, siulan semilir segenggam jantung leluhur Dingau, meraba-raba nadi sendiri. Jika keturunan ini adalah anak naga, deru sungai deras pasti berakit di lubuk kata, paling dalam memuntahkan keresuan mata. Isip tumbuh selepas hujan, nagamu tak tersinggung, tetapi mengasau akui. Akui. So this is English translation, translated by Pauline Fan. Akui. Sunscreen on the horizon illuminates glazed gravel. Tears torn from dust eyeball at Longbodian. Against the knot of the other tree, the wind rustle. Heart feast of the ancestor of Dingau, feeling his own pulse. If these descendants are the sons of dragons, the turbulent waters which truly drift to the deepest wood cavern, spewing a listless eye. His sheep live emerge after rain. Your dragon is unperturbed, but Meng Ngasau Akui, I Akui. So basically, Akui is about the epiphany of the indigenous man's sexuality. And I'm going to read the second poem. It's called Kapal Kertas Simongi. Simongi means spirit in Bidayo. Also one of the minority here, the indigenous minority in Sarawak, Borneo. So this is it. Kapal Kertas Simongi. Kompas awan berpetakkan aurora. Langit purba yang tidak pernah berubah. Zenit dan nadir adalah pasangannya. Kapal kertas pelayar megah. Onok kopot meniarap mengira ikan. Bersembunyi di batu, mengocak jenaka melihat manusia. Terus mengalir sungai, tanpa mengira amukan lipan bekerja, okok bergoncang. Samaknya menangis, lengan anaknya baru tumbuh sedepa, disembelih tanpa suara. Yang himpunan, orang-orang bersalaman, sekulit lengan yang digerudi semalam menjadi sepucuk puisi. Kertas, kapal kertas Simongi, melayar lagi. So this is the English translation, translated also by Pauline Fan. The cloud compares is still by an aurora. Ancient sky that does not change, counterpart of Zenith and nadir. A paperboard sails beguile a child, anak koput, sprawl out counts the fish hiding among rocks, teasing each other, watching people. The river runs on, indifferent to the bulldozers running amok. Trees shaking, stomach weeping. Her child's arm is now just a stump, silently butchered. At the gathering place, people greet each other. The bark of the limb, freshly drilled, becomes a poem. The paperboard of Simongi sails again. So there was two poems from me from the book Tell Me Kenyalang. So thank you everyone. Happy World Poetry Day.
Thank you, Kule, for reading both versions. That was a treat. I'm going to cross back to Zahid because I cut him off. I think you have a third poem to read for us. Is that right?
Not
Zahid,
really.
can you hear me?
Not
you
really.
don't?
Yeah.
Oh,
but
okay.
If you want me to read you the
Yes,
third poem,
I think we've got time. You're here now.
All right. I'll be going to read. Okay. From my book also, which Tuan Biru Naza. Tuan Biru Naza. Translated as okay, Tuan Biru Naza. Demi Tuhan kami puas, lena di sisi Tuan Biru. Bagaikan menghirup sejuta lautan selepas dahaga yang dahsyat. Tuan Biru, Anda sedang nazak. Aku memang sudah tua. Paus terkengap-kengap, nafasnya berbau. Hasan hanya memandangku bisu, dia pun tak pandai berdusta. Sebelum aku mati, aku hendak hadiahkan bulu mataku kepada kamu berdua. Tapi dengan satu syarat. Nyanyikan aku syair Tagore. Bisa. Lalu kami nyanyikan bersama-sama satu syair, tetapi bukan Tagore. Kami nyanyikan syair Labid dan Umri Al-Qais. Seperti yang aku teka, tepat. Tuan Biru langsung tidak tahu satu pun syair Tagore, seperti kami. Dan akhirnya Tuan Biru, si paus tua mati, tersenyum puas. That's the third one. I think the translation is not available at the moment. But that's
Never
all
mind, it was a bonus poem. Thank you, Zahid.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Malaysia. Now we are going to cross to Singapore. And our first reader is Grace Chia, who I will introduce now. Grace is a poet and writer who has published 3 collections, a novel, a short story collection, and is the editor of the prose anthology We Are Family. Her writing is widely anthologized in publications the world over. She was the writer in residence at NTU in Singapore, University of Macau, Toji Cultural Center, and Seoul Art Space Yun Hui in South Korea. She currently teaches at the School of the Arts Singapore. Her novel, The Archers of Gerrard Street, will be published by Penguin Random House this year. Hi, Grace.
Hi. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I'm supposed to speak something not English, so I'm going to just do a very quick intro in my mother tongue, which is Teochew. So
Great, thank you.
Yeah. 大家人好，我嘅名是 Grace，我这种大概话是潮州话，因为我嘅老爸是潮州人，我嘅老母是广东人，感谢你请我来这个做朋友。Okay, so to translate that just means hi everyone, my name is Grace. The language I'm speaking is Teochew. I speak Teochew because my dad's Teochew, my mom's Cantonese, and thank you for having me here to make friends. Yeah, my mother tongue is not, I've forgotten a lot about it because my mom has passed away and my dad's really old, so I don't use the language very often, and I use predominantly English. So my poems are English. I think the Poesia has translated one of them into Russian. So I'm going to read the first poem, which is from my 3rd poetry collection, Mother of All Questions. It's published in Singapore by Mad Paper Press. So the first poem is called Guangdong Wa. Guangdong Wa just means Cantonese. I cannot speak in your voice, Mommy. The way your tongue trailed the vowels of this melodious speech, sneaking inside my ears through Cantonese operas and TV dramas. Rediffusion and aunties who flock to the maestro in you for a perm, trim, hair dye, a beehive to gingerly pick and unpick, backcomb and hairspray into submission, a towering nest like a wiry cloud atop each housewife's head, crowning her proudly as this week's queen. Now that you're gone, I miss the sound of that sweet song, the voice you were born into that kept you strong, even as your father died young and your mom left you for good. I raised you with Pawpaw, while the birds of Canton whistled the stories of sisterhood in a family not bound by blood, of who will marry the best grooms, raise the most kids, host the loudest dinner parties. I watch and hear and know what swells your pride, a child mute to your world, knowing only the Chuzhou lines I had to rote learn by heart from your husband. Is it too late for me to learn the words of your tongue? Will you come back to life as I stutter brick by brick, dropping each hardened noun and verb my untrained ears and lips cannot taste the nuance of its words? I will sit in yamcha restaurants and herbal stalls, mingle in the market, bargain, ask for directions, scold a few cab drivers, shout at the sky, cry in the dark while the tap runs deep and dry until I have lost the voice of my father, and maybe you'll come back to me again, Mommy, in the way I remember and honor you. The second poem I am going to read is a portrait of the artist as a young child. Now, this was inspired by a drawing my daughter did when she was really young, when she was like, I can't remember, 4 or 5. And this is this. So Okay, so it's sort of paying tribute to James Joyce's novel. So it's called a portrait of the artist as a young child. The butterfly outgrew the child. In the drawing my daughter did, a caterpillar frozen in motion, long turd green, pink lips, curled limbs. His turn next to bare wings. A daisy of carmine salutes a bandy tree, brown barked with lime leaves, ochre sacks of round fruits pregnant with spindly secrets the tough bush can't hear. Its twigs daubed red with a brush too big to fit its shape, while the citrus sun peeks from the edge of the paper at right angles, 7 sticks of rays proclaiming summer. In this, I kept my daughter's proxy, a wild-haired imp with 2 seeds for eyes, moon mouth, hair in a top knot of burnished terracotta, purple tunic, and twiggy thighs. She's small-sized amidst the giants, the bonsai palm, the lemon star, leaping without shadow above the mustard ground, azure colored in for both air and sky. I see she has crayoned in the heaven around her, clouds a hair's breadth away, the artist herself afloat in blue. This is the world my daughter creates. No lines separate her will from the real. No one has taught her how not to draw or where horizons end and start, what is allowable in dreams, or how her eyes should learn the gaps between spectrums. The young are colorblind. All children see rainbows, no matter rain, shine, snow, or storm, in every pale wing, broken or torn. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Grace.
Thank you.
Thank you for reading for us. And now I'm going to give the sound to our next poet from Singapore, Al Lim. Hi, Al. I will just introduce you. Al Lim is an anthropologist and poet. He writes primarily in English, strongly influenced by his other languages of Thai and Chinese. Currently, he's a PhD student in the Joint Anthropology and Environmental Studies program at Yale University. His literary works have appeared in over 20 publications. Hi, Al.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you for inviting me. It's great to see everyone and be connected in this crazy pandemic time. So today I brought 2 poems from so this was from the Living with Water exhibition in Chiang Mai in 2019. It was part of the Understanding Risk Field Lab. So we were working as like an interdisciplinary unconference to try to think about what a conference can do for a month in Thailand, and just looking at the problem of flooding. And so we had people, practitioners, government policy folks, people from academia, artists, poets come together to think through how we can address flooding in a city. And so these 2 poems came from the exhibition, and I wrote them I interviewed people in Northern Thai and then I wrote them in English, and now I'm translating them back to Thai for the first one. Yeah, thank you for letting me share this. So the first one is called Rain On, or Phon Kranam. White strings, สายสิญจน์ขาวบริสุทธิ์ tied around my wrist. พันผู้ข้อมือ Don't cut it, ห้ามตัด It doesn't cut it, ตัดไม่ได้ Scissors are for corpses, กรรไกรแต่กับศพ I'm worried about you, ยายเป็นห่วงลูก Smiles, there are always smiles, รอยยิ้มมีแต่รอยยิ้ม Well, the rainy season, หน้าฝน It begins now, เริ่มแล้ว Here is a terror, ความหวาดกลัวก็มาเยือน Raining on metal, ฝนกระหน่ำลงหลังคา Raining on, ไม่หยุดย้อน Water fills the kitchen floor, น้ำรั่วลงพื้นครัว Don't mind that, ใช่เรื่องน่ากังวล Above the bed, scoop it out quickly, หากสัตว์ลงมุ้งให้รีบวิดออก I climbed to see, ฉันขึ้นบันไดไปดู the plastic covering, มุ้งพลาสติกกันฝน and I bear witness, และเป็นพยาน as intrusion on หรือเราเป็นมารบกวน sleeping man from night work ล่วงหลับไหลจากงานยามราตรี next to the wall propped up by planks ริมผนังไม้กระดานเอง protected by paper filling gaps อุดรูรั่วด้วยกระดาษ and stepping back ค่อยๆไต่ลงพร้อมใคร่ครวญ the unheated garbage called precarity คำว่าความเสี่ยงหมายถึงอะไร buried under an elevated word an elevated road ถมไว้ใต้คำสวยหรูการยกถนน another aid package locked up on legal grounds ยกกฎหมายกีดกันความช่วยเหลือ and the snake continues to live อสรพิษยังเหลือรอบ raining on metal ฝนกระหน่ำลงหลังคา raining มีหยุดย้อน as I watch clouds form on another plane จ้องมองเมฆเกาะตัว returning back to sky พร้อมถอยกลับท้องนภา the white string follows สายสิญจน์ยังตึงแน่น and after blessings หลังรับพร my part is oppressed palms ทำได้เพียงน้อมไหว้ so that's the first one. The second was actually I tried to do a community poetry exercise and try to get people to write poems about their kind of experience with the flood, and this was from 2011 flood, and people still remember how devastating it was, and the poem previously was talking about its after effects almost a decade later. So this was written by a community member, and then I translated it into English, and I think we all had a kick out of this exercise. So it's called Donation and Boats, Atsat Rua, by Ms. Prapai Amonsak. So I'll read the Thai and then the English. Nong hoi, fao ro koi, ใครคนหนึ่งเป็นผู้ซึ่งจะมาให้ความช่วยเหลือทั้งความคิดวิถีทำคำจุนเจืออัดจัดเรือมาเฝ้าเรามาฝากเราน่าเศร้าใจภัยไม่เป็นเล่นไม่ไปขาดความรู้ขอคุณครูช่วยฝึกให้ได้ดังหมายถ้าครูช่วยฝึกให้เราได้ดั่งใจเป็นบุญหลายได้สี่ลำทั้งสี่โซนโดนใจเราดีใจที่ท่านมาในครั้งนี้ทั้งน้องพี่ม่วนหลายไม่มีเศร้าให้ทั้งขวัญกำลังใจมาให้เรายื่นมันนี่มาให้เราข้าเจ้ายินดีหลาย Our Nong Hoi watches, waiting for the one who is the help, how to think and mode of doing, sustainability, perhaps donate a boat, sadness for we can't row, boat stay still, knowledge missing, teacher please, help in practicing to your merit, perhaps 4 boats for all 4 zones. That hits my spirit. So happy you are here in this time. Muan lai, no sadness, but for morale, perhaps money, an offering to us. So happy. That's it. Thank you so much for having me, and happy World Poetry Day, everyone.
Thanks, Al. Thank you for reading for us. And that's it from Singapore. And now we are moving to Indonesia. And our first reader is Saut Situmarang. I will bring the sound to you, Saut. I can't see your video, Saut. Are you there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Can you?
I can hear you. I can't see you. Yulia, can you see Saut? I'm just confirming that his video.
No, I can see Saut. Let me chat.
So good. If you can see him and everyone else can, I'll introduce him while you're checking. Saut
Okay,
Situmar.
Oh, perfect. Here's Saut.
Hello.
Yes. Hi, Saut. How are you? I'm going to introduce you
Good,
first.
thanks. Yeah.
Saut was born in Tebing, Tengi, raised in Medan, and now lives in Yogyakarta. He spent 11 years in New Zealand, where he did his BA in English literature and MA in Indonesian literature. He was actively involved in the underground poetry scene in New Zealand and was awarded several prizes for his English language poetry. He has published 7 books of poems, a book of essays, and a book of short stories. He is one of the pioneers of internet literature in Indonesia. Thank you.
Greetings
on,
from
Saut.
Indonesia to everyone.
Greetings.
Okay, I will read my first poem. It's called Negeri Terluka. In English, Wounded Land. Negeri terluka, bahkan sejak kanak-kanak pun kita kena dusta. Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darah. Tanah tumpah darahku, tanah di mana darahku tumpah oleh sangkur senjata tentara, oleh pistol polisi. Bagaimana mungkin tanah di mana darahku ditumpahkan oleh kekuasaan masih harus kusebut tanah airku? Dan para pelawak ramai-ramai ikut menyanyikan dusta itu untuk menutupi bau busuk dari luka-luka kita. Orang bilang tanah kita tanah surga, tongkat kayu dan batu jadi tanaman. Mari kita iringi nyanyi mereka itu dengan kor ini. Orang bilang tanah kita tanah surga, politikus dan ulama benar-benar menikmatinya. Orang bilang tanah kita tanah surga, tentara polisi kerjasama dengan preman bela pengusaha. Orang bilang tanah kita tanah surga, buruh dan tani tak lebih berharga dibanding asap pabrik dan pestisida. Orang bilang tanah kita tanah surga, tongkat kayu dan batu jadi tanaman karena tak ada lagi hutan dan sawah. Thank you. Now it's my second one. It's called Matamu, in English, your eyes. Matamu, matamu adalah hutan-hutan nenek moyang yang ditebang jadi perkebunan sawit dan pabrik pupuk kertas. Matamu adalah gunung-gunung suci keramat yang dicincang jadi emas dan tembaga. Matamu adalah lahan-lahan subur gembur yang dicuri jadi pabrik-pabrik semen. Matamu adalah danau biru berkabut yang disulap jadi tempat pembuangan kotoran babi raksasa. Matamu adalah kampung-kampung damai tentram yang dikutuk jadi hotel-hotel bernama asing. Matamu adalah banjir dan kemacetan lalu lintas yang tak henti menghantui pagi dan malam. Matamu adalah anak-anak yang menangis kelaparan, tak punya uang untuk beli beras dan garam impor. Matamu adalah tangki gas yang meledak di dapur waktu kau dan istrimu bersenggama. Matamu adalah harga BBM yang terus naik tiap kali kau kendarai sepeda motor kreditanmu ke tempat kerja. Matamu adalah acara-acara televisi yang menayangkan gaya hidup orang-orang kaya, termasuk waktu mereka shopping ke luar negeri. Matamu adalah para anggota DPR yang mengeluh gaji mereka terlalu rendah, sementara mereka mengendarai Mercedes keluaran terbaru. Matamu adalah polisi yang menembaki para mahasiswa yang sedang demo sambil memaki mereka anarkis dan teroris. Matamu adalah preman-preman berjubah memukuli mahasiswa yang sedang diskusi buku sambil memaki mereka komunis. Matamu adalah sang presiden yang tak henti bilang, bukan urusan saya. Matamu adalah media massa yang membuatmu memilih presiden keparat itu. Matamu adalah sang penyair yang dilaporkan ke polisi dengan tuduhan pencemaran nama baik dan kekerasan seksual verbal di Facebook. Matamu adalah nenek tua yang dipenjarakan karena mau memakai ranting kayu dari halaman rumahnya sendiri untuk kayu api. Matamu adalah pejabat negara yang tersenyum di televisi waktu ditangkap karena korupsi. Matamu adalah suku-suku rimba nomaden yang dipaksa negara untuk tinggal di kampung dan jadi beradab. Matamu adalah supermall dan supermarket yang menjamur menggantikan pasar-pasar tradisional di seluruh negerimu yang miskin. Matamu adalah orang miskin yang ditolak rumah sakit di seluruh negerimu. Matamu adalah mata jutaan orang miskin yang marah dan tak tahan lagi menanggung semua ini, menunggu meledaknya revolusi berdarah seperti sebuah gunung api yang lama mati. Matamu ada di mana-mana. Thank you.
Thank you, Salt. We've got some time, so I might ask you a question or two.
Yes, please.
I've just noticed that despite your wonderful English, you haven't self-translated. You've actually got our next reader, who is Mikhail Johani, to translate your poems into English. Is that right? Have I?
Yes, I did. Yeah, because a few of my poems I wrote in both English and Indonesian. Yeah, it's like the last one I just read. I actually wrote it originally in English. Yeah, but then it's good to have another poet who understands my work to translate it into English as well, like Mikhail Johani. And I think Mikhail Johani's English is more colloquial than mine. Yeah, so that's why I use his translations.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Salt. I'm going to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for reading for us. I'm going to pass the sound on to Mikhail.
Hello.
I done it right? Mikhail Johani, hi. I will introduce you before you read. Mikhail is a poet, critic, and translator from Jakarta. His works have appeared in Asymptote, the Johannesburg Review of Books, and Vice Indonesia. He is the author of We Are Nowhere and It's Wow, published in 2017, and he organizes a monthly spoken word night in Jakarta, which is currently on Zoom quarantine. So you're going to be an expert at reading on Zoom right now.
Well, I'm usually the host, so I actually rarely read.
So why you're not hosting tonight then?
I'm going to read two poems tonight, and I suppose they're a bit long. Both of them, I suppose, sort of kind of like my failed attempts at decolonizing myself and being an urban Jakarta poet. The colonizers English poetry, and in this case, Indian. All right, first one. Them say, them you England and your convoluted fucking language. Segitunya lidah gue udah diapropriasi sama orientalis powers that have been. Gue ketik Lyndon Kweli Johnson di search engine Poem Hunter, terus LKJ plus reggae poet di Google, terus gue baru sadar, habit is a bitch, man. Them say, ye, the, old, oldie, habit dies hard. Them say, bang not dead. Them say, sorry, no results were found. Bahkan buat Lyndon Quincy Johnson. Damainya matahari hangat di kulitku yang sawo, matang, telanjang. Keluar kubikel kantor, beku, iglu, AC, canghong, gelas-gelas, kopi, retak-retak, botol-botol, cap kapak, iPod Touch, mini, nano, no. Low bat, lomo, low. Nggak kuat lagi. Apa sih ini realita cinta dan rock and roll? Nggak banget deh. Perang sebenarnya adalah melawan rasa bersalah, tapi ngegas buat menambah human touch di puisi-puisi gue. Atau mengurangi. Seperti perang saudara antara anak berpisau pramuka melawan gerilyawati paintball di karaoke Inul Vista. Yeah, oh yeah. Puisi adalah air laut butek coklat di antara jari-jari kakiku waktu aku mencari-cari gantungan kunci Universitas Indonesiaku yang hilang. Itu loh yang ada tulisannya, I have nothing to declare except my genius. Puisi adalah mashup gondang dan galon aqua isi tuak sambil jalan-jalan cari disco. Di Pulau Samosir di bawah bulan purnama. Banyak banget bintangnya, Bung. Puisi adalah Bima Sakti di ujung-ujung jariku. Malam pas musim dingin baru mulai di pinggiran Kanamala. Puisi adalah magabut. Puisi adalah ngepoin Facebook orang di secret window. Puisi adalah wajahmu dan wajahku di dalam kegelapan. Puisi adalah party akhir bulan setelah lembur 2 bulan. Segininya kebahagiaan gue udah diapropriasi sama Occidentalist colonial powers that might be not. Okay, second poem. Poem inspired by the Mahabharata, number 1 sextillion, 2 quadrillion, 103 trillion, 7 billion, 968 million, 1,662. Seorang jagoan akhirnya datang ke medan perang. Bersenjata panah. Kenapa nggak AK-47 aja? Dan beberapa butir merjan. Bertopi laken, dada telanjang, jari lentik, angan melayang. Penuh fantasi, besok pasti menang. Di belakang, pasukan kaki. Si jagoan mengamati medan, formasi supit urang. Satu peleton, membangkang. Sangka kalah dari cangkang, panji koyak di tiang. Di depannya, Kila Borak, Pax, dan Lord of Mars. Di sampingnya, Yudhistira, Nakula, Begawan Abiyasa. Di belakangnya istri-istri membakar dupa. Si jagoan mengangkat busur, berlapis kulit ular, menunggu sangka kala dan langit bergetar. Tak lupa di kulumnya sebutir merjan, semesta mengkilat di ujung putingnya yang tegang. Diarahkannya busur ke awan. Dewa-dewa pun berlarian, pekik trompet, dan jerit panik prajurit. Akhirnya, si jagoan tersenyum. Panah dilepaskan dan dunia menyala. Bagai Daft Punk Alive 2007 at Coachella. Aerodynamite, harder, better, faster, stronger than anything Homer had ever imagined. Si jagoan membuka matanya. Sorry, I just lost my piece of paper, so I'm just going to continue. Hang on. Si jagoan membuka matanya, merjan pahit di mulutnya yang kering, sekitarnya lingkaran hitam, sepi, tanpa tepi, tinggal dia sendirian, merentang busur kosong, awan lenyap, udara berbau mesiu. Di kejauhan, 3 pohon hangus. Si jagoan menyeka keringat di sekitar mata, menundukkan kepala, memandang jari kakinya. Sayang, tak tersisa lagi satupun bendungan keliling yang bisa berbla bla 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 bla. Siapa sih dia sebenarnya? Seorang superhero. Human after all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikhail. That was great. We have a bit of time, so I might just ask you, what are the similarities and or differences between translating yourself and Sout, for instance?
Sawad's poems are much better than mine. That's one difference. But
does it make it easier or harder to translate?
but well, actually, I don't usually translate my own poems. And actually, like the first poem that I read, that was actually like Sawad's poem, was actually written in English. So, but
yeah, right. Sorry, I don't have that information here.
Yeah, no, but it was never, like revealed. But as I understood it, we were told to sort of like read in Indonesian. So I was like, I can't be bothered translating my Indonesian poems to English. So I just translate my English poems into Indonesian. and because like that was actually kind of sort of like an interesting project, because like there's a lot of code switching and stuff, because
yeah,
mostly that's what I do. Like sometimes I actually forget what language my poems are in. So yeah.
Right, but it's a very conscious decision at the beginning of each composition which language to write in.
No, not really, because like it's just the way it comes out. Like that's because I'm sort of, I suppose, bilingual. It was getting into my head a bit, like trying to sort of decide what languages or what language I have to write in. So I just let it sort of like flow, and sometimes it comes out code switch, sometimes it comes out in whatever, and yeah.
Great.
So
Thanks,
it's sort
Mikhail.
of subconscious instead of conscious decision.
Great, that's a great explanation. Thanks, Mikhail. I'm going to transfer the sound now to Rukmi Wisnu Wardani. I think that's fast. Hi, Rukmi. How are you doing? Rukmi's been patient. I accidentally skipped her. My apologies. I will introduce Rukmi. She was born in Jakarta in 1973. She started her writing career on the internet with the Cyber Sastra Collective. Her works have been published in several anthologies, including the Asian Poets Forum. And since 2016, she has been involved in orangutan conservation projects in the jungles of East and Central Kalimantan. Thanks, Rukmi. Rukmi, I can't hear you. I'm going to check if you have your mute button on. Can you hear me? Hopefully Yulia in the background is going to problem solve for us.
I'm sorry, like it's not the problem with the translation, it's the problem on Rukmi's side, it's the problem with Rukmi's device. So maybe you can use another device? Because we don't hear you, there's really no sound, I'm sorry.
So if Rukmi logs off and then on again,
yes,
should we move to someone else?
Maybe, because she's already unmuted. It's not the problem of the mute and unmute here in the conference. It's the problem on Rukmi's side. Rukmi, do you hear us? Oh, we hear you, but the sound is really bad. It's very, it's tiny, like maybe we can make it louder. Not really good.
No.
Do you use headphones? Maybe it will be better using a microphone or headphones. It might solve the problem. Maybe it will come out better. So sometimes we have those kind of technical issues.
You make the call, Yulia.
Unfortunately, yes, it's the issue on Rukmi's side. So Rukmi, can you either try the headphones or try another device, please?
Okay, well, we momentarily go to Australia and then pop back.
I guess like we'll give Rukmi some time to solve it out, and
yes,
we'll be back to Indonesia after the Australian part of it.
Great.
So, thank you.
Sorry, Rukmi, I will come back to you and fly to Australia, where our first reader is Janine Lane. Janine, I'm not sure if I've said your surname correctly. I'm passing you, sorry, I haven't quite passed you the sound yet.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Oh, great. Sorry, Janine, your sound has only just come on. Hi.
Okay, thank you. Hi.
I'm going to introduce you quickly. And it is Lane, is it? Janine Lane?
Yes.
Janine Lane is a poet, writer and academic born on Wiradjuri, Norumbang. Janine teaches creative writing and Aboriginal literature at the University of Melbourne. Thanks, Janine.
Yeah, Yurdu Marang, Baru Janine, Baru Wiradjuri. Good evening. Happy World Poetry Day. My name's Janine and I'm a Wiradjuri woman from southwestern New South Wales. And I'm reading 3 short pieces this evening from this collection called Guwayu, which is a Wiradjuri word that means still and yet. And I'm reading these poems in a combination of English and Wiradjuri. And I'd like to acknowledge Auntie Elaine Lomas as my interpreter and teacher of Wiradjuri language. This one's called Nagina Gulia Niang. It means these words. These words cry out and I hear them, learn to mold them, shape them like clay. There should have been a time for such words, for this word, Ninha, Niang, and a word for such time, Gawayu. How clunky these are as I first stumble over them, grappling like the child I should have been when I first felt them. Winanga, Dilyane, Babia, sang them, spoke them, Yayi. Now my clumsy tongue struggles over each new syllable my country, Ngurumbang, gives me. Each one I want to devour like the sweetest thing I ever tasted. Wulayu, Bangula, Dahei. I want to suck every shred of marrow, Dundimra, from each solid sound. I want to swallow it whole, Daramara, to know what it is to eat for the first time. I want to feel like a child born to these words. Gara, Dahuringa, Ningha, Niang. The next one's called Yanha Mam Bira, means release. The space of my emptiness is a chasm so deep and so wide, I'll fall to endless nothing without your words to cross it. I have starved for you to feed my soul, nourish my blood, strengthen my bones. Nagarai, Baguru, Dalhalabu. I have craved for the taste of your sound on my parched lips, the drip drop of your coolness on my parched palate. Joba, Nininghu, Balaba, Naganda, Bira, Mukamaga. 8 for you to speak, to sing, to sound, to shout, to release your syllables to the air, that I can breathe you, drink you, grasp you. Maram, Winya, Nile, Yeba, Dihara, Nile, Mogama, Nile. My tongue thick with a heavy, cringing prisma, bashed and battered by 200 years and 30 years of colonial submission, stalled stubborn over your form. For too long, my mouth paid lip service to English, has been a slave to grammar, a prisoner to punctuation, a handmaiden to pronunciations, a servant of prim, proper, and poise. Life sentence lifted, my tongue can liberate my heart with these words from you. I am Wiradjuri, Baru Wiradjuri. I am proud, Baru Diri Marialana. I am here, Baru Nigina. And the last one is called Nugarambang Yali. Country speaks. It's been too long since I sat on granite in my country and thought. Too many years since I breathed this air, Banang, Gunha, felt this dirt, Namanhai, Durgan, smelt this dust, Badani Banan, listened for the sounds of her words that say, Balanda, Dahue, Balianai, Wamboy, Yabiang. History does not have the first claim, nor the last word. Ninia, Yara, Daharabu, Ningani, Gingu. You can speak us now. Mandanguru, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to read today.
Thanks, Janine. That was wonderful. We have a bit of time, so I might just ask if you want to talk a bit about your collaboration with Auntie Elaine.
Thank you. Yeah, Mandanguru. Auntie Elaine is a Wiradjuri elder and language custodian. Wiradjuri is a large inland freshwater First Nations country in southwest of Australia, an early site of colonisation, probably 1810 or so. And so Wiradjuri language was actually outlawed for quite some time under assimilation policy and under child removal. So it was either spoken underground, spoken very much in secret. And when I went to school, I wasn't allowed to speak Wiradjuri language in the 1960s or 70s. So there was a very small handful of elders and custodians who kept that language alive until about 20 years ago. But now we have actually a language program at Charles Sturt University on Wiradjuri country, and Wiradjuri language is actually taught throughout several schools on Wiradjuri country. And Auntie Elaine was someone I went on this journey with as an adult, coming back to access this language that I should have been able to have as a child. Yeah, so I've only been speaking Wiradjuri for a couple of years. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Janine. I'm going to pass the sound now onto our next Australian reader, Sarah Holland-Batt. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Lucy.
Hi.
Yeah. Hi.
Sarah is a poet, editor, critic, columnist, and associate professor within the Creative Industries faculty at QUT. Her most recent book won Australia's foremost poetry prize, the Prime Minister's Literary Award for Poetry. Hi.
Thanks, Lucy. And thank you also to Mingdi and all the organisers for bringing us together. It's lovely to see some people I've met before at festivals around the world and lots of faces that I haven't. And it was really beautiful to hear Janine's reading, and I'm looking forward to Lucy's from closer to home as well. My first poem tonight is called Galar's Skull. I find it in a field of feathers, pink crested, a knuckle of bone picked clean by the wind, a pale mohawk mounted on stone. I bend down, zeroed out of its head are two sockets, two airy planets full of sun, and taking asylum in one, a millipede is coiled, a slick black hypnotist. Polished, it spirals in on itself like one of St. Hilda's fossil snakes we studied in the school chapel's stained glass, as if the eye could dig itself into the earth, then extend a curled feeler out like a fern. I turn the skull round in my palm like a pebble. It will not settle. Otherwise, all is still. The grasses claw in. The world does not tilt. Even the blue stand of scrub grows over. It has nothing on its mind. But the skull will outlast the summer, a thought cut short, and I will pass it every day as I walk and stop just here, where the air hones its teeth on bone, where the mind remembers itself as a shell, and mourn what was once a world, one eye rolled to the daylight moon, the other pressed down into the earth. And the second poem I will read, final poem I'll read tonight, is called O California. I want to wake in the lagoon of the sky, where sunlight binds the mutilated palm tree dawn like duct tape, an aerial shot rolling and rolling out of town in the muffled trunk of a brown panel van along the death roads, the desert roads, the hairpin turns, California, the desert silvering in my eye like a coyote. I want to swim in the jewel jade pool of your lonesome foothill vowels, stretch out under the mirroring clouds like a million rooftop deck chairs. Feel that blankness unfurl in my mind like a luxury, California, your beautiful blankness, your sheen. Oh, shake me a basil gimlet at Silver Lake and tell me about your tattoos, Hermana, how death is that bad tooth wobbling in my head, California. That skyline that breaks into backdrop hills I know like nostalgia, pink saguaro and sumac, the ripe berries smashed like bodies, each ragged cactus cross hoisting up against a silver desert screen, California, and night that goes on like a drive-in, palms exploding like napalm, fireworking over everything. I want to ride the long, smooth, tan body of California. I want to eat the bear of the flag of California. I want to roll like a corpse off the highway of your chase scenes. I want my perfect teeth preserved, California, my teeth buried in the earth like a curse, California. And won't you show me where the bodies are kept, California? Won't you show me, show me, show me? Thank you.
Sorry, no, I'm not muted. Thanks, Sarah.
Thanks, Lucy.
I think we do have a bit of time. You've got time, Sarah. You don't have to rush off. You good? I was thinking to get your thoughts as a poetry educator about, I wouldn't say the lack of a culture of translation in Australian poetry, but it's definitely not a strong culture despite our multicultural reality. Do you have any thoughts on that? I've muted you and now I will
Oh, thank you.
unmute.
Thank you. You can hear me
You heard
again.
my question. You heard my question?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually think that Janine might be better at answering that than me, because she's just produced a beautiful anthology dedicated to translation in first languages. So I think there's some really important work happening in that space. But I think, you know, and Janine's holding it up right there, Gawayo. It's a beautiful anthology. But I think in general, you know, there are patchy aspects of translation in Australia, but maybe by dint of geographical isolation, maybe through lack of engagement with other centres of translation, there's relatively little that goes on in Australia. And, you know, I'd love to be working towards that. I'm not actually sure, Lucy, what the kind of cause of it is, but it's certainly discernible compared to other Anglophone languages, countries, certainly, you know, compared to the UK, the US, New Zealand. I think there's more translation going on. South Africa, much more. So yeah, it's certainly something that I'd love to see more of, contemporary Australian poetry being translated. And there's very few Australian poets who do translation themselves as well. So I think, I'm not sure if Janine wants to add any comments to that,
Yeah,
but I think
I'll switch over to Janine. Yeah. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, just Gawayu, which is a Wiradjuri word that means still and yet, or for all times, was a collection of 34 First Nations poets. And I think in contrast to the rest of Australia, what Sarah said is unfortunately true about translations across, you know, generally speaking, in settler society. But among First Nations communities, poetry and languages are really on fire. And much of what I brought together when I edited this beautiful book by Magabala Books, published by Magabala Books, grew out of a project from Sydney Red Room, which is also a wonderful organiser, presenter, facilitator of poetry. So that's Red Room, Sydney. And one of their projects was called Poetry in First Languages. And so there are 12 first languages featured in this book, and they all feature with interpretations and translations from collaborations from First Nations poets working with an elder or a language custodian in a program. And we're all encouraged to learn to translate our own poems. So that's exciting, but as Sarah said, and poetry in First Nations through Sydney Red Room is still happening, and there's several poetry language collaborations and translations still happening with First Nations poetry. And there's about 400 or so First Nations languages on the mainland, so it's quite exciting. But yeah, that flies in the face and is the opposite kind of situation to what Sarah's saying about other Australian translations, I'm afraid. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Janine and Sarah.
Thanks, Lucy.
So, thanks, Sarah. We're going to try and get Rukmi on the sound.
Hello.
Hello, Rukmi.
Hello.
I think that sound is good.
Okay.
I'm going to introduce you again. Let me just find. Rukmi Wisnuwardani was born in Jakarta in 1973. She started her writing career on the internet with the Cyber Sastra Collective. Her works have been published in several anthologies, including the Asian Poets Forum. Since 2016, she has been involved in orangutan conservation projects in the jungles of East and Central Kalimantan.
Okay, thank you, everyone. This is a long poem, so I'm gonna read this now, okay? First poem. Diam, dengarkan. Mana mungkin kami tak rindu tajuk menjulang. Mana mungkin kami lupa nyanyian enggang kasmaran. Mana mungkin menganyam sarang dari balik kandang. Mana mungkin mereka peduli nasib orang hutan jika deforestasi masih juga dilakukan. Di sini, kemana tunggu harus disembunyikan. Di sini, kemana luka harus dikuburkan. Tak terbilang pohon ditebang, tak terhitung nyawa melayang. Tiba sudah, kini waktu perhitungan. Kami, ataukah mereka, sebenar ancaman? Oh Ranying Hatala, oh Ranying Hatala, jika satu pohon tersisa, masihkah akan mereka rampas juga? Padamu kami bertanya, siapakah sebenarnya manusia? Padamu kami bertanya, kemana kelakar ulin yang kemarin masih menyapa? Mana mungkin langit lupa wajah bumi, mana mungkin hijau daun benci cerlang embun pagi, mana mungkin sungai lupa cara mengalir, mana mungkin silir usai mengeja desir. Mana mungkin matahari tak menyambut burung bernyanyi, mana mungkin bulan bintang tak temani pulas hari. Mana mungkin kini saat untuk bergeming tanpa hutan, kemana kita harus berpaling. Di bawah cahaya bulan, lirih angin menggesek ranting dedaunan. Diciptakannya tembang lara, meski satu bait saja. Kami mendedah jiwa, seraya melelehkan air mata. Now, the second poem. Bukan sekedar timang atau belayan sayang. Bukan sekedar timang atau belayan sayang. Adalah kenang melintas perlahan waktu kau bawa aku jelajahi hutan, memilih pakan sambil menyimak sepasang enggang kasmaran dari celah rimbun dedaunan yang sesekali asik berciuman, sekembalinya terbang sambangi awan di ketinggian. Bukan sekedar timang atau belayan sayang, hanya rindu membatu ingatan. Sesaat sebelum matahari memejam, di antara ranting juga hijau daun keemasan. Ku dekat dan ku teguk air susumu dalam jalinan hangat sarang. Hingga malam jadi pulasku, ulasmu jadi dongeng rimba tentang asal-usul, mengapa purnama, mengapa bintang gemintang, begitu teduh, berpendaran, seumpama naungan doa. Bukan sekedar timang atau belayan sayang, tapi anyir di satu bengis siang, di tepi angkuh barisan wajah perkebunan, adalah darah yang tumpah, memancar, meruah, hingga terseret aku, memusar, tenggelam, dibentur berulang kebongkahan lebam, tak berkesudahan. Bukan sekedar timang atau belayan sayang, adalah luka mengabadi terlampau nganga. Selepas tragedi, dibantainya kau, Ibu. Di antara tumpukan menjulang mayat pepohonan, mereka paksa aku masuk ke sempit kandang. Lalu diam-diam di selubung kabut malam, tangisku mereka bungkam. saat menembus penjaga di perbatasan. Bukan sekedar timang atau belayan sayang. Hanya aku gemetar disergap kelam sendirian. Di mana hutan, sungai, matahari, sapa hijau daun keemasan, hangat sarang, langit malam, bulan, bintang, harum tanah seusai turun hujan, juga suara burung-burung enggang yang terbiasa terbang sambangi awan di ketinggian. Inikah nasib sebelum ajal menjelang? Ibu, oh ibu, aku mereka jual untuk dijadikan tontonan sebagai binatang hiburan. Thank you.
Thank you, Rukmi. That was lovely. I am the last reader of session 3. So I'll read my 2 poems now. First poem is called Lorca. He stood a moment against the tree, then walked towards the executioner, reached for the mouth of the rifle, and tried to take it from him gently, as if a bread knife from a lover gesticulating. He stood back against the tree, then walked off again, apologetically, as if from a broken heart's call to fight at bar closing. But they grabbed him and knelt him and bent him over. His prayer now, a river of lions. My second poem is called Minas. He arrives early morning on his mother's lawn, each trembling leaf of grass a potential of his. A hero with a feats backlog. He walks through the glass door like it's a waterfall. 2 knives, blades for handles, slicing his sub-god palms as he smashes the all-seeing screens. Defies the tricky stars emitted from the microwave. Tips over the big blue fish tank swarming with flash eyes of Zeus. In Athena's flak jackets, the cops approach, this infinitely armed Achilles throwing canned goods. There's an impossible, bearable weight to the world, pressing down the soil of thought into a diamond self. Each phrenic facet, adamant, unmistakable, as he teams out the door onto the street. The gunshot is quieted by a garbage truck. On his body, his mother falls. Thank you. I've had a wonderful time being with all these 12 poets from session 3, Southeast Asia and Australia. It was a wonderful session, and it's made the world feel both smaller and bigger at the same time. So thank you all for your words and your time. And I want to thank Ming Di for curating us all. And now I am passing on to Julia, who is going to present the next session. So bye from me. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Lucy. Thanks everyone for joining in. I think we had some great time here on the World Poetry Day with many poets reading from China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau, Japan, Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Australia. So great we had this opportunity. And now we're gonna give our Chinese poetry video a second try. So I'm giving this right to Mingdi to share the video with every one of us. So we'll see if we can watch the video with the Chinese poets reading their texts. I'm afraid there's no sound once again, Mindy. Or either the sound is really tiny because there was no sound at all.
The system administrator didn't give me the ability, the function to share screen.
No, you are a co-organizer. So in fact, it should be possible to do it. So
then let's do something else then.
okay, so let's play our video, another Chinese video for a break, and then there will be Chinese poets joining in like say 20 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna now share the video.
Webpack meeting has the class video. Isn't it?
Okay, so as for now, we're here at the East Asia, Southeast Asia, Australia, and Oceania Hub. We're continuing our translation, we're continuing our readings, and now we're going to share the video.
I'm Fan Ye. I'll read my translation of One Hellman's poem in Chinese, and then the original in Spanish, under the title Animal. 动物，我与一只隐秘的动物住在一起。我白天做的事，它晚上吃掉；我晚上做的事，它白天吃掉。只给我留下记忆，连我最微小的错误和恐惧，也吃得津津有味。我不让它睡觉，我是它的隐秘动物。El animal. Cohabito con oscuro animal. Lo que hago de día, de noche me lo come. Lo que hago de noche, de día me lo come. Lo único que no me come es la memoria. Se encarniza embarbar hasta el más chico de mis errores y mis miedos. No lo dejo dormir. Soy su oscuro animal.
My name is Xue Qingguo, a Chinese translator of Arabic literature. I will read a short poem by Mahmoud Darwish, first in Chinese. 夏与冬，没有什么新鲜事。这里的季节只有2个：漫长的夏天，常如远方的宣礼塔；冬天，犹如一位修女在虔诚祈祷。至于春天，则无法停下脚步。祝升天时，驻足道一声您好。而秋天，不过是闭门回味我们的岁月年华如何飘零在回归的路途。我们把生命遗落在何处？我问一只绕着灯光飞舞的蝴蝶，顿时，它在泪水中燃烧。Now in Arabic. صيف وشتاء لا جديد. الفصول هنا 2. صيف طويل كمئذنة في أقاصي المدى، وشتاء كراحبة في الصلاة خشوع. وأما ربيع فلا يستطيع الوقوف على قدميه سوى للتحية أهلا بكم في صعود يسوع. وأما الخريف فليس سوى خلوة للتأمل فيما تساقط من عمرنا في الطريق رجوع. فأين نسينا الحياة؟ سألت الفراشة وهي تحوم في الضوء فاحترقت بالدموع.
Hello, I'm 江玲静。在逃亡里，奈利萨克斯。在逃亡里，此般盛大的迎接，在途中，围裹在风的头巾里，双脚陷入沙的祈祷中，从未能说声阿门，因为必须从其到义，继续。奄奄的蝴蝶，很快又见到海。这块石，刻着苍蝇的碑文，交至我手中。我以世界的变迁，替代了故乡。In der Flucht, Nelly Sachs. In der Flucht, welch große Empfang, unterwegs. Eingehüllt in der Windetuch, Füße im Gebet des Sandes, der niemals Amen sagen kann. Denn er muss von der Flosse in den Flöger und weiter. Der kranke Schmetterling weiß bald wieder vom Meer. Dieser Stein mit der Inschrift der Flieger hat sich mir in die Hand gegeben. Anstelle von Heimat halte ich die Verwandlung der Welt.
I'm Shu Cai. I will read at first my translation in Chinese, and then I will read this poem in French. The title of the poem of the French poet Yves Bonnefoy is La Neige. 雪，它来自比道路更遥远的地方，它触摸草原花朵的赭石色，凭这只用烟书写的手，它通过寂静战胜时间。今夜有更多的光，因为雪。 好像有树叶在门前燃烧，而爆毁的柴禾里有水珠滴落。La neige, elle est venue de plus loin que les routes. Elle a touché le pré, l'ocre des fleurs. De cette main qui écrit en fumée, elle a vaincu le temps par le silence. Davantage de lumière ce soir à cause de la neige. On dirait que des feuilles brûlent devant la porte et il y a de l'eau dans le bois qu'on rentre.
My name is Mingdi. I'll read my Chinese translation of the poem Star by Derek Walcott. 心，如果在忘我的光亮中，你真的隐退，退潮一样被撤退到确定而恰当的距离，就像月亮一整个晚上被隐藏在树叶之间。愿你给这所房子带来隐秘的喜悦。哦，星星双倍的同情，对于黄昏你来得太早，对于黎明又来得太迟。愿你苍白的火焰引领我们最糟糕的部分，穿越混乱，带着平淡的日子里的热情。
My name is 刘文飞。你脚步声的音乐，曼德尔施塔姆。你脚步声的音乐，像在寂静的林中积雪，像缓慢的幽灵。你走进寒冷的白天，冬天像黑夜深沉，积雪像流苏悬垂。乌鸦站在树枝上，它一生见多识广。匆匆赶来的梦，像涌起的波浪，它热情地粉碎年轻的薄冰。我灵魂的薄冰啊，在寂静中生成。
My name is Ming. Here I will read a poem of Swedish poet Thomas Tranströmer. 活泼的快板，黑色的日子走后，我演奏海顿，手上感到一阵简单的温暖。琴键愿意，温和的榔头在敲，音色苍翠。活泼安详，硬是说自由并没有消亡。有人不向皇帝进贡。我把手插入我的海顿口袋，模仿一个人从容地观望世界。我升起海顿旗帜，表示我们不缺从，但渴望安好。音乐是山坡上的一栋玻璃房。那里石头在飞，石头在滚，石头飞滚着横穿过屋子，但每一块玻璃都安好无损。
So let's give our video another try. Another video about the poetry in times of quarantine. So I think it's quite an actual theme. And we're gonna try and share a video. Um,
主义。这几年我素面朝天，但胭脂主义是可信的。我的早晨是胭脂主义的，我的日落时分更是胭脂主义的。 青山雨带，一一炊烟，散发出的气息遥远，挤压我小山岗似的脸颊。北京的清晨是胭脂主义的，我的额头迎接第一缕晨光，孤山里还在沉睡。我以清水睡妆的轻快洗面，把胭脂主义从东边爬上来，遥远的浮动腰肢。它是羞涩的典范，它是遗忘的枝娘，一步步向我靠近，直到我猛一抬头，就把我俘虏。我怀揣一把木梳，向胭脂主义弯腰致意。我面朝东方，向慈禧太后点头。云从后榻起床散步，脸上的胭脂像泪水打湿了清东陵。
大家好，我是易来。今天我要为大家读的这首诗的题目叫《春天的暗房》。春天的暗房，怕这撩人的职业病，在暗房，他看到什么，便是什么。桃花是桃，蝴蝶是，飞鸟也是。如果看到一整座春天，他便觉得左眼里有谷雨，而右膝关节则埋伏着惊蛰无数。而他从未怀疑过自己的视力，正如相信镜头底片对光线的判断。他知道春天来了，外面必有明媚的光，明亮而晃眼的少女，在公园或者梯形台。他甚至有些想入非非了。他还知道可以摘去帽子、围巾，要留心花粉、蚊虫和病菌。这生活的经验来自定影、显影、事物的还原或它的像，如同从书本上获得的光学原理。在成群结队的胶卷面前，他甚至想，我拥有春天的流水线。可是当他试图从中找到自己，却是徒劳。其实他只是一小片黑暗。
我是阿毛，玻璃器皿，它的美是必须空着，必须干净脆弱，像卷心菜那么疏慵，和莲花那么圣洁的样子。但爱的唇不能吻它，一颗不能碰撞的心，被聚焦的夜半之光划乎下的逆气。坐不能有江山，站不能爱人类。这低气的洞口，这悲绵的母性，你们用它生空气和糖果，我用它生眼泪。
白雪棋盘，再一次回到冰凉的北京，从飞机上往下看，北京铺着一层薄薄的雪，像一块白色的棋盘。谁来和我对弈？没有人。我和一轮血红的夕阳在棋盘上对望。
独身女人的卧室，一镜子的魔术。你猜我认识的是谁？他是一个，又是许多个，在各个方向突然出现，又瞬间消隐。他目光直视，没有幸福的痕迹。他自言自语，没有声音。它是立体，又是平面。它给你什么，你也无法接受。它不能属于任何人。它就是镜子中的我。整个世界除以2，剩下的一个单数，一个自由运动的独立的单子，一个具有创造力的精神实体。它就是镜子中的我的木胖镜子就在床头，他一天做100次这样的魔术。你不来与我同居。
我是中国诗人李三，我朗诵我的诗作《菊在野》。 菊在也。日出东南，菊在也。狂在菊，阳在菊，阴在菊。菊在菊旁，菊在雾里。日落西方，菊在也。日落菊，苍茫在菊。夜在婺源，夜无菊。
So thanks everyone for watching this wonderful sort of a preview video for another Chinese part of our translation. So we've got one more surprise video, I think. Mindy, may I ask you to say some words about our last video in a row?
Just play the video. I think everybody will understand.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. So we're gonna play the last video and then we'll start right away with a translation of many more wonderful poets from China. Also from Taiwan and Hong Kong joining in. Most of the people are writing in China. Okay, so this was a tiny video as a commemoration.
Where's
for-
his reading?
I don't know, it's like...
There's a full video. He was reading a poem.
Okay,
That's
so,
just the head.
Okay, can you send me the link one more time? I will try to do a share screen for everyone to see.
Okay, just start the session. It's okay.
Okay,
You can do
well,
that.
okay, let's start right away. So, once again, hello to everyone. I'm Julia Drazes. My Chinese name is Deng Yunyang. So I will be hosting this last part of our translation in the Eastern Asia, Southeastern Asia, Australia, and Oceania hub. And we're gonna hear now great poets from mainland China, from Hong Kong, from Taiwan. I think it will be great to hear everybody. Итак, мы продолжаем нашу трансляцию. В этом хабе нас ждут чтения поэтов из Китая, Тайваня и Гонконга. 现在我们开始我们最后一个部分，就是中国、台湾、香港的诗人朗诵会。Our first poet, whom I'm proud to present, is Eugene, born in Kunming in southwestern China, where he lives today. Eugene is a poet, writer, essayist, photographer, documentary film director, editor-in-chief of poetry publications, university professor, and a chairman of many literary festivals. So Eugene started writing poems during the Cultural Revolution already, and for a long time he was a samizdat author. His works were circulated underground, and his first poem was officially published in 1980. So he's regarded as one of the representatives of non-mainstream avant-garde poetry in China. He's won many awards. He's one of the mentors of contemporary Chinese poetry. And I'm most happy to introduce him. Наш следующий автор — это Юдянь, который родился в Куньмине в провинции Юньнань и продолжает жить там до сих пор. Он поэт, писатель, публицист, который занимается фотографией, снимает документальное кино и занимает пост главного редактора нескольких политических изданий, а также профессор университета и председательствует на литературных фестивалях. Юдянь начал писать стихи еще во время культурной революции и долгое время не печатался нигде, кроме сам издата. Его первое стихотворение было официально опубликовано в 1980 году. Юдянь — лауреат множества премий, это очень мэтр китайской поэзии, очень важная фигура, да, для современного разговорного стиха на китайском языке. 首一位诗人是于真先生。于真生于中国西南高原上的古老城昆明，他至今住在昆明。他是诗人、作家、散文家，也发表小说评论。他也是摄影师、纪录片导演，诗歌刊物的主编和大学教授，文学界主席。于真开始写诗的时候，这是中国文革时代，在很长时间内，他都是个秘密的手抄本作者。他的作品是在地下流传的，直到1980年，这位地下诗人才在公开刊物发表了第一首诗。他的诗歌一出现，就引起读者、评论界和编辑的高度注意。他被视为中国非主流新闻派诗歌代表之一。他的写作是持久而可靠，就是持续40年，获得很多很多奖项。现在我们开始吧。So I'm happy to welcome Yujian to read a poem of his. Yujian, 你可以开始。现在就是没有声音了。So we're probably experiencing some technical issues. We'll be here in several seconds. While we're waiting for Yujian, I want to say several more things. So we're simultaneously have translation and broadcasting, like have readings at 8 different hubs. So this is the hub for East Asia, Southeast Asia, Oceania, and Australia. And we already have Southeast Asia and Australia. So now we're finishing with China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. So our first poet, Yujian, I think he's having some technical problems, so maybe he will join in later. And we gotta pass to another poet. I don't see him either. So let's pass to Han Dong. So our next author is Han Dong. He's a poet, he's an essayist, he's a writer, he's a filmmaker, a popular blogger. So the writer of the year according to the Chinese version of GQ, and the winner of the Youth Magazine Award of Lulian, Poetry Award of Gaoligong Award, and many, many more. So he's author of 8 poetry books, and he has published and edited the most famous journal of the Chinese avant-garde, which is the Tamen Them. So the magazine, which was published for a record of 10 years, for a small circulation publication, became the center for consolidating the colloquial words. Я с удовольствием представляю нашего автора Хандуна. Это поэт, эссеист, писатель, режиссер, популярный блогер, писатель года по версии китайского GQ, лауреат премии журнала «Юность», поэтической премии «Люлиань» и многих других известных премий, автор 8 поэтических книг. С 1984 года Ханьдун издавал и редактировал известнейший журнал китайского авангарда, журнал «Ани», «Хамен», который выходил рекордный для малотиражного издания 10 лет и вообще стал центром для консолидации свободного стиха. Ханьдун — это очень важная фигура в современной китайской поэзии. Отрадно видеть его сегодня с нами. Ханьдун 是个诗人、小说家、导演，曾提出诗到愉悦为止的诗歌革命性纲领。著有诗集《白色的石头》、《爸爸在天上看你》，还有《读信做人》，他们你见过大海，我因此爱你与其他。另有其他作品40余种。现在就是寒冬可以读诗了。
现在可以读吗？
可以，可以
听得见吗？
对，可以，听得见，非常好。
听得见 ，OK，那我就读了哈。第一首卖鸡的，他拥有迅速杀鸡的技艺，因此成了一个卖鸡的。这样他就不需要杀人，即使在心里。他的生活平静温馨，从不打老婆。脱去老婆的衣服，就像给鸡褪毛。相似的记忆总有相同之处，残暴与温柔也总是此消彼长。当他脱鸡毛，他老婆慢腾腾的收钱的时候，我总觉得这里面有某种罪恶的甜蜜。这是第一首哈。第二首可以开始吧 ？OK。我因此爱你。我们去了云南，骑了马，玩得很嗨，当我什么都忘记了。除了一件事，他用苹果喂马，那马吃得口沫飞溅，马嘴就像一台榨汁机。我从没想到苹果会有那么多的水，你甚至可以拿一只杯子放在马嘴下面，接苹果汁儿，然后喝掉。他感叹那马一辈子都没吃过一个苹果，除了这一次。我相信他这辈子都没有喂过马，吃过苹果，除了这一次。事情就是这样的。然后我们上马，转过那座大山，进入到阴面，气温顿时下降了5度，马和人这才从刚刚的激动中渐渐平静下来了。第二首，最后一首，这个义母，他伸出一根手指让我抓着，在城里的街上或者农村都是一样。我不会走丢，也不会被风刮跑。河堤上的北风那么大，连妈妈都要被风吹着走。他叫我走路得顺着风，不能顶风走。风太大的时候，就走在下面的干沟里。我们家土墙上的裂缝那么大，我的小手那么小，可以往里面塞稻草。妈妈糊上2层报纸，风一吹，墙就一鼓一吸，一鼓一吸。 他伸出一根手指，让我抓着。我们到处走走看看，在冬天的北风里，或者房子里都是一样。谢谢，谢谢。
谢谢韩东，我有个小小的
谢谢
问题，我有个小小的问题，
OK
我想问一下，你就是对那个诗歌的翻译，你持有什么样的态度？你觉得是可以翻译诗歌吗？
诗肯定是可以翻译的。我觉得诗的翻译是一个，也是一种创造，也是一个创作的过程。那么从我的角度说，比如说我读翻译的诗，我认为它有一个在被翻译的语言里面复活的这样一个过程。有的诗歌可以复活，有的可能是译者的问题，也可能是诗本身的问题。总而言之，比如说我们读这个翻译的时候，并感觉不到它的好，这个可能是就有问题的。最大的成就，最大的成果，就是应该在被翻译的语言里复活。OK，
谢谢。
谢谢。
Okay, thank you. I'll make a brief translation. So I asked about the poetry translation, if it ever is it ever possible. So and Handong replied that of course it's possible, but it's a kind of art in itself, because it's really hard to make a poem go alive in the language that you are translating into. So it may be a great poem in the original language, but when it is translated, the hardest part of it is not to translate the words, but to give a life to it, to make it become a living poem in the target language. So that was the answer about the poetry translation. Thank you so much, Handong. So our next author, whom I proudly introduce already, I will repeat one more time, is Yu Jian. So Yu Jian was born in Kunming in southwestern China, where he lives today. He's a poet, writer, essayist, photographer, a documentary film director, editor-in-chief of poetry publications, a university professor, and the chairman of many literary festivals. So Yu Jian started writing poems already during the Cultural Revolution. And for a long time, he was a samizdat author. His works were circulated only underground, so his first poem officially was published in 1980. He's regarded as one of the representatives of non-mainstream avant-garde poetry in China, and he's won many awards. Наш следующий автор, которого я с вами представляю, это Ю Дянь. Ю Дянь из провинции Юньнань, из города Куньмин, где он продолжает жить до сегодня. Ю Дянь – поэт, писатель, публицист, очень известный режиссер документального кино. Он занимается фотографией, он занимает пост главного редактора нескольких поэтических изданий, профессор университета, председательствует на разных литературных фестивалях. Ю Дянь начал писать стихи еще во время культурной революции. Долгое время он не печатался нигде, кроме самиздата. Его первое стихотворение было опубликовано официально в 1980 году. Yu Jian 是出生在中国西南高原上的古老城邦昆明，他至今住在昆明。他是诗人、作家、散文家，也发表小说评论。他也是诗与诗纪录片导演，这个刊物的主编、大学教授、文学界主席。于坚开始写诗的时候，正是中国文革时代，很长时间内他是一位秘密的中朝本作家。他的作品在地下留存，直到1980年，他在地下才公开发表了第一首诗。他的诗歌以出版引起读者、评论界的 高度主义，他被视为中国非主流新闻派诗歌代表之一。他的写作持久而可靠，持续40年，他获得很多奖项。现在就是我们可以听听他读诗。于真，请开始。
报出来的
日喀则行。那一天，在红色的日喀则，我正年轻，背着行囊和一壶水，穿着解放鞋，大步穿过青稞地，森林在雾中梳头，黎明洗凉，乌鸦有一个神的名字。雪豹在喜马拉雅山中飞，藏族人白色的房子停在山岗，风马旗跟着主神飘扬，一头紫狮子在克服它的高原反应，勃起的身体中滚着骏马和精灵，大步迈过村庄、城堡、寺院，奶油色的帐篷，一头藏獒在栅栏旁爆笑。伟大的收藏家保管着中世纪的黑洞，我无法口顶。钟声响起在云端，一家人的门打开了，一群松茸戴好了他们的小帽子，100条河流的门打开了，100张唐卡盛开在百花山坡，100只铜锅在煮着一日的奶茶，白度母站在守坛者的集市，带来普鲁和将至的爱情。沙加市在下雨，珠穆朗玛在诵经，格桑花的门打开了，马琴低着头，他找到了根。朱红色的僧人袒露肩膀，从腰间取出了钥匙。太阳的门大大的打开了，光辉照亮城市的扎布伦市。石头的门打开了，木头的门打开了，鸡蛋的门打开了，果园的门打开了。丈夫和儿子们在秋天的屋顶上干活。姜母的妈妈51岁，苹果般的脸上含着一排白牙子。天空的门打开了，白杨树的门打开了。我遇见摇着羊皮转经筒的人，尾随白银跳舞的人，彼此搀扶的人，走在路上要去拉萨的人。这些快乐的表匍匐在大地上，走得比时间还慢。我遇见躺在大草原上的人，遇见无冕的国王，母亲的母亲，骑士，戴立松石项链的贵妇，美丽的厨娘，格沙尔王的转世后裔，像一座塔。我遇见白鹤、少女、古铜男子，在蟾蜍汽车站，我遇见住着黄金的枢纽，遇见那些身上有疤痕、跳蚤和情歌的人，那些来自薏米和土豆的人，他们牵着我绕过悬崖和溪流，用被镰刀割伤的手。哦呀，那一天，在遥远的日喀则，叹息般的门打开了，所有的嘴唇都在歌唱，仓央嘉措在每一只经筒中唱着伤心之歌。那一天，祥光笼罩日喀则。那一天，所有的门都打开了，门钟里挂着祖母们的白发。世界如此老迈，美姗姗来迟。但愿这不是末日。那一天，在习惯中的日喀则，我找到旧天堂的大门，一只只羊在归家，我的脚印跟着他们在泥泞中隐去。
那一天，日喀则没有电，没有旅馆，星星的门打开了，跟着草原上那些一动不动的牦牛，我甘你黑暗。谢谢。
Thank you so much. 谢谢谢谢。Was great to hear it. Was great to hear the poem. I've got one tiny question to 于坚。于坚，我也想问你个问题。这个问题很简单。你自己喜欢翻译诗歌吗？
佢这里同上答疑的。
这个谈不上喜欢，也谈不上讨厌。因为我认为这件事是译者的事情，不是我的事。我喜欢那些喜欢我的诗的人翻译我的诗，而不是仅仅是为了一种文化上的交流来翻译我的诗。谢谢。
好的，谢谢。I think I gotta make a brief translation. Like I asked a brief question, like also about a poetry translation, because all this online festival is about poetry translation, about poetry in different languages and everything. So it was a question about whether Eugene likes translating other people's poetry. And he said, like, it's a kind of thing that you can't like that much, and you can't just hate that much. It's just because after all, it's not your own poetry, it's just translating other people's poetry. So you just gotta catch the nerve of it. So and now I think we're going from Yunnan to other places in China. We're going to Shanghai, and our next author is Wang Xiaolong, who is really a native of Zhonghai in Hainan, in the island of Hainan. Wang Xiaolong is a poet and documentary filmmaker. He started writing poetry in 1968. He published several collections of poetry, and he's got plenty of personal documentary works. And now he's living in Shanghai, as I've already said. So, наш следующий автор, кого я с удовольствием представляю, это Ван Сяолун, уроженец города Цюнхай на тропическом острове Хайнань. Поэт и режиссер-документалист. Он начал писать стихи еще в 1968 году. Автор многих поэтических сборников, автор документальных фильмов, и в настоящий момент он живет в Шанхае. Wang Xiaolong 是海南澄海人，他是个诗人、纪录片工作者。1968年开始诗歌写作，出版有诗集《男人也要生一次孩子》，没少是群歌等。他的个人纪录片作品，包括一个叫做家的地方，与其他，他身居上海。So now I'm happy to give word to Wang Xiaolong, and he will read 3 poems of his. 王小龙，你可以读了。
你好，能听见看见吗？能听见看见吗？
都非常好，都没问题，非常好。
好，
可以读了。
各位大家好。第一首是我睡。一天中最热的时候，我睡过去；沮丧的时候，我睡过去；伤感的时候， 我睡过去；愤怒、悲哀，我睡；遗憾、后悔，我睡；不想赴约，我睡；不愿意做某件事儿，我睡；恨谁，我就睡；恨自己，我也睡；有点钱儿，满足的睡；钱没了，踏实的睡；睡不害人，睡不犯法；睡得再多，警察也不抓。全国人民多睡睡，都他妈闭嘴。第二首，白袜及腰。师傅走进树林，提来半桶石灰浆水。他绕着一棵树转啊转，给树干下边刷上石灰。换一棵就再转一圈，入冬防冻，灭菌除虫。师傅把石灰浆水用完，把树的长腿刷白。树林是芭蕾学校的练功房，一个个白袜及腰。第三首，当他们笑话。台风过境，我想象着一场2个人的交谈。你我从80年代过来，有资格提交证言，证实那个时期的赌徒都号称把青春和未来压上台面，有点大，不过是红旗下的穷光蛋。那个年代能说会道的都学会了表演，一开口必定是我们，连着我们，以便展示各种身段。那个年代有太多的骗子，白衣飘飘的冒充神仙，袖管里揣一把概念，就敢对青年胡乱许愿。台风肆无忌惮，我想象着我们交谈的录音里，雨点噼噼啪啪地填满空间，而这时他们老去，还想找回一点颜面，什么鸡零狗碎的都拿去鉴定，出示虚构的理想和苦难。你我从那个年代过来，有义务提醒孩子，千万别相信上了岁数的混蛋，当他们笑话就好了。看他们裤腿上几滴尿渍未干。
Thank you so much， 谢谢你。我也有个小问题，这个问题也很简单。就是你喜欢参加诗歌节吗？你就是喜欢参加诗歌节的话，你觉得参加诗歌节有什么好处？有什么可喜的地方？
就说这次吧，
不是啊，就是总的来说，就是有很多不同的各种各样的诗歌节，就是那个参加诗歌节的那种经验，有什么特点？
还是很高兴，诗歌节上你能见到听说过的、见到过的亲朋老友，还是非常高兴。就像这次也是，我们这一组吧，一些朋友见过，一些朋友我都知道。给你这点时间向他们问候。
好的，谢谢你。好，谢谢你。We talked for a while with Wang Chanong about the experience of taking part in poetry festivals in general. So I asked what's the best part of it. Wang Chanong told me like the best part is like coming all together, the ability to make new friends, to see old ones, to hear everyone simultaneously to enjoy poetry. So that's what we're doing now that's what we're doing here today on the World Poetry Day. We're enjoying poetry in many different languages and many different forms of it. We're here with a translation from China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. And we're traveling further on the Chinese map. We're going from Shanghai to another place. So we're going to Xi'an. And I'm passing words to Isha. Isha is a poet, writer, critic, translator, compiler. He was born originally in Chengdu, in Sichuan, and graduated from the Department of Chinese Language and Literature of Beijing Normal University in 1989. So he now teaches at the Chinese Institute of Xi'an International Studies University. He's published over 70 written, translated, and edited books, and won a Chinese poetry grant from the Henry Luce Foundation in the USA, and more than dozens of poetry awards in China. He was invited to participate in a number of international exchange activities and many writing programs. I'm proud to introduce Isha. I will make a brief introduction in Russian. Наш следующий автор — это Иша. Мы продолжаем двигаться по карте Китая из одного места в другое. Да, у нас только что был автор из Шанхая, теперь мы перемещаемся в город Сиань. Иша — писатель, поэт, популярный блогер, критик. Он окончил филологический факультет Пекинского педагогического университета и сейчас преподает китайскую литературу в Сиане. В качестве редактора, издателя и критика он опубликовал более 70 книг. Самая известная, пожалуй, его работа — это выходящая каждый год на протяжении многих лет огромная антология китайской современной поэзии, поэтический канон нового столетия, стихи для которой отбираются интернет-голосованием. Иша — обладатель множества поэтических премий, среди которых, в частности, премия Пекинского журнала «Поэтические материалы» и китайская премия «Интернет-литература». 我们下一个诗人，下一位诗人是伊莎。伊莎他是个诗作家、批评家、翻译家、编选家。他生于四川成都。然后呢，是1989年毕业于北京师范大学中文系。现在西安外国语大学中文文学院。任教，出版注译编70余部作品，很多作品，获美国亨利·卢斯基金会中文诗歌奖金，以及中国国内诗史项诗歌奖项。他参加过很多国际诗歌活动，各种各样的国际交流活动和协作计划。So I'm proud to welcome Isha reading today. So Isha， 我觉得可以了吧？
谢谢邓月娘这介绍这么多，我开始朗诵了吧？第一首诗叫《鸽子》。在我平视的远景里，一只白色的鸽子穿过冲天大火，继续在飞，飞成一只黑鸟。也许只是它的影子，它的灵魂在飞。也许灰烬也会保持鸽子的形状，依旧高飞。第二首诗叫《事实的诗意》。38线不是一条线，它有4公里宽。南北朝鲜划定的非军事区，60年过去了，成为世界上最成功的动物保护区。 第3首《人民》，你没有见过人民吗？那请在夜间来西安西京医院第2住院楼2层小卖部外冰凉的地板上，密密麻麻睡了一地人民。他们来自全国各地，将自己的亲人送入这西北最好的医院，需用7天才能等到床位，再用7天才能等到手术，3用7天才能等到出院。一部分人等不到出院，散尽家财，耗尽心力，在这里将亲人送上天堂。好，谢谢，谢谢主持人，谢谢所有的今天的朗诵者，谢谢。
Thank you so much. 谢谢。Was great to hear the poems. I think we're still going a bit further. We're going to Beijing this time. So we're going to Beijing to hear Shen Haobo. So Shen Haobo was born in Jiangsu province and he now lives in Beijing. In 1998, he published the Who's Joking About the 90s, an article that played a crucial role in causing the popular intellectual polemic, the Pantang debates. And he graduated from Beijing Normal University with a Chinese language and literature degree. And so became one of the key figures representing the popular stance, so the colloquial poetry. In 2000, he was invited to the editorial board of the Yearbook of Chinese New Poetry. And then together with some friends, he founded the Lower Body Poetry, a journal, a very important journal for contemporary Chinese literary scene. And his poetry has won many prizes. And Shen Haobo is also a publisher, an active publisher who does much work for promoting contemporary Chinese poetry, for publishing it in China and abroad, in translation also. So it's great to have him here today. Наш следующий автор – это автор из Пекина. Мы продолжаем перемещаться по карте Китая. Это Шен Хаобо, который является не только поэтом, но очень известным издателем. В 1998 году Шен Хаобо опубликовал статью, которая сыграла решающую роль в дебатах о новой поэзии, в формировании целого направления разговорного стиха в современной китайской литературе. Шен Хаобо окончил Пекинский педагогический университет по специальности китайский язык и литература. Он одна из ключевых фигур народной поэзии. В 2000 году вместе с друзьями Шен Хаобо создал журнал «Телесный низ», который сыграл тоже очень важную роль в развитии современной китайской поэзии. Его стихи завоевали множество призов. И очень приятно сегодня видеть Шен Хаобо с нами. Шен Хаобо 他是出生于江苏泰兴，然后毕业于北京师范大学中文系，现居北京。1998年发表谁在那90年代开始爱语文。这篇文章后来成为引发中国先锋世界知识分子写作的大论争。就是民间立场和知识分子写作的一种文章，并称为诗歌论争中的民间立场的一方的中间人物之一。这个我觉得很重要然后呢，2000年和一些朋友一起，他发起创办下半身。同人诗刊，他这就掀起了对中国诗歌影响甚深的一种诗歌运动。申浩波的作品被译成 英文、西班牙文、德文、俄文多种语言在海外发表约100多首现在我觉得是可以读了吧？谢谢
你读了哈，
大家
月亮。
哎，你好。
好，好，我来读诗啊。第一首《花莲之夜》，寂静的海风吹拂的夜晚，宽阔无人的马路，一只蜗牛缓慢地爬行，一辆摩托车开来，在它的呼啸中，人能听到嘎嘣一声。第二首《祖国的星空》。第一天，一个诗人写了一首诗，在网络论坛上贴出来，发现有一个词变成了星号。我们联系上下文，反复推敲，发现这个星号代表的是人权。哦，在我的祖国，人权是个敏感词。当然，理解。第二天，一个从西藏回来的诗人写了一首诗，在网络论坛上贴出来，发现有一个词也变成了星号。我们又联系上下文，发现这个星号是活佛二字。咦，在我的祖国，活佛也是敏感词。我想了半天，哦，原来如此，理解。第三天，一个云南诗人自杀了，很多人写诗悼念，论坛成了灵堂，灵堂如同夜晚的星空，无数星星闪啊闪，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，星号，仿佛死者举着灯笼。这回的星号竟是自杀二字。在这诗人死后的夜晚，我趴在电脑前，仰望祖国的星空，脖子酸疼无比。好，第三首，事实上的马赫林。事实上，他已是一个等死的人，就像这个村子里成百上千等死的人。事实上，她的丈夫是一个已经死去的人，就像这个村子里所有其他已经死去的人。事实上，她并不甘心就这么等着去死。事实上，在她丈夫死后不到1年，她就又嫁了。事实上，娶她的男人也有一个刚刚死去的婆娘。事实上，马赫林50多岁了，仍然显得丰腴而周正。事实上，他身患艾滋，并且已经开始发作。事实上，这个村子有成百上千像他这样等死的人。事实上，娶她的是一个正常的、健康的男人。事实上，这个男人也只能娶一个艾滋病人。如果他还想要一个女人的话，事实上，健康的女人不可能嫁给一个刚刚死掉的艾滋婆娘的老公。事实上，死亡已经在这个村子里住下来了。他收人的时候连招呼都不打。事实上，这个村子已经完蛋，就快死绝了。事实上，他们还活着。事实上，他们还必须活到死。事实上，在死之前，他们还必须干一些活着的事情。事实上，娶她的男人很想娶她，他正值壮年，需要一个女人，哪怕她 事实上已经没什么用了，只能坐着或者把手拢在袖子里，缓慢地走几步。但他仍然很想娶她。事实上，这个女人还能在床上叉开双腿。事实上，这个女人身上还有很多肉。他真希望她永远不死，这样他的床上每天晚上都会躺着一个还活着的女人。事实上，村子里给大家都发了避孕套。事实上，娶她的男人从来不用避孕套。事实上，他问过她：“难道你不怕传染上？难道你不怕死吗？”事实上，他也怕死，但是事实上，他还是不用避孕套。他觉得自己没这么倒霉吧？事实上，他们村子里像他这么大的男人几乎全都倒霉了。但事实上，他们都是卖血脉的。事实上，娶她的男人没听说谁因为操自己的婆娘而得病的。事实上，对于一个农民来说，操婆娘还要戴个橡胶套子，这在事实上比死亡还他妈不可思议。好，谢谢月亮，谢谢大家。
Thank you so much. Thank you for the reading. Thank you. 谢谢。And now we're going further. We're going across the strait to Taiwan. And our next poet is Yang Xiaoping, an artist, critic, a PhD from Yale University, currently a researcher at Academia Sinica, a professor at Zhengzhou University, editor-in-chief of poetry on both sides of the strait. So he used to be a professor at the University of Mississippi, the University of Venice, the University of California, Davis, a researcher at the University of Trier in Germany, and the host of the Out-Contending program on China Education Television. So Yang Xiaoping is author of many poetry collections and monographs. So in recent years, he's also held art exhibitions on both sides of the Taiwan Strait and in North America, and published a collection of conceptual art and abstract poetry. So we're great to have you here today. И теперь мы перемещаемся через пролив на остров Тайвань. Наш следующий автор Ян Сяобин, поэт, художник и критик, доктор философии Ельского университета, в настоящее время исследователь в Академии наук Тайваня, в Академии Синика, профессор университета Джэнджи и главный редактор журнала «Поэзия по обе стороны Тайваньского пролива». Ян Сяобин занимал пост профессора в университете Миссисипи, в университете Калифорнии в Дэвисе, был приглашенным исследователем в университете Трира в Германии. И, кроме всего прочего, в последние годы занимается активно фотоискусством, организует выставки по обе стороны пролива, да, и в Северной Америке, а также опубликовал сборник концептуального искусства и абстрактной поэзии. Ян Сяобин — такая фигура, которая объединяет как бы обе стороны пролива. Ян Xiaoping 他是个诗人、艺术家、评论家，耶鲁大学博士，现任中研院研究员，政治大学教授，两岸诗的总编辑，曾任密西西比大学的教授，还有德国特雷尔大学研究员，他著有很多诗集。今年在两岸和北美举办后废墟主义的等艺术展，并出版关于艺术与抽象诗集。We are great to see you here today. So I now give word to Yang Xiaoping.
好，那个听得到吗？谢谢 Yulia 的非常辛苦的主持和介绍活跃一下气氛，让我唱两首我的诗。就是近几年来嘛，一直在探索怎么样把诗歌的这个歌的方面也发扬光大一下。所以呢，就用古典的这个歌剧咏叹调或者是艺术歌曲的曲调来填上我自己的诗。我先唱两首这个我的一个系列叫《女世界》，就是把世界上各种各样的万事万物都女性化了。第一首呢就是叫 女银行物语。如果听不清的话呢，可能还是要去看一下那个字幕了。执笔雕细细，周其要说，把我卷成晚霞吧，把我卷成晚霞吧。故事北翻后浪，故事露出脚底，踢出白花花，踢出白花花。白花花里有白茫茫，云当会掉下万人兵马，月莫笑大闹就用口袋的叮当声。给我的密码吧，给我的密码吧。密码把子宫锁住，储蓄长成老太儿，没有一张卡可以打开女提款机。他撇嘴让我洗碗潜水吧，水在小数点边上，女经济出了成亲娘，在红包底下藏好桌叶，他发愁吧。叠成捅不破的纸吧，捅不破的纸吧。好，这几天有点咽喉炎，所以嗓子不太好。不过呢，还再来唱一个吧，唱一首这个为女太阳干杯。那用的就是刚才那首我忘了说了啊，这个威尔第的歌剧《弄臣》里面的女人善变的这个曲调。那我现在要用我的太阳这个意大利歌曲的曲调唱我这首诗，也是跟太阳有关，女太阳啊，为女太阳干杯。所以就正好可以把唱完了，正好就把我的这个歌词这个诗的词都唱完。不过当太阳蹲下来徐徐的时候，我才发现她是女的。她从一清早就活泼异常，树梢上跳跳，窗户上天天，犹如一个刚出教养所的少年犯。他浑身发烫，他好像在找水喝，我递给他一杯难顶替，你放手将将问吧。他反手掐住我脖子不放，别废话，那你先喝了这口。他 他一边顺行我，一边吐出作业的黑。好当我们干了这杯，瞬间他们大海，一口气干，醉倒在地平线上。世界软软的，真拿它没办法。好，谢谢大家。本来有3首，但是我觉得2首的时间就已经过了，谢谢大家。
谢谢你，谢谢你，这个实际上是太棒了，太好玩了。So thanks to Yang Xiaobin for this wonderful presentation. Okay, so we're still here on Taiwan and on air, and we're going from Taipei to the city of Hualien. So our next author is Chen Kehua. Born in Hualien in Taiwan, whose family originated from Shandong. Chen Kehua graduated from Taipei Medical University School of Medicine and received his PhD from Harvard Medical School. He's the adjunct professor at Yangming University and winner of many prizes, author of more than 50 books of poetry, prose, essays, scripts, and film criticism. And in recent years, he's also engaged in the visual arts. And his poetic texts have been translated into English, Japanese, German, and Korean. I will do a brief introduction in other languages too. Наш следующий автор Чен Кэхуа. Мы продолжаем оставаться на Тайване. Чен Кэхуа родился в Хуаляне в 1961 году. Его семья перебралась на остров из провинции Шаньдун. Чен Кэхуа окончил медицинский факультет Тайбэйского медицинского университета и получил докторскую степень в Гарвардской медицинской школе. Ныне он занимает пост адъюнкт профессора университета Янмин и католического университета Фуджэнь и Тайбэйского медицинского университета. Кроме всего прочего, Чен Кэхуа лауреат многих премий на Тайване, автор более 50 книг, не только стихов, но и прозы, эссе, сценариев, кинокритики. И в последние годы он занимается и изобразительным искусством. Чен Кэхуа 生于台湾花莲，自居山东省，台北医学大学医学系毕业，美国哈佛医学院博士后研究员，他就是大学时代曾参与北极星诗社，就开始写诗了，现任荣总演讲科主任。他就是文字出版有诗集、小说集、散文集、剧本影评等等，超过50本。有声出版则另有几本。今年更从事视觉艺术创作。现在我觉得Chen Kehua可以读诗了吧，够了吧？我已经说了太多了，对吧？我们就等你读诗了啊。
可以吗？
可以，我觉得
可以啊。
You're most welcome to start right away.
好，第一首《奇经少年》。很久了，风平浪静。我与水平线成直角，等待海风中那奇经的少年。传说中，他将会驶回我们温暖的海湾，率领着极地野生的鲸群。轻轻，好远，我们便可听见他们戏水的浪声。轻轻，那将是我们唯一的岛屿。中央， 那座纯白的岛上，我们将在温泉中拥抱，水柱下和阳光一同沐浴，并以强韧的金须刷洗出力的铜鸡。那时，我们永远是洁净的，我们拥有整个海洋，所以必须等待那一条最高的水柱出现。白鲸上屹立的少年，永远的朝我微笑，挥手，啊，永远童年似的，在我冰封的体外汹涌航过。第二首，此刻没有婴儿诞生，此刻没有婴儿诞生。广袤的寂静里，久久呼唤不出任何一点奥秘来。空心的虫卵凌乱陈列，畸形的残枝垂挂。我可以听到期待在黑暗中纷纷传动、断裂、脱落。此刻没有欲望诞生。我一直保持如此清醒，以极度紧张的清醒折磨肉体，如相邻的两颗内脏，肥厚地彼此日夜磨损。因此，我松弛的小腹嘎嘎作响，隐隐作痛。右手与左手觊觎，狼嚎于瞳孔藏匿，爱则密缝于胸肌。此刻，没有任何美感诞生。整个世纪的衰颓，出生于我两只眼袋。此刻，没有声音诞生。说过话的，都已在收拾行李。一种莫名的催促已经逼临这微弱而已无力搏动的世界。我必须为这缄默，为这天地难得的晋升而喜极而泣吗？我原无惜喜极而泣。所以此刻没有婴儿诞生。绝望如厚厚的柏油铺陈，地球完全平坦，喘息在距离枕头很远很远的地方逐渐止息。夜黑如砖，艰苦地围堵并守卫既成型的一切。所有答案自己填写。此刻没有问题，此刻没有任何问题诞生。谢谢。
Thank you so much. 谢谢谢谢 It was great to hear it. And now we're moving further to our next author, He Xiaozhu, who is a poet, a novelist who participated in the third generation avant-garde poetry movement and is a core member of the Fei or Not Poetry School. He's published 4 collections of poems, novels, short stories, and many other works. So, наш следующий автор – это He Xiaozhu. Поэт и прозаик, очень важная фигура в авангардном поэтическом движении третьего поколения, один из основных членов большой поэтической группы анти-А или Фэй-Фэй, да, автор 4 поэтических сборников, рассказов, повестей, романов, лауреатов. И что мне дополнительно хочется подчеркнуть, да, поэт с таким сложным этническим бэкграундом, да, связанный с мяоской, хмонской традицией в китайской литературе. 我们下一个诗人是何小竹，他是个诗人、小说家，曾参与第3代旋风诗歌运动，为菲菲诗派核心成员，出版有4本诗集，还有小说集和长篇小说。等等，他曾获第9届天文诗人奖，还有首届大家旋风派浪潮实力奖， 第三届中国独立诗歌奖。We're happy to have you here today. 大家主欢迎你主持。
好，丁玉莲你好。
好。
那现在就开始读是吧？听得见吗？好。我现在读第一首。不是一头牛，而是一群牛。那天的确也是这样，先是一个农民牵了一头牛，让我们拍照。后来别的农民听说了，也把他们的牛从牛圈里牵出来，牵到雪地上，让我们拍照。副县长说：“够了，够了，别牵来了，记者们没有胶卷了。”但农民们还是把所有的牛都牵了出来，他们都想给自家的牛照一张相。第二首，榨芒果。这是一天上午干的事情。我没像以往那样吃掉一只芒果，而是把一只芒果放进了搅拌机，让金黄的芒果变成了金黄的果汁儿。于是我喝下了这杯果汁儿，味道还是不错的，并没因此变成橘子的味道，只是那种吃芒果的感觉已经没有了，被榨掉了。第三首，幸福感，致李宗茂。有一次，宗茂告诉我，吃到好吃的东西有一种幸福感，反之就会很沮丧。今天我体会到了他说的那种幸福感。我用昨天的鸡汤煮了今天的白菜，太好吃了。宗茂，你是对的。谢谢，谢谢，谢谢。
谢谢 Thank you so much. Thank you, 何小竹。So we're going to our next author. And our next author, our next poet is Shiwa, who was born in the 70s in Tibet and grew up in Sichuan in the hometown of the poet Li Bai. She currently resides in Beijing. She's a lover of metaphysics, as far as I know. So she has published a collection of poems and several novels, and she's winner of countless awards, including the Li Bai Poetry Award. She was chosen as one of the best online poets in 2010, and she obtained the Loihe Poetry Award. Her poetry has been widely translated into German, Hindi, English, Japanese, Korean, supposedly also Russian. So, and now I'm gonna do a brief introduction in Russian. So, наш следующий автор это Сива, поэт поколения 70-х. Сива родилась в Тибете, но выросла в Сычуане, да, но в настоящий момент живет в Пекине. Она лауреат многих премий. В 2010 году Сива вошла в десятку лучших сетевых поэтов. Ее стихи переводились на немецкий, хинди, английский, японский и русский. 我们下一位诗人是西娃，70号生于西藏，长于李白故里，现居北京，现学爱好者。他出版有有诗集，也有长篇小说。他是李白诗歌奖的得主，还有中国诗歌2010年10大网络诗人，诗潮年度诗歌奖的获得者。他的诗歌被翻译成德文、印度文、英文、日文、韩文等多种语言。So I'm happy to welcome Shiwa here during our readings today. So now I'll give word to the poet. 西娃，欢迎您。
主持人好。
好的，欢迎您读吧。
能听见吗？能听见吗？
对，没问题，非常好。
你的汉语说得很好，而且是人长得非常漂亮。好，我读第一首那个画面。中山公园里，一张旧城报被缓缓展开，阳光下，独裁者、合情日、皮条客、监狱、乞丐、公务员、破折号、情侣、星空、灾区、和尚、播音员，安宁地栖息在同一平面上。年轻的母亲把熟睡的婴儿放在报纸的中央。2010年5月18号。第二首《吃塔》。在南方的某个餐桌上，一道用猪肉铸成的红亮亮的塔，我宁愿忘记它的名字。出现的那一刻，我的目光都没有离开过它。桌上其他的菜肴仿佛成了他的参拜者，我已是他的参拜者。接下来的那一刻，我想起了我的出生地西藏，多少信众在围绕一座塔磕长头烧高香，我曾是其中的那一员，现在我是其中的这一员。许多年来，我一直保存着对塔庙神秘的礼仪，也保存着对食物诸多的禁忌。看着这猪肉做成的红亮亮的塔，我知道了人类的胃口，他们可以吃下一切可吃下的，并将吃下一切吃不下去的。当他们举箸分食着这猪肉做成的红亮亮的塔，我没有听到任何的声音，却仿佛看到尘烟滚滚。我们的信仰与膜拜正塞满另一人类的肠道里，他们用百无禁忌的胃液将之无声消解。2012年7月20日。主持人，我说完了，我读完了。
好，谢谢，谢谢，非常感谢。So we're proceeding with our translation. Just reminding one more time that we're here at the Eastern Asia, Southeastern Asia, and Australia and Oceania Hub. We'll be here on air for 1 more hour with great Chinese poets joining us and reading in Chinese mostly. So we've got poets from mainland China, poets from Taiwan, poets from Hong Kong, and a reading in Cantonese is still awaiting us. So we're looking forward to it. And we proceed to our next author. Our next author is Sheng Xing from Shandong province. So Sheng Xing began writing as a high school student already, and he currently pursues his interests as a poet alongside an office job. So he published 2 poetry collections and participated in China Denmark International Poetry Festival in Copenhagen. He also was awarded in 2019 the Mortier Poetry Award for Top 10 Chinese Poets. Мы продолжаем нашу трансляцию, мы продолжаем читать стихи китайских поэтов. Наш следующий автор Шэн Син из провинции Шаньдун. Он автор 2 поэтических сборников, лауреат премии «Аврора» 2015 года и премии «Поэт года» по версии самого крупного частного китайского издательства Мотхе Твушу. 下一位作者是盛兴， 山东人，新世纪被广泛誉为天才的中国当代诗人，就是他出版诗集有2本，曾参加哥本哈根中丹国际诗歌节，获得2015年极光文艺年度诗人奖，还有摩铁诗歌奖2018年度诗人大奖，还有摩铁诗歌奖2019年度汉语诗家诗人奖。We're happy to have Sheng Xin here. So, and now I give word to the poet himself. 圣心，欢迎你读吧。好，可以开始。
我开始读了啊。
可以。
第一首，一个冬天的晚上，小时候我姐一天到晚总爱哭。一个冬天的晚上，我哥趴桌上做作业，炉子早灭了，天太冷了。我哥拿着钢笔跑到我姐面前，用他的泪水润了润笔头，转身回去继续做作业。第二首，不让你吃，不让你喝。他坐了一天火车去找他，没喝一滴水，没吃一口饭，他是多么想念他。在酒店房间抱着他看，他瘦了，胡子长了，头发乱了，眼睛陷下去了，脸上尽是灰尘，嘴唇裂了几道口子。他说我渴了，拿起桌上的矿泉水要喝，他夺过水来扔到垃圾桶里。他说想吃桌上的方便面，他捡起方便面扔到窗外。他哭着说，你饿了也不让你吃，你渴了也不让你喝，就是让你憔悴，就是让你使我心疼心碎。第三首，生命中的某一天，当他走出家门，绕到屋子后面，那儿有一道斜坡，两边种着梧桐树。他听到大儿子别别扭扭的钢琴声，小儿子骑的那匹瘸腿的木马，吧嗒吧嗒。妻子边咳嗽边打着电话。保姆在南边的阳台上，噗噗噗，冲着阳光甩衣裳。当他攀上坡顶，看到的和听到的如出一辙。他看到屋子里每一个人身上都笼罩着一圈光芒，妻子的光芒，大儿子的光芒，小儿子的光芒，保姆的光芒。好，谢谢。
Thank you so much. 谢谢。Thank you for the readings. So we're continuing. We're going further and further. We've got some more great poets to hear today. So now I'm giving word to 轩辕世科, who comes from Shandong province. He's also one poet from the lower body poetry movement of the beginning of the century. He participated in many international events. He won the People's Literature Award in 2012 and the 3rd International Chinese Poetry Award of Beijing Literature and ArtNet. He's a professor at the School of Letters in Lini University in his hometown. Наш следующий автор – это Xuan Yanshike, урожденец города Линьи в провинции Шаньдун. Он начал публиковать стихи в интернете в конце 90-х. Его произведения печатались в известных литературных журналах «Народная литература», «Все», «На краю света» и многих других китайских знаковых изданиях и в коллективных сборниках. Его первый индивидуальный поэтический сборник увидел свет в 2014 году. Xuan Yanshike к настоящему моменту является автором 4 поэтических книг, и за цикл «Посвящаю Либо» он получил Народную литературную премию в 2012 году. Xuan Yanshike живет в своем родном городе Линьи и преподает в местном университете. 现在我欢迎轩辕世科，他是生于山东临沂，2000年参加就是下半身诗歌运动，作品入选中国当代先锋诗选，还有当代中国诗歌俄语版，他参加俄罗斯第世界国际莫斯科诗人少年展等国际活动。他曾获2012年度人民文学奖，还有摩贴诗歌奖，还有很多其他奖项。他是临沂大学文学院特聘教授。著有很多事迹。现在我欢迎轩辕世科读几首。
读第一首《收藏家》。我干的最得意的一件事是藏起了一个大海，直到海洋局的人在门外疯狂的敲门。我还吹着口哨，吹着海风，在壁橱旁用剪刀剪掉多余的浪花。第二首体操课。我的第一堂课就是最后一课，因为我不明白人为什么要做体操。为了说服我，体操教练一甩手扔出个盘子，盘子碎了，扔出把椅子，椅子摔掉了腿，扔出个同学，他在空中一个后空翻，稳稳地落到垫子上。你看，只有人才是最适合做体操的。我仍然不懂，托着腮坐在角落里，看他们压腿、展臂、翻来滚去。教练向我走来，露出诡异的笑，一拍我肩膀说：“坐着旁观也是一种体操。”我一愣，站起来，当着全体人员的面，助跑后翻出一连串的筋斗云，上了西天。第三首池宇宙。在我们的宇宙之外，还有一个慢半拍的池宇宙，那里的婴儿出生的慢，树木生长的慢，没有高铁，没有高速，去邻居家串门路上要备好干粮。那里的马拉松还不如竞走，那里的竞走是原地踏步，那里的秒针和那里的阳光一样，过很久才跳上一格。那里的窗口没有排队的，因为办事效率慢，索性免签了所有证件，可以随便出国，但一生也走不到边境；可以随便出轨，但一生也走不出家庭。那里的天空没有雾霾，浓烟还没爬到烟筒就累死了。那里的人语速慢，脑筋不会急转弯，在路上遇见朋友说声问候，就钻进路边的慢餐店，等吃完一出来才能听到他的回答。当然最慢的是那里的元首，他的就职演说一直到快卸任了还没有起好草。他要出去亲下民，得亲自用喇叭吆喝3天，才能换来慢吞吞的随从。谢谢大家。
Thank you, 轩辕世科. It was great to hear the poems. And now, well, this I want to emphasize one more time. So this festival is all about different traditions, different forms of poetry, different languages we write, we speak in. And it's so great to have a variety of different traditions of different languages here. And it's great to welcome our next author, who is Liu Waitong. He's a poet, a writer, a photographer from Hong Kong. He has been awarded several literary prizes in Hong Kong and Taiwan, including the China Times Literary Award, the United Daily News Award, and the Hong Kong Arts Development Award for Best Artist in Literature. And he often receives invitations to participate in different local and international literary events. And since his debut, he has published 13 collections of poetry. And it's great that we have this opportunity to hear his reading today in Cantonese. I will make a brief introduction in other languages too. Наш следующий автор Лю Вайтун, поэт, писатель и фотограф из Гонконга. Поскольку наш фестиваль посвящен поэзии в разных ее формах, прекрасно, что сегодня можем услышать поэзию на разных языках. Лю Вайтун прочитает свои стихи на кантонском. Лю Вайтун был удостоен многих литературных премий в Гонконге и на Тайване, в том числе премии правительства Гонконга за развитие искусств для лучших специалистов в области литературы. Он регулярно принимает участие в местных, в международных литературных мероприятиях, в том числе принимал участие в Сингапурском фестивале писателей в 2016 году, и с момента своего дебюта в 1995-м опубликовал 13 сборников стихов. Лю Вайтун живет в Гонконге и на Тайване. 廖爱堂他是个香港作家、摄影师、自由撰稿人，曾任书店店长、杂志编辑，还有上了专栏作家。廖爱堂于1975年生于广东省，早年就读珠海市国民中学，然后呢，他在1997年移居香港，曾旅居北京5年，1991年开始诗歌写作，其后他就是写过散文、小说、戏剧评论等等，曾获香港青年文学奖，还有香港中文文学奖，还有时报文学奖，联合报文学奖，创世纪诗刊50周年诗歌奖，联合文学小说新人奖，香港文学双年奖等等奖项。2012年获香港艺术发展奖年度最佳艺术家奖，就是文学艺术。我现在欢迎你读诗。Thank you。
谢谢月亮，谢谢鸣笛。接下来呢，我会用我的母语广东话给大家读2首诗。第一首叫《女燒衣》。女燒衣，燒我吧，這琳琅戲台山，於冬中彎半方寸。明天便風吹雨打，如負戰燈。昨夜笑顏藏花，難窺妝，他卻探頭望。隔海是新機場，我無法寄走一身千萬傷。夜火燒草，白鴿黃槍拔連營中早遠。白鳥啼處河谷深，那戲指頭上鳳絹未除。雨中拾得平花紋，我單衣濕透月下寒晝，看一海的燈火搖蕩，天地歸於一個小漁村。有人絲線，有人牽念，有人畫柳暗花明，通通都是明天付諸一炬的好佈景。他卻探頭望，從景中懷中取出一小鏡。你看，你看，一幕後濃濃風上悠長，紅衫郎換了青衫，還是舊時裝。待我搬石頭來，那火念來，海水上搭一靈台，飛機起落，你的好世界還在。這赤條條乾淨身，悲傷世界還在。然後下一首叫《後覺書》。 後覺書。我在人間的歷練遠遠未夠，請讓我繼續洗碗、擦地、晾衫。請讓我再重複一次一個父親夜半的驚醒、日晏的困倦、傍晚的自然。當然也請不令把我送給森林和幽谷，不令讓我結識那些野鹿一般的青年，還有那些春溪一般的老人。我願意是被吞咽的青草，或者雪泥，也願意是漆黑中深燥血腥的公熊。哦，讓我被鹽和月光加冕那些熊生長中必不可少的事物，讓我手執鹽卷和糖橙，如興奮的造物者，在自己的腳肩上躍起，如一條不知歸的拋物線，急速穿過廚房、陽台、公車站和碼頭。每一次換氣都變成一艘遠洋貨輪的體量，全身空空蕩蕩。湛亮的甲板上，除了我一家人，運載的全是昂貴的浪沫。40歲才喝到的美酒啊！我不知道向誰稱謝，跟誰結帳。也許我應該再去一趟超市，看看是否遇見24小時待機的維特曼。謝謝。
Thank you so much. Thank you, Liu Weitong. I've got a brief question for you. Can you tell us about your experience of writing in Cantonese? Because that's really interesting to know about it. Because as I've already mentioned, all this festival is about different languages, different traditions, like people writing in dialects, people writing in a mixture of dialect and language, like people writing in their native tiny languages, people writing the big tradition languages, like anything. 我就有一个小小的问题，就是我想问一下。就是用那个粤语与广东话写作是什么样的经验？是因为我们这个诗歌节的一种焦点，就是各种各样的诗歌传统，怎么样使用各种各样的语言、各种各样的方言，还有时候是同时使用。几个方言，就是几种方言。
谢谢你这个问题，我觉得非常好，因为我也很感谢今天能让我用我的母语来朗诵我的诗，而不是用普通话。因为呢，粤语、广东话呢，其实我觉得它跟古老的中国之间的关系更加密切。因为呢，粤语它是由9个音的变化的，普通话只是4个音的变化。这个9音变化呢，它是更接近古音、古代的汉语的发音的，所以我们经常读那个古诗啊，用粤语来读，也会那个音韵更加动听。可能就是我自己也有这种偏爱在里边，所以平时我读古诗，我都是会用粤语读，所以然后我自己心里想的也是粤语，写出来是粤语。现在以最原汁原味的粤语传达给大家，我的同行和我的读者们。
Thank you so much for your answer. I will make a brief translation of it. Unfortunately, I don't speak Cantonese. I only speak Mandarin. I will translate it into English for a short while. So the question was all about the dialect writing, so the Cantonese writing. And like Liu Weitong told us that it's really great to be possible. It's really great to have the opportunity today to read in his mother tongue in Cantonese. Because it's a kind of a rare opportunity, and he also feels like the Cantonese has kind of an ancient flair around it, so it's kind of an atmosphere that surrounds it that is connected with the Chinese tradition, with the history of Chinese language. And so sometimes when he reads out traditional poetry, it sounds, he uses Cantonese, like it sounds much better in Cantonese, and there's sort of this established connection with the tradition. And it's great that we have this opportunity to experience the tradition firsthand today. So to hear a reading in the original tongue. Thank you. So what we do next is I give the right to speak to Wei Huan. So Wei Huan is a poet and translator. She was awarded Poet of the Year by the Xizhong Poetry Club. So she's published 3 major works in translation. So she's very active as a translator. She translated also 2 novels of the Icelandic author Stephenson forthcoming in China. So she not only translates from English, actually. Her other works are widely seen in literary journals in Australia, the USA, India, and Vietnam. And currently she works at an international coordinator at Beijing Normal University in Zhuhai. Наш следующий автор Вэй Хуань, поэт и переводчик. Она в 2016 году была удостоена награды «Поэт года» от поэтического общества Сижун. Автор многих поэтических и прозаических переводов, в том числе 2 романов исландского писателя Йона Кальмана Стефансона на китайский язык. Ее переводы активно публикуются, ее собственные тексты активно публикуются не только в Китае, но и за его пределами, в Австралии, в США, в Индии, во Вьетнаме. И в настоящее время она живет в Пекине и работает международным координатором в Пекинском педагогическом университете. 北关，他是先锋诗人、文学翻译，他是磨铁诗歌奖年度诗人大奖的得主，他著有双语诗集，还有很多译著，包括各种各样的作品，有他翻译的冰岛桂冠这个作家的长篇小说，他们是即将在中国要上市的。他现住珠海，任职北京师范大学珠海校区。And it's great to welcome Wei Huan to read the poems. Wei Huan，欢迎你读。
Thank you, Yulia. It's great work. 大家好，我是韦欢，今天给大家读3首诗，先读一首《听》。听，我坐在靠背椅上，听一间夜深人不静的房子。有时听久了，感觉门不存在，墙也不存在，在一片旷野上，声音像某种受惊的鸟，从深深的草丛中飞起。凌厉地擦过耳朵。记得有一晚，一个人在门外反复问他的手机：“你在家吗？在吗？”听了好一会儿，我差一点失声答他：“我在。”第2首诗，诗名叫《世界》。我看见漂亮精致的女人，像瓷娃娃纤尘不染。看见其他丑陋粗鄙，日渐老去。他们的脸部、肩膀、小腹、阴道，承载了100个雄性的重量。我看见一个妓女轻轻抚摸丝袜上的洞，一个年轻母亲在丈夫身后拥紧发抖的孩子。我看见一些男人像石块一样坚决，看见其他肤色比月光白，他们穿裙子遮住长满毛的小腿。发生前，他们取下假牙，放进首饰盒。他们用口中的黑阴茎宣布真理。我看见世界上一些暗处，比另一些更暗。第3首诗名字叫做《夜曲》这首诗是我比较早的时候写的。高高的露台上，它们一滴一滴的坠落。 经过我的窗1个小时了，它们坠落的声音一滴一滴的。深远的夜空没有眼睛，那些光芒都坠落了。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Beihuan. So I want to ask you a question, a hard one this time. So for you as a translator, so the question goes like that. We have heard a great deal of poetry today on the World Poetry Day, and it's all so different, so great to hear, like many forms of it, many languages, like many types of poetics. So and we're so different in the world, like different countries speaking different languages, we're different approaches to poetry. And what do you think, like what really brings us all together as poetry people? So why do we feel that we all do something that can be called contemporary poetry? What unites us all? So how do you perceive it?
So should I answer your question in English or in Chinese?
Like, I think it's better to, so you can answer in English and both Chinese. We can also, if you want to do a self-translation, you can do it. So for all the audiences to enjoy your answer.
我还是用汉语说吧，因为我们今天可能很多诗人都是，因为我们这一场可能是亚洲诗人比较多吧。我自己的确是我又写又译，然后你的问题其实我之前可能没有太仔细的考虑过吧，就是我觉得的确像你所说的 ，there are many forms of poetry，诗歌的确有很多形式，但其实在我们选择的时候，我觉得还是要看，它其实还是要看你自己的内心吧，就是你对什么样的诗歌，就什么样的诗歌能够触动你。像我刚刚出来写诗的时候，可能它是比较偏抒情的，像刚才我读的，第一首诗和最后一首诗，听啊，还有这个夜曲，它其实更侧重的可能是女性的一种比较幽微的感觉吧。但是后面写着写着，我觉得生活有变化了，可能这个诗歌的类型啊，或者是感受，乃至它的这个语言的质感也会发生变化，所以我后面写的诗可能就会比较接地气，就是跟我的生活息息相关的。我的确也见过挺多实验室的，因为我的老师他是一个澳洲诗人，也是一个挺著名的这个澳华诗人吧。然后他其实也搞了很多类型的诗，写过抒情诗，然后也有口语类型的，包括这种实验诗。我觉得在我写的时候，可能会从别人的诗里吸收一些灵感，但是最终还是要看我自己的生活更接近哪种诗吧，或者是说我自己的语言。就是怎么样写最舒服，我可能才会采取怎么样的一种形式。当然了，我想随着这个年龄的增长，还有这个生活的变化，也许以后我的诗也会发生一些变化，但是谁知道呢？现在写作的时候，我们还是遵从这种内心的选择吧，就是怎么舒服，怎么自然就怎么来。我大概就是有这样的一些想法，谢谢。
好的，好的。Thank you so much for your answer, Weihuan. So to sum it up, what goes on here is something that connects us to our inner self. So that's what unites all the poetry people. So the things that we're doing, we're just sort of following our soul and making poetry. And we're making poetry sound in many languages. And we still have some half an hour left in our translation, so please don't leave. We still have some great poetry here. We're continuing. We've already had some great poetry. We're gonna have some more. So our next author is Liu Aofu, who was born in Jiangxi in China. He studied at the Tsinghua University and Beijing Film Academy, and holds a master's degree in fine arts. He's one of the most representative poets of China's new poetry scene in recent years. So his poetry has been translated in New Zealand, Australia, Russia, and other regions. So he currently lives and works in Beijing. So we've made kind of a tour all around China, and we're now coming back to Beijing. Наш следующий автор, которого я с удовольствием представляю, это Лю Аофу, уроженец провинции Цзянси, который учился в университете Цинхуа в Пекинской киноакадемии, закончил ее со степенью магистра изящных искусств. В настоящий момент он продолжает жить и работать в Пекине. Его стихи переводились в Новой Зеландии, в Австралии, в России и в других регионах. Лю Аофу – это одно из прекрасных молодых лиц современной китайской поэзии. 我们下一位诗人是刘傲夫，他是出生于中国江西省，他先后就读于清华大学、北京电影学院，取得艺术硕士学位。为中国今年崛起的最具代表性诗人之一。他的诗歌在中国大陆、在俄罗斯、在新西兰、在澳大利亚等地区最广泛的影响，就翻译的很多。现在他的工作生活于北京。我们又回到了北京，现在是北京的作者。欢迎你读诗吧。
好的，谢谢。能听到是吧？好的，第一首，与领导一起尿尿。厕所里利便器只有2个，我正尿着，领导进来了，与我并排站着开尿，气氛有些沉默。我觉得这时候应该说点什么。我说：“领导，你尿尿也尿得这么好。”这是第一首。第二首。医生。每当想起父亲，就会想起他在我童年某个初夏的夜晚，带领我去蛙鸣四野的水田里插泥鳅。那晚我本以为会收获满满，但结果是一条泥鳅也没有插到。但我并没抱怨，那晚的确地球上的泥鳅都不见了。这是第二首。第三首，爱的提成。他的第一首口语诗就入了民间先锋诗歌界的2个重要选本，但他再也不写该类诗了。问其原因，他答：写口语诗没有稿费。好，谢谢。
Thank you so much. Thank you, Liu Aofu.
谢谢。
Thank you. It was a pleasure. So we're here on World Poetry Day, enjoying some poetry from China, from Taiwan and Hong Kong in this part of our translation, in this part of our readings. And we've got one more author left. So we're still in Beijing. And our next author to welcome here is Li Suo, a poet, illustrator, translator, and editor. So a poet who was born originally in Anhui, but lived for a long time in Xinjiang. So now she's a graduate from Beijing Normal University with a Chinese language and literature master's degree, which she got in 2009. She started poetry writing in 2006 and published the first poetry collection in 2019. She now works in Beijing as a chief editor of Xizhong Poetry Club. So she's not only a great poet, she's also organizing some poetry events and doing something for the contemporary Chinese poetry scene. Наш следующий автор, наш последний автор на сегодня – это Ли Суо, поэт и иллюстратор, родившаяся в провинции Аньхуэй, которая на протяжении долгого довольно-таки времени жила в синьцзянском городе Кашгар. Поэтому одно из ее сегодняшних стихотворений, оно будет посвящено ее малой родине. Лисо — выпускница Сианьского института иностранных языков Пекинского педагогического университета. Она в данный момент живет и работает в Пекине, работает в издательстве Sejong Books, но занимается и графикой, у нее есть совершенно прекрасные графические работы. 现在我欢迎李所，诗人、画家、译者、图书编辑。他是出生于中国安徽，然后呢，住在中国新疆，先后毕业于西安外国语大学和北京师范大学。2006年开始写诗。 出版有诗集星期三的郑州船。目前他生活在北京，是磨铁读书会的主编，所以不但是个诗人，还是个编辑。我知道也是个画家，挺好的画家，欢迎你。
好。 谢谢尤利亚，谢谢你策划了这个活动，还有担任今天我们这一场活动的主持人。我现在为大家读2首我的诗。第一首，星期三的珍珠船。当秋天进入恒定的时序，我就开始敲敲打打，着手研磨智慧的药剂。苦的还不够，我想。 只是偶尔反刍那些粘稠的记忆，就足以沉默。要一声不出的消化鱼骨，要消化那块锈蚀的铁。我想着这一生，最好只在一座桥上结网，不停地画线，在指挥他们建构命运的几何。我必定会在某一个星期三，等到一艘装满珍珠的船来。第2首。 喀什，牌楼下几个卖旧货的维吾尔族老人，揣着手蹲坐成一排，黑帽白髯，像几只歇脚的大鸟。尚在隆冬，老城的天空通透如冰块，散射着白色的寒光。不远处的铜匠铺叮当作响，那些挥手嬉戏的小孩。 从风中飞落到屋顶的鸽子，猛地回过头来咩叫的短尾绵羊，都按着某种神圣的旨意铺排在巴扎之上。喀什的天空是一个巨型放大镜，这座被太阳和月亮共同搅拌的城市，一直在漂浮着上升，如那些老者呼出的热气，如必定受难的灵魂。谢谢。
Thank you so much, Lisa. As you're the last one, I also got a question for you. 因为你是最后一个，你就我也有一个问题，我想问你，就是这个问题，是这样的，你自己就是喜欢什么样的诗歌？因为我们有各种各样的诗歌，就是。 你可以喜欢长的、短的，就是西班牙文的、英文的，各种各样的都可以选的。那么你自己，你觉得哪种最合你的就是最适应你的内心的那些东西
好，我很荣幸你给了我一个问题。我觉得我最喜欢的是。 在语言上会有一种很迷人的、很准确的气息，然后在诗歌的呈现上，就是好像这首诗它可以固定还原某一个非常动人的瞬间，可以把时光固定在那里一样。然后在价值上的话，可能就是倾向于，就是它会有一种。 既简单但是又充满意味的东西， 对，就我觉得你的问题也是有点比较大，所以我回答的可能也不是特别的具体啊。对，谢谢。
谢谢你回答。这我知道是个难题，但我不想考住你。The question was like that. So the question was about the poetry that Lisa likes. So we had this wonderful opportunity to hear all kinds of poetry today. So and so my question was formulated quite simply, yeah. But that was a hard one, so a really difficult one. So what kind of poetry does Lisa herself prefer? And Lisa, she said that like the first thing is this is poetry that involves some kind of language play. So when something is done about with the language itself, so like the language is really important, like not only what goes into the poem, but the very form of it, like the language form that the poetry uses. And the second thing was about the thing that really attracts you, something in the meaning of the poem that lies not only in its surface, but somehow is hidden deeper inside. So somewhere on a deeper level. And that's it, probably. So thank you everyone for joining our poetry event today. So this was a great opportunity. This was magnificent. Thanks everyone. There was I think just a perfect a perfect thing to celebrate the World Poetry Day. So what could be better than celebrating it with a poetry reading in many languages and many different traditions. What I want to emphasize right now is that it isn't over yet. So we've got more poetry to go, but not in this hub, but in other 7 hubs that are working on the website. And you can always join either the website or the YouTube translation. And it's possible to enjoy some more poetry, because this festival is all about poetry in transition, in translation. So if you join the website, it's possible not only to see the originals, but also to see poetry translated in a great deal of languages. So, and some poets also have Chinese translations. So for example, if you join the Eurasian Hub, there are a great deal of wonderful Russian poets who are translated into Chinese. So you also have this opportunity to experience this firsthand. So welcome you to join. And I thank you once again very much for joining in, for reading your poems, for sharing this experience with us. 现在我想感谢大家，我想再次感谢大家今天来参加这个诗歌活动。现在我们这个亚洲的部分是快要结束了，但是还有其他还有很多其他的语种，还有那个其他地区你们也可以来听。还有很多来自非洲来自俄罗斯来自美国的诗人还尚未读他们还会读他们的作品特别是就是那些美国美洲诗人是因为时差的原因他们还没有开始所以他们还要开始的，他们也会有很好的一种视频，很好的一种直播有很多非常好的拉丁美洲诗人 我欢迎你们来参加，我欢迎你们上网，我欢迎你们上我们的网站，在网站上都可以听到的，不但是可以听到的，也可以读到的，也可以看到的，因为那些诗人的作品也有他们的原文，也有各种各样的译文。我觉得很多拉丁美洲诗人，很多俄罗斯诗人也有中文的那个译文，你们也可以来欣赏，所以我欢迎你们来继续参加我也再次感谢你们的支持，好，谢谢大家。Спасибо большое еще раз всем за участие в этой прекрасной трансляции из нашего хаба Восточная, Юго-Восточная Азия, Австралия и Океания. Сегодня мы послушали множество прекрасных поэтов из разных уголков этого огромного региона. И сейчас мы завершаем нашу трансляцию, но я хочу подчеркнуть, что мероприятие не закончилось. Мы продолжаем отмечать Международный день поэзии, Всемирный день поэзии, потому что трансляции во многих хабах еще ведутся или предстоят, потому что трансляция, в частности, из хаба, где представлена будет Северная и Южная Америка, из-за разницы по времени начнется намного позже. Поэтому я призываю всех оставаться с нами и продолжать слушать стихи, продолжать читать поэзию на сайте и наслаждаться этой прекрасной, блестящей возможностью единения, которая есть у нас сегодня. Спасибо большое, друзья. Мы заканчиваем нашу трансляцию.